get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew up behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level all in. Two times we ain't gonna stop. Three times like a loaded, and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the skies. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya?
get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We were in here. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of life. Come on, we were in here. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Like the heroes, we were in heroes. Come on, the moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of life. Biggest battle. We were in heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew up behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up.
Two times we ain't gonna stop.
3 times like a loaded, and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm a hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm a hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they
sounds like a loaded down and ready to hunt. Sounds said and done, you better run. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. We're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. Are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop. I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it, won't stop. The stakes are too high, this is more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream, it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it, won't stop. The stakes are too high, this is more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream, it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. It's time to stand up now. Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise. There's only one way. Get it up. Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn
to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up, 2 times we ain't gonna stop, 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I hunt, I'ma shoot the skies. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya I'll be coming back? Stronger, faster, like a heart attack. I'm making known I'm the master. Think that boom boom need a blaster. What you looking at? We're coming for you in the masses. Front row passes, champions roll all access.
In, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up,
2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run.
in the battle I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I hunt, I'ma shoot the skies. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot stars. In the battle I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
Bring it on! Wow!
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it once, stop the stakes are too high, this is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it once, stop the stakes are too high. This is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it
Let
up.
the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Face it facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive. We were heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of life. Come on. We were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Like the heroes. We were heroes. Come on. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of life. We were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew up behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up, 2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya I'll be coming One time we gon' level up. Two times we ain't gonna stop. Three times like a loaded, then we ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. You better on the shop, I'm a rebel, I'm I'ma shoot the stars. We're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. You better on the shop, I'm a rebel, I'm I'ma shoot the stars. Are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
Bring it on! Wow!
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it once, not the stakes are too high. This is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it once, not the stakes are too high. This is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it
Let
up.
the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames.
Welcome to our second Free Fire World Series of 2022. Fasten your seatbelts. The greatest Free Fire event of the year is about to begin. Next destination, Bangkok. This is how we're going to start our journey. We have teams from all over the world with us. 17 teams from 10 regions. The Free Fire World Series is divided into 2 phases. First is the play-ins. The first place from Taiwan and Pakistan will join the battle with the second places from Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Thailand, Brazil, Latin America, Indonesia, Middle East, and North Africa. The finals will have 12 teams. The top 4 teams from the play-ins and the first places from each representing league will be seeded directly to the finals. Let's see who they are. First place from Brazil, Latin America, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Europe, Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Middle East and North Africa. Both the finals and the play-ins will have 8 matches, alternating between the maps Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and the brand new Alpine. By the end of each round, the teams will get points based on ranking and number of eliminations. For each elimination, the team receives 1 point. Each booyah gives the team 12 points. Second place gets 9 points, third gets 8 points, and so on. If we have a tie, the team with more booyahs wins the tiebreaker.
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. Deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. You can do it us with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. Cause we turn up in flames.
I'm fine. I don't need healing.
What? Your arm is broken.
If I show you I can do a push-up, will you stop bothering me?
I dare you. Hate to say it, but I told you so.
You don't hate it at all.
Oh, my grumpy love of my life. You can be so stubborn.
I am strong-willed. I'm not stubborn. Introduce them to their new home.
You're the captain of the island. You do it.
Fine, fine. Thank you for taking us in. What is this place called?
Ford, you didn't tell them?
Slipped my mind. You're in safe here. The safest place on Earth. Welcome to your new home. Hey, who's behind this mural? I didn't approve this. Actually, I look pretty good.
All right, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series. Going up against the other playing champions of Echo Esports. That was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk. There was so much at stake right now. Directly below him is not going to be Fernando at all. But a initializing shot that sekarang ini.
Shot lagi supaya dapet.
But here comes Moji. The good name from JLX.
Hello, survivors! Welcome to our second Free Fire World Series of 2022. Fasten your seatbelts. The greatest Free Fire event of the year is about to begin. Next destination, Bangkok. This is how we're going to start our journey. We have teams from all over the world with us. 17 teams from 10 regions.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with my good friend Husky. Later on, we also have Holler who will be joining us. The three of us will be your shoutcasters for the day. The show's not starting just yet. This is just a little bit of a pre-show banter between the two of us as to what's going to go down today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of smack talk, some taunting videos yesterday. We figured that we would take some time to do it
To
ourselves.
smack talk them as well?
No, just just to see who has the better prediction. You know, you always say that my predictions are wrong. I'm here to prove you wrong with numbers.
Never have I ever said his predictions are wrong. I only say he curses teams, right? He predicts that they're going to rise up to the top. They usually, unfortunately, bow out a little bit too early. Thankfully, Husky, there's no bowing out today. It's the grand finals, man. Everybody's a winner. The only difference is how big of a winner you are.
Honestly, I think this finals is probably the best finals for the Free Fire World Series since the inception of the World Series, right? We've seen amazing play-in games yesterday. The 4 teams that made it through, I think, were the fan favorites as well. We have Magic Squad, we have Nagwara, we have Evo's Phoenix, and also RQ Kazu. And it was one of the closest play-ins that we've ever seen in the history of Free Fire World Series.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for, man. I mean, that's exactly what Holler and I wished for at the start of the day. We got it towards the end. We were not happy at all because it was quite heartbreaking, especially for Expand. I mean, if you lose by a landslide, I guess it's a little bit easier to accept because some of the teams out there are way better than you. But when you get so close to getting the job done and then you falter, it kind of hurts a little bit more.
And I tell you, some of these teams know that feeling, right? We talk about Expand missing out the finals by 2 points. Alpha has been in that position before during the 4 series in Sentosa a couple months ago. They were playing under the name All-Star Esports. They missed out the finals by 7 points. Well, I turn it up a notch. Evo's Phoenix knows that feeling. They missed out a trophy, a podium finish, a trophy, a second championship title by 1 point.
And you know that 1 point cost them $250,000, right? So, you know, for everyone, it's like, it's just 1 point. Don't worry, second place is better than no place at all. But yeah, man, I mean, everybody wants that massive bonus for themselves.
Of course.
Today's going to be a little bit different, obviously. Alpha, they don't have to play for no play-ins. They're already here at the grand finals. They're waiting to show us exactly what we can all see out there on the battlefield a little bit later on. I mean, if yesterday was going to be a day where you thought it was just aggressive gameplay one after the other, today it's a whole other level of gameplay that we can expect, Husky. I mean, let's talk about a few of these teams here. First off, AV Radicals, the Filipinos. They are making the nation proud. This is the first time ever since the inception of Free Fire do we have a Filipino squad on the global stage.
Absolutely. You know, for the Malaysian fans, it's heartbreak. It's the first time that we don't have a Malaysian team on the grand final stage. But like you mentioned, AJ, we have a Filipino squad. And this was 2 years in the making, right? It took them 2 years since the first MCPS major for them to finally win a major title, scraping by a 7 to 8 point advantage and qualifying for the finals directly. And even up to this point, I still think a lot of players, a lot of people still doubt these players, right? How good they are. I think Expand are better. But none of that matters anymore because AV Radicals are the one representing the region.
They most definitely are representing the region, and they're representing the region really well. If you are an MCPS fan, if you're from the region of MCPS, you have to be proud that this is the team getting the job done out there. We've also got the stats of AV Radicals Wine. Now, this guy is an absolute insane monster. We've seen in time and time again, nobody rushes in like Wine. Everybody else waits for backup. Wine does not care where backup is. He's there for the fight first.
Yeah, you know what they say? Some things age like fine wine, and AV Radical Struggles has delivered exactly that, right? This team started as PXG Radicals at one point, and at that time, they were the super team of the entire region. They dominated the local league group stage, fell short in the finals, disappeared for one season, came back as AV Radicals, and absolutely crushed the competition.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we wish that is not the same case for them here because like you said, they do really well during the league. Grand finals time is where they falter, but this time they've made it to the grand finals. Hopefully it's not going to be the same case. They only have 8 rounds to get the job done. Let's shine the spotlight a little bit on Alpha as well. We've been talking about this squad for a long time now.
Yeah, and I think Alpha is also a squad that you need to keep your eyes on because they have been a part of the local league, the Arab League, since the very beginning. And they bring in a very interesting play style. If they want to go offensive, they will definitely do that. But most of the time, they will just stay and watch. Just like a hawk, just like a bunch of eagles. They're just watching their opponents. And when they want to shift that gear, they do it phenomenally. And this is also a team that, like I pointed out just now, they were at FFWS last year at MBS, and they finished 7th place. And the reason why at Sentosa, they didn't even make it through the play-in. So this is a redemption arc for them.
Absolutely, man. I mean, to know that they can make it to FFWS, even to the play-ins level itself, this is a world-class team. Obviously, just like how Expand found out yesterday, that regardless of how good you are, there are going to be some of the squads out there who are a little bit more well-prepared. But this time around, as they squeeze themselves into the grand finals, we are expecting way more from Alpha. Let's take a quick look at Remind's stats here. 1,684 on the total damage average for this guy. 25% accuracy. That's not too shabby in a game of Free Fire.
Yeah, and this is all stats from the local league finals, right?
Correct,
so
yes.
you only have a limited amount of rounds to look at how good a player is. And when you are able to hit those numbers in just 2 days of playtime, that is, like I think impressive is an understatement. That is amazing.
Absolutely, man. Even more amazing than them might just be the squad of Ignis right now. Ignis has been making a lot of noise in the recent past. They've brought literally their whole family of Ignis squad here to the stadium as well in terms of support. Let's take a look at Kano. Average damage 1,465, 29% accuracy. I mean, if we talk about 25% not being too shabby, 29% is most definitely one that you want to have on your side.
And I'll make it even more interesting. The 1,465 total damage is just the tip of the iceberg because Ignis Esports, if we've talked about aggressive playstyle yesterday, Ignis Esports is the embodiment of aggressive. It's all about 4v4 rush. They like to get up and close and personal. This damage doesn't justify what Ignis can bring to the table, and I think later on when we see them play on that main stage, it will really shine through.
This is the second World Series experience for Ignis Esports.
Yes.
The first time around, they came through, they got into the plains at Sentosa. Unfortunately for them, just like Expand, they just managed to walk away with that 5th spot. They didn't make it through to the grand finals. And, you know, hopefully this is something that Expand kind of learns from. Just because you don't make it through in 1 year doesn't mean your journey is over. You can hustle for it a little bit more, just like what Ignis has done. Gotten that first seed straight into the grand finals. Today is where we see how they can prove themselves.
And just as a footnote, this is the only team that is considered the 2-time champions of the LATAM region.
Absolutely
and that really stays alone. We never had a 2-time champion in any regions. But this is a team that has done phenomenally on their home ground.
Yeah, and of course, within LATAM itself, you can be the best not just once but twice. But on the world stage, how far can you go, right? Because you're taking on teams like Vasto Mundo, you're taking on teams who have got not just a little bit of experience, but vast amounts of experience, not just doing battle, but dominating the rest of the teams out there in the world of Free Fire. It's not going to be an easy one for them at all. But speaking of that, Vasto Mundo, they are here and ready to rock as well.
Yeah, this team has retained the same roster from Season 3 of their local league. So they have been together for a very, very long time. They built up their chemistry. Like you mentioned, 3rd place at Free Fire World Series Sentosa, which was a few months ago. And this is not considered, I think it's regarded as the best team from the EU region, and it was not even close. They have such a huge fan base, and every time you look at Vasto Mundo, people will instantly tell you they will qualify for the finals of any World Series anytime.
Yeah, it's not the best, it's not the most popular just because they've got a huge fan base. You're talking about a team that has got 5 major European titles under their belt, and that's not the only titles that they have under their belt, right? They've got multiple podium finishes as well. They're extremely lethal out there at the battlefield. One of the more aggressive teams that you'll find out there. I really want to see a matchup between Vasto Mundo and Cade at some point today, because I think that's going to be a battle none of us will ever forget.
Yeah, and their star player Luca would definitely deliver that pain to these opposing teams. And just as it's kind of the icing on the cake, this is the only team from the EU region, right? Which says even more if there's no EU teams in the play-ins. So there's a lot of weight on their shoulders. They are the popular team. They are the favorites from EU, and I'm pretty sure all eyes will be on them.
We talked about the top dogs already. Let's talk about the underdogs as well. We've got the dark horses of the competition. Magic Squad, the Master Wizards yesterday proved that you need no Booyah to get to the top, Husky. I mean, come on. I mean, there's one thing to say, but a whole other thing to prove out there on the battlefield against so many strong teams out there.
And GU is one of the biggest reasons why Magic Squad is such a solid team. Yeah. Not just about rushing in of what we saw in majority of the rounds yesterday.
Correct.
It was also the behind-the-scenes support.
Yeah.
GU has been phenomenal in providing his team the room to breathe, at the same time making sure that he can hold his own. A lot of support players are not able to hold their own when they get rushed, but not GU. You want to fight him up close, you think you catch him off guard, he will strike back, and he strikes back hard.
Absolutely, man. And of course, who can forget us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We do have the start of the show coming up for you guys. A quick trailer before you jump into the action.
mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we'll level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can feel us with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. You can feel us with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. Cause we turn up in flames. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames.
Hey, hey, hey! สวัสดีครับ What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Hello to all of you watching us live all the way from all around the world, and welcome to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok. My name is Bam Pitipat, your host for today's extremely exciting finals. ต้อนรับทุกคนเลยนะครับที่กำลังรับชมสดๆ ไม่ใช่แค่ที่ไทยแต่ทั่วทุกมุมโลกเลยครับ กับ Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok ครับ แบมปฏิพัฒน์นะรับหน้าที่พิธีกรตื่นเต้นมากๆแล้วตอนนี้เพราะว่า Battle สุดยิ่งใหญ่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นครับ Wherever you're joining and supporting us from, be ready for the world action all the way from Central World Live right here in Bangkok, Thailand. ตื่นเต้นสุดๆเลยนะฮะความเดือดกำลังจะเกิดขึ้นอีกไม่กี่วินาทีครับ There were intense play-ins yesterday with 4 teams qualifying themselves to our finals today. Joining them are 8 other teams that have been waiting in the finals, vying for desired trophy and the title of Free Fire World Champion and the prize pool of $2 million. Yes, you heard it right, $2 million. ตื่นเต้นมากๆครับเพราะว่าได้แข่งขันไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยเมื่อวานนี้และเราก็ได้มากับ 12 ทีมที่จะมาแข่งขันกันในรอบชนะเลิศถ้วยรางวัลก็รออยู่สุดยิ่งใหญ่บำแอบเห็นแล้วสวยมากและเงินรางวัลรวมถึง2 ล้านเหรียญสหรัฐเลยครับ I bet you can feel the excitement, the thrills we got by just standing here on this very stage. พลังตอนนี้บอกเลยนี่คือครั้งแรกนะที่จัด World Series ในประเทศไทยครับแล้วก็เป็นครั้งแรกของแบมที่ได้เป็นพิธีกรด้วยดีใจมากๆพลังมหาศาลแบมตื่นเต้นและเชื่อว่าผู้เข้าแข่งขันทุกคนตื่นเต้นยิ่งกว่าครับ So ladies and gentlemen, who will be playing aggressively, who will be making an impressive outplay, and who will get the most booyahs, and who will be the MVP of the series. เรามาดูกันนะว่าใครจะเล่นได้แบบเดือดที่สุดใครจะมีจังหวะแบบสวยๆใครจะได้บูย่ามากที่สุดและใครครับจะได้เป็น MVP ของการแข่งขันค่ำคืนนี้ได้รู้กันอย่างแน่นอนครับ So ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. Let me pass it to the casters to kick off the first match today. Let's go!
Thank you very much, Bam. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, officially now, my name's AJ. I am the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky to open up the show for all of you guys officially this time as we await Bermuda to kick off match number 1. Husky, you know my usual question, man. What do you expect out of this first game?
I expect even more aggressions from yesterday. I know during the play-ins, first map, everyone plays passive, but you only have 9 teams on the map. There's more room for you to wriggle around. There's more crevices to hide in. With 12 full teams, that is not going to be a possibility. We have teams that share the same drop zone on Bermuda, so it's going to be a bloodbath.
Absolutely, man. I am looking forward to some of these hot drops because we will be able to see all of these world-class teams push to the very edge and test it very early on. You have got no room for error whatsoever, but they're in a game of Battle Royale where the gods of RNG might just be able to mess up your game with the circle dragging you left, right, center, and the teams being so unpredictable, anything can happen out there. But the teams who are able to respond well to those unexpected situations and make the right shot calls are going to be the champions of the day.
And we have seen some teams from yesterday that knew how to read the circle, and one of that was actually Evo's Phoenix. That's how they got their second and third booyah. But aside from Evo's Phoenix, we're also going to look at the other teams that are in the grand final. Starting off with the first seed from Brazil is K, the Spartan Bulls.
The Assassins, Vasto Mundo, representing the European region as the first seeded team.
The first seed of Indonesia, we have SES Alpine, known as the Predator.
The one and only, the Phoenixes, Ignis Esports, representing the Latin American region as their first seeded squad.
The Miracle Workers, AV Radicals, representing MCPS as the number 1 seed.
The Macho Alpha, representing the Middle East and North African region.
The Rising Stars of Thailand, Nigma Galaxy, first seed of Thailand.
The Mighty Eagles, HQ Esports, representing Vietnam.
The Master Wizards qualifying from the play-ins in first place yesterday, Magic Squad, second seed from Brazil.
And the Undying Comeback Kings, EVOS Phoenix, representing Thailand as their second seeded team.
Second seed of Latam, Naguara Esports, the Los Chamos.
And the veteran beast RRQ Kazu representing Indonesia as their second seeded team. And all of these teams are going to be going all out. Why, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because $2 million on the line, Husky.
And the champion walks away with pride, glory, triumph, a trophy, and $500,000 AJ.
A fat pocket.
Life-changing cash right there.
A fat pocket, a very fat bank. And I mean, the bankers are going to be ecstatic when these players walk into their bank and say, okay, I would like to deposit this amount into my bank account, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, going down the standings, every team will get a piece of the pie. It just matters to how much of a piece of the pie that they get. But to get to that point, we're going to look at the point system.
Each and every single elimination gets you 1 point. This is how you sandbag yourself if you cannot get enough placement points. Talking about placement points, if you hit that booyah, you get yourself 12. Second place gets you 9 points. 1 rank below that, each and every single consecutive rank below that, you dock away 1 single point. But the 11th and 12th spot gets no placement points at all.
So take note of this because it is very important to hit the golden ratio of elimination and placement points. But what if we run into a deadlock? Do not worry, survivors. We have the tiebreaker rules for you guys out there. First of all, we will look at the number of booyahs between the 2 teams that are tied together. If that number is tied, we will look at the total eliminations that those 2 teams have. But if that is tied as well, we will finally look at their placement in game number 8. And I sure hope we don't get to that point because it's going to be a big heartbreaker.
I mean, yesterday was close, but we did not need any tiebreaker rules. Hopefully today's not going to be the day where we invoke that because, you know, the teams up there, it's already nerve-wracking to sit down on the stage. It's already nerve-wracking to take on some of the best in the world. To be put into a tiebreaker would just absolutely crush them. But someone's going to come out there a winner, so maybe that's something that we can look forward to. But the map schedule for the day, we start things off at Bermuda, then hop on into the dry desert of Kalahari. Third map is going to be a burger tree map. We didn't get no water circle yesterday. Maybe today is the day we will be able to see a couple of those players swim, right? Yes, we did have a body of water in there, but I want to see a full-on water circle. But of course, Alpine 4th map, and then we hit the reset to do it all over again.
Yep, 8 rounds, a couple of hours left on this set, and we will have a new world champion, or maybe a returning world champion. Who's to say that's not possible? We have a team eyeing for that, but I'm just very, very excited to see how it's going to play out because the teams were absolutely loud. You heard that on stage yesterday, but even behind the scenes, while they were in their prep room, they were extremely loud. The noise, the chance that they have going into this finals is amazing. The energy is there. You feel the electricity.
You feel the energy, you feel the electricity, but it is for two reasons, right? Number one, to pump yourselves up. They were using all of those chances to pump themselves up. Number two is to unnerve their opponents. You know, you make a lot of noise, you shake them up a little bit, you show them exactly who's super confident, you get the job done out there on the battlefield, and you crush their confidence once and for all. And that is usually the tactic played here by a lot of the squads out there. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how hard Naguara can hit once again, because yesterday they were the team that surprised me the most.
Yeah, and we do have a taunt video coming up, and we want to see what the players have to say. Enjoy.
Enigma? Nunca ouvi falar nesse time antes. Esse ano a FFWS não será fácil para vocês, estreantes. Os times que foram campeões da última vez tiveram apenas sorte. Eles não são tudo isso.
เวอร์ทีลี่เนี่ยอย่าให้มันน่าเบื่อแล้วกันอยากได้อะไรที่มันท้าทายขอตึงๆได้ปะจำชื่อนิกมากับเล็กซี่ไว้ให้ดีพวกผมนี่แหละแชมป์ในปีนี้
Venimos aquí para vengarnos. Traten de no encontrarnos al principio de la partida porque lo van a pagar muy caro.
Fake S1, cry S1. Lu cuma punya satu kesempatan buat lawan gue, tapi gue tandain lo semua, hati-hati.
Ay, caramba! I absolutely love the warning by Enigma Galaxy, man. I mean, they are confident, to say the least.
Yes, they are super confident, and it's warranted. When they play in the local league, out of 12 rounds, they got 7 booyah. They won the finals by an advantage of 88 points. And guess who's in second place? Evo's Phoenix.
The
These guys
undying
got
comeback.
some bung and they deserve it.
Yeah, the undying comeback kings could find no comeback at that point. But question is, were they playing possum? You know, this is a question that I've asked many a times in the past competitions. But this time around, I don't think there's any room to kind of dodge away, right? Only 8 of those rounds there. But let's take a look at some of the stats here for Cade. 4,979 on the average damage. But look at the average eliminations this squad gets, though.
Yeah, this squad is absolutely incredible. High elimination count, high top 3 finishes.
Yes.
And this was the team that also got 4th place at FFWS Sentosa, right? So this is kind of the returning performance for them. There's a lot to be desired. And even one of their star players, Nando9, has an average of 3.0 elimination on his own. It's not the highest, but it's up there on the echelon.
That is no doubt whatsoever. With a survival time of 16 minutes and 22 seconds, you're pretty much seeing this team almost always getting into that final circle.
Absolutely.
Which is going to be a problem for a lot of the other teams who are not as consistent. They have to not only get those eliminations, but also survive. Cade knows how to do both of it.
Yeah, and they had definitely found the secret recipe to put themselves out on top, right? Even when they won the local league, they won it by a landslide. Now let's take a look at another team that deserves our attention, then the whole world will also be paying attention to, Ignis Esports. And I love this team because Ignis Esports is all about aggression. It's all about rushing into your face and getting the job done in a blink of an eye.
Once again, the second World Series appearance for them here at the 2022 Bangkok Free Fire World Series. 5th place at the Sentosa Plains. That was a massive heartbreak for Ignis Esports, but they are here to prove themselves, and they did set out a really good warning there. Make sure you're not one of those teams that meets us really early in these matches, because you surely will regret. They want to get to that final circle, and through their survival time, you see that this team almost always gets that done.
And a big part of the 7.5 average elimination came from one player and one player alone, Carlos. 20 eliminations in the local finals and 140 total eliminations during the regular season. That is crazy numbers.
Yeah, 24% accuracy, nothing that they want to shy away from. That's really good on average for your whole squad. Let's take a look at a couple of player stats as well before we take a head-to-head here. Nando9, one of the craziest MVPs that you guys can look forward to. Awaken Hayato, that's the favorite character that he uses most out there on the battlefield. And very recently, everyone's kind of realized how greatly useful those glue walls are. Mr. Wagger provides them when you are in most need.
Yeah, Mr. Wagger came into the game with style and now is one of the most beloved pets of the entire Free Fire community. And on the competitive stage, you can see exactly why. We have so many glue wall masters that run Mr. Wagger.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we want to look at Nando9's stats here. I mean, This is, I believe, one of the first times I'm actually seeing that the blue region kind of fill it up all the way towards the edge, man. 3.0 elimination average for Nando 9. This guy's a monster out there on the battlefield. And look at the average damage. It's nothing too fancy. Usually you see much lower number of average eliminations, which much higher damage. That just shows Nando 9 is very, very succinct in what he does out there.
Yeah, and just as a footnote, he has an average knockdown rate of 4.13. That is a lot. But we also want to look at Carlos from Ignis Esports. Almost the same lineup with the Awakened Hayato and Mr. Wagger. But Carlos himself, he might not sport as high as a number compared to Nando, but this guy is one of the top eliminators of their local league, and now leading the rest of Ignis Esports. I think they will stand a great chance against K.
And we most definitely do believe that Ignis Esports is going to be one of those trailblazers out there on the battlefield. Let's take a look at some of Carlos's stats and see exactly how that kind of stacks up against Nando 9. 2.5 average eliminations, damage 1,463 on average. He's got about half of his shots getting that headshot for him, so that's not too shabby at all.
Yeah, but he also has a pretty decent assist rate, right? This guy is the grenadier of his team. He is the golden arm of Ignis Esports, so he might not get a lot of headshot percentage, he might not get a lot of elimination on his own, but his utility usage has really benefited the team, and this is why Ignis Esports was such a force to be reckoned with.
But it is quite surprising with him running the grenade launches all the time. You would expect more damage from him, but let's see exactly how that fares for them a little bit later on. We want to take this head-to-head as well between Nigma Galaxy's Dew as well as SES Ray. Now, we've spoken a lot about Dew in the past whenever we've had our discussions about the Free Fire World Series. Walk me through exactly what this guy is capable of, Husky.
First of all, you see he does a crap ton of damage, has a very high elimination ratio and assist, but also Nigma Galaxy as a team is known to be very, very popular with the M79. If you get that weapon, your day in your round is going to end. And Dew is the MVP of their regular season with a total of 101 kills. And he was also the finals MVP for their local league.
I also want to take a quick comparison between the eliminations and the damage. You can see eliminations, but it's not too different from both of these players. Damage, on the other hand, is quite different. Dew requires more damage to get the 3.42 elimination. Ray, on the other hand, is a little bit more efficient out there on the battlefield, and that's mostly skewed towards him because of the headshots that he manages to get out there. Yes, both players are great, but it's all going to depend on who gets the lethal shot first. But let's take a look at the profile videos as well.
Sebuah perjalanan panjang bagi kita untuk akhirnya bisa berada di FFWS ini sejak 2021. Fakta bahwa kita bisa ke FFWS, menurut gue sangat pantas dengan semua usaha kami. Gue berharap kami bisa mendapatkan kejuaraan pertama untuk tim kita.
A nossa equipa, nós estamos juntos há muito tempo. Quando as pessoas falam de como as outras regiões são fortes, esquecem que nós fomos terceiro lugar da última vez.
Thật sự thì mình không quá lo lắng vì mình đã có trải nghiệm từ lần đi Singapore trước đó rồi. Chỉ cần team mình giữ vững phong độ thì có thể nói là HQ không ngán một ai hết.
Ipinagmamalaki ko na umabot kami dito. Gagawin namin ang lahat para magningning sa FFWS.
طريقة وحيدة حتى نظهر شكرنا للمعجبين، وهي أن نعطيهم أفضل ما لدينا. نحن مصرين على ذلك فعلا.
La última vez nuestro camino acabó en play-ins. Esta vez seguiremos peleando y acabaremos con todos.
Eu penso mais como uma vingança. Nós vamos provar que os times da Tailândia não são imbatíveis. Nem o time tailandês ganhou 2 vezes seguidas. E nós estamos aqui para que não ganhem novamente. Vamos levar esse orgulho de volta ao Brasil.
ผู้คนต่างสงสัยว่าเมื่อไหร่ยุคของทีมไทยจะสิ้นสุดลงสักที เราจะทำลายขีดจำกัดและรักษาแชมป์ที่ประเทศไทยไว้ เพราะเรานี่แหละทีมม้ามืดตัวจริง
After watching that trailer, the stage is set, my blood is pumping, the players are electrified for the final 8 rounds of this World Series. And there's so many storylines coming into this, and it's very hard to pinpoint where to start, but it's safe to say that all these fairy tales are going to build up to one big finale.
I mean, you can expect anything out there on the battlefield, but what all matters is exactly what happens as soon as they take the drop in, right? You can be the most strongest squad out there, but if Lady Luck is against you, and if two other teams have got the exact same idea to drop into the exact same compound as you in Bermuda, it's going to ruin your chances, regardless of who you are. Unless that is also going to be your best stage to really shine. Taking on two teams at the same time with a hot drop, things can turn around, but you know, you need the magic dust from Magic Squad for something like that to happen.
We have seen a couple of teams yesterday from the play-ins that do not mind these hot drops.
They don't.
Infinity VX was one of them. Nagara Esports will gladly hunt you down if you share the same area as them. But we also have teams in this finals that love to hot drop. For example, AB Radicals. Where the blue zone is where you will find them.
Correct.
And this could be a worry for AB Radicals as a team because more aggressive squads might just seek them out.
More aggressive squads might most definitely seek them out, but you know, from what we saw yesterday, a lot of them within the Free Fire World Series try their best to avoid that blue circle because they anticipate heavy firepower there, right? AB Radicals has just been that one hard-headed squad, that one hard-headed team that just doesn't care. I mean, you want to drop by and visit us, we will take our chances. And that hasn't really gone really great for them a lot of those times. But most of the times, they kind of just luck out because the other teams just choose to not take that risk very early on. Because yes, you know you can anticipate AB Radicals there, but who else might have that weird idea to hot drop into the blue zone as well? That's something that you cannot anticipate.
They have a high record of dismantling any team that shares the same zone with them, right? We look at the players on the team. We have Ray Meow, Tools, Tanamo, and Wine. These four are superstars, and some of them started way back then in the first major last year. VPH Velocity, Tools and Ray Meow, well, from the same team, and the moment they show up on the battlefield, we dub them as the wonder kid of the Philippines. And right now, a year plus later, they're on that world stage. This really says a lot about these individual players.
I'll have to agree, man. Of course, they come from the exact same server that we shoutcast for a lot as well. So we know this team extensively, but we also know that AB Radicals is unfortunately riddled with a little bit of inconsistencies that usually hurts them towards the end of the run, right? We see massive league stage runs from them. Grand finals is where they bomb out. But the biggest of difference was in MCPS this time round. They broke their own record by maintaining that consistency. But the problem here is it's not a team that is hot on day one in itself. It's a team that takes not just a while, but a long while to wind up. That's my biggest concern for the Filipinos in here today.
I have to second that. I think there's something that they need to shake off, bring their best game for this 8 rounds, and maybe and perhaps they will show us a different role and do the region justice. But speaking about inconsistency, I want to kind of draw a parallel. I want to talk about a consistent team that is already in the finals. I want to talk about K from Brazil because this team not only dominated the Brazilian league, the fact that they reached in such good form with the numbers that they have could make them a force to be reckoned with to go for that trophy. I think they might be a big threat to teams like Nigma Galaxy or even stop Evo's Phoenix from repeating that 2-time victory.
I don't think that's going to be a question at all, Cade. They've proven themselves at Sentosa already. This is one of the most aggressive teams that you can have out of the Brazilian region as a whole. And I mean, if Magic Squad was phenomenal yesterday without doing much, Cade is the team that does a lot out there on the battlefield. So imagine how much of action you can expect out of them. But, you know, that just shows the level of competition that we've got in FFWS. One of the most aggressive teams still can't get that #1 spot. Then you know exactly what you can expect. I also want to kind of focus on Nigma Galaxy here because we saw exactly what EVOS Phoenix was capable of yesterday. 2 games, they might have just not played those 2 matches. They dropped on in, they bombed out in the most miserable way possible, and at the end of the 2 rounds, they had, what, 9 points?
Yeah.
But where were they at the end of the day? Made it through it well.
They finished the playoffs, the play-in in second, and they got more than 100 points. That is very, very impressive, right? The only team ahead of them was Magic Squad, but that is a team that has shown us consistency since the very first round. And there's also kind of a hidden plot line that I noticed yesterday from the play-ins is between the region of Latam and Brazil. Yesterday, it was Magic Squad and Naguara Esports going head-to-head, and I think the only reason that Naguara Esports ended play-ins in 3rd place was because they have one round where they kind of fell short in the very beginning. Other than that, they have been as consistent as Magic Squad. We saw how aggressive they were. They were the ones that were constantly messing up Magic Squad's chance. every time we look at the top 4 teams in the 6th or 7th circle, Naguara Esports and Magic Squad will always be there.
Naguara was also one of those that actually eliminated EVOS Phoenix a little prematurely.
Oh, yes.
We did not expect that turnout at all. EVOS Phoenix, they had the high ground advantage. They had the pre-vision first. They knew that the players of Naguara were approaching them, and that split-second decision-making out of Naguara was so phenomenal to watch, because the moment they started getting fired at, and this was in the open grounds, the first point here was they did not waste a lot of those glue walls. 2 glue walls were popped out, mainly by the player that was spotted first. And the response time, the reaction in terms of communication, the rest of the players from Naguara, like clockwork, immediately stopped, doubled down, flanked towards the right, and annihilated EVOS Phoenix. I mean, teams like that just take my breath away, Husky.
And at the same time, Naguara Esports is also one of the loudest teams in this arena. You could hear their calls every single time during a skirmish. I might not understand what they're saying, but those were definitely fighting words. And Naguara Esports always pops off, even when they get a free kill at the very start of the round. That's what makes them so special. But there are some teams that we haven't touched much on, and I think it's the apt moment to talk about them. I want to talk about HQ Esports from Vietnam. This is the first seed from the region and the only representative from Vietnam. And this is a very bite-the-bulk team. Think about LGDS, but from Vietnam instead. Very methodical, very macro-intensive. Yesterday, macro-intensive playstyles didn't really work out. And this raises a question for me. How will HQ Esports fare in this final?
Quite a mechanically skilled squad. They are very sound in terms of their strategy making. And one of their best qualities is how they rush on in for some of these battles, right? Tyson especially, he is a star player for the squad, always manages to deliver. But, I'm just worried a tad bit for their inconsistencies. FFWS 2021, though, they did manage to get that 5th spot. So this is the kind of team that really knows how to get the job done when it truly matters. And they've got that experience from the world stage of the past already. They know what to expect. And obviously, they haven't been sitting on resting on their laurels for the past year. They would have been strategizing how to get back on this stage and smash the rest and grab the championship for themselves. So I think it's surely a team we need to watch out for.
Yeah, this team has superstars. I think Tyson, like you mentioned, is definitely kind of the one that attracts all the eyeball.
Correct, yeah.
But they also have another player, Neo, which I think contributes a lot to the squad. What's scary is that if you look at the star players of every single team and you look at their performance, the numbers from their local finals, Neo actually averages below a lot of these players. And if we're putting a lot of those eggs onto Tyson's basket, it might be an attack point for the other squads to kind of go after HQ Esports and say, you know what, if Tyson is down, HQ Esports gets crippled.
Yeah, and that's something that I have to agree with. But overall, when you take a quick comparison in terms of the stats of HQ versus any one of the other teams, for example, like Cade or Vastamundo, these are titans of the competition right now, right? Titans within the top 12 in itself. They don't fare up well at all. On paper, HQ looks like they're going to be eaten up alive out there on the battlefield. And this is just purely comparing those numbers. So it's going to have to be a strategic-based approach for HQ no matter what, because if they just want to go in there guns blazing, I don't think this competition is going to fare well for them by the end of the day.
And I honestly think that there are too much cooks in the kitchen for aggressive plays. We have more than half the teams in this final are regarded as very aggressive teams, very high octane. They like to run at you and take you out. And we've seen some good examples yesterday. Again, Naguara Esports being one of them. Magic Squad also show a bit of the prowess, even though
RRQ
Kazu as well, but that's more up in the air, right? Because RRQ Kazu, out of 8 rounds, they had 3 rounds where it felt like they were prepping so much for the late game that they never really truly made it to the late game in one piece. We've seen incidents where they revived their members and those members parachuted into a firing range and they end up getting eliminated again. So I would put RRQ Kazu on the sideline just if we talk about raw aggression, because RRQ Kazu is a late game centric team and this team requires a lot of time to get there.
Yeah, and of course they do plan for the late game. Everybody wants to get to that final circle, but RRQ Kazu is also one of those teams that's not afraid to take a gunfight before getting there, right? Push comes to shove, you know they are tagging you up first. That could have been also the reason why they struggled just a tad little bit. We're going to take a quick zoom in now to see exactly what the game faces look like out there on the battlefield and on this LAN stage event in itself. HQ Esports sits down up at the very top, Alpha as well. And some of you guys might be wondering, wait a minute, can't they just take a peek down? No, the tables are built quite sturdily, quite well. You can barely look down.
Yeah, I mean, you would have the time. Would you have the time? No, you would be focusing on the game at hand.
Yeah.
But of course, for 4 regions in particular, this is extremely huge for them. AV Radicals on our screen right now, the representative of MCPS. Also, just like Expand, this is their first debut on the international stage as a region, as a team. So you can kind of feel that pressure, but they look ready as ever. But back to the 4 important regions, we have Brazil with 2 teams in the finals. We have Latin with 2 teams. We have Indonesia with 2 teams. And last but not least, we also have Thailand with Nigma Galaxy, the Rising Stars, and Evo Phoenix coming back for the potential second championship title.
Dude, I really don't know what to expect here, man. I mean, you've got the Thai team that is just showing us on paper that we should be expecting a lot out there on the battlefield today, right? And I'm mainly talking about Nigma Galaxy. The sheer force of supremacy that they showed us within their own regional qualifier should kind of give you a preview of what to expect later on out there on the battlefield. But of course, as we open up Bermuda, game number 1 of the day, this is the official one for the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. First match, and the flight path is super lenient to all of the players.
Well, so excited, AJ. It's the finals. We get 8 rounds of incredible Free Fire action. But we know we touched a bit on Bermuda, where some teams love this map, and not only love this map, they also share same drop zones as their opponents. And I'm seeing a bit of a shift from some of these squads. RRQ Kazu is one of them. They're dropping Katu Listewa. That's kind of not the common place that they would go. HQ, though, splitting up the entire team.
And AV Radicals, instead of going in here straight up for their high-tier loot zone, they seem to have taken a drop very close towards the players of Nigma Galaxy. And this is all happening, I believe, very, very close towards Mars Electric. So this might not turn out very good for them. Cade, on the other hand, straight in between Alpha, who split off into a buddy system here, 2-2. And this split could be the best thing for Alpha or the worst thing for them. Cade, all together, they can focus around. They don't really need to overextend. But how much of loot can you secure within such a small compound?
I would say if you are a team like Evo's Phoenix on our screen right now, you can secure a ton of loot.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, there were only, I believe, 1 or 2 teams that split up so much. One of them being Expand, right? They were constantly splitting out, they were dodging other teams, and we say that you can do it because there's lesser teams, but it seems like we have a combat situation.
Yep, and it looks like Alpha wants to move on and straight on for the shutdown. And they circle around from the right-hand side. You've got a left flank as well. Rad, he is really low on HP. Thankfully, he does have a med kit to patch himself right back up. And from the get-go here, Cade might be in a lot of trouble. We just spotted them earlier on. Not a lot of loot on Cade. As you can see, a lot of these players barely have a med kit.
And Alpha, I don't think K expected Alpha to be here. We talked about how Alpha would switch things up if needed. They like these gear shifts, and they just drove straight into K and took them on. This could be massive for Alpha if they pull it off.
Glue wall melter, all being tossed around. They don't want those defenses up. They want to finish this quickly, swiftly, and as fast as they can. They want to take all of those elimination points. Nando with the first blood. Who else can we expect? Remind down and out as well as General tries to flank on from that left-hand side. The players of Alpha try to hold on for their dear lives, but it all comes to an end. And the only casualty was Dead God down on the ground, but he himself has been picked up with not much of medkit. In fact, with no medkits at all. They annihilated Alpha.
I mean, Alpha took a chance and it didn't end the way that they wanted to. I mean, Vasto Mundo already got 2 kills against RRQ Kazu. They're going to look for more Blazer 10 on the ground.
Oh, and it looks like Vigord goes down as well. Ramiel manages to get one for himself. It is going to be the players of Vasto Mundo in a quick skirmish, but only Blazer 10 is lost in this one bout. So it's all good for the time being for Master Mundo. As long as you can keep your ranks together and bring those revivals in, you're not going to be too tickled at all. Nigma Galaxy, on the other hand, they're not going to be too pleased with the loss of this first player.
Those were easy pickings for Vasto Mundo, by the way, because RRQ Kazu split up the entire team. So they were playing this, let's get some loot. If you get knocked down, we will revive. But Naguara Esports, they found AV Radicals, and this team just dodged Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, AV Radicals just jumping in from one battle to another in this high-tier loot zone. Let's see if or not they've had enough on their side to fight back. Razor finds Luca. Vasto Mundo biting the dust by the second as it takes on. Ignis on the other hand, has the whole of Clock Tower to tease as well as loot up. So this team is going to be quite ready for that next battle. As you can see, Carlos really stacking up all of those medkits for himself.
We have so many revives on the map right now. The only team that was knocked out was Alpha. And it really came down to just Cade having a good support system behind the lines. I honestly thought that those long-range fights would not work out because it was in a tight building. But Cade made it work. Those CQCs were just in their favor. We can see the Magic Squad on the radar right now, just cutting through Bimaksakti strip, just making sure they skirt the circumference, making that rotation. Might run into SCS outflank.
AV Radicals in a lot of trouble now. As Nagwara takes over the high-tier loot zone, they scramble, breaking off in two separate directions, both trying to play for that revival. If one goes down, they still have the other to count on. EVOS Phoenix, they've rotated into peak, and they're still undisturbed. This is a good looting process for the Thai squad.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS Phoenix have been playing a very slow game towards the tail end of yesterday's as well. And they are not really phased. We've seen them caught in a very bad position on Purgatory. That was round 7, and they came out with a booyah. Sure, you can say they only got one elimination, but there's not much teams that can survive until the end in that fashion.
I think RRQ is like the richest team out here on the battlefield. I think that's the second or third player they're buying right back into the matchup. They keep losing players, they keep getting them right back into the mix. That might sound like a great play, but it is terrible for the prep for that final circle because you're barely sustaining any of that loot on you. You have to drop right back into the map and you have to loot up that whole area once again and expect the rest of your team members to back you up. That wastes a lot of time. You don't move for that circle. You don't find a defensive position for yourself. So the Indonesian squad of RRQ, they need to figure out exactly how they can get their pace back together here.
And that's exactly the worry that we slightly touched on in that pre-show. RRQ Kazu, ever since yesterday, have had these moments where they split up, gather resources, get enough coins, buy the teammates that have been eliminated back into the round, and they end up with nothing. They end up poorer than they were when the round started. And it is a big concern for RRQ Kazu. I would love to see them take a bit more initiative because that was how RRQ Kazu squeezed into the finals with a 2-point advantage over Expand. It was because they took those first moves, they took the initiatives, and they took the fights. Right now, we're seeing them default back to a very passive gameplay, solely focusing on that late game. But getting there is a problem if you keep losing members.
Yeah, man. Feel good. Right back in the mix with the rest of the Enigma Galaxy squad. Luca back in as well as Crusher revives his buddy. And the rest of the squad of the Cade squad here, moving straight towards Clock Tower. Doesn't seem to be coming through, but Ignis flies straight on in towards Clock Tower instead. Vasto Mundo already there, but Crusher's just a little bit too far away. And remember, Luca just made it back, so the guy barely has any loot on him. If Ignis strikes now, Ignis can get a lot of those elimination points at the expense of Vasto Mundo. But Vasto Mundo saw them flying on in, and they won nothing of this bout. They back away from Clock Tower.
Yeah, smart decision from Vasto Mundo. Lovely choice. Ignis Esports actually have been at Clock Tower since the start of the round. Vasto Mundo ran into them. They're like, you know what? We're not going to take this fight. And Ignis Esports not only get to keep their stronghold, but it is also a stronghold that is within the circle. They are very, very safe. We've seen how teams like Expand played Clock Tower yesterday. There's so much room to maneuver around. And you really don't want to make that mistake of trying to take over Clock Tower and underestimating the crevices that the players could be hiding in. Ignis Esports, they're hiding these high ground, these elevated points, and they're not going to allow Vasto Mundo to just run in.
HQ Esports and RRQ, that battle is about to break down on a high ground just beyond this compound here. EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, they don't have much of a defensive position, but what they do have is a very stray Cade running straight towards them. And this might just be the advantage that EVOS Phoenix can play against them because they do have that elevation on that high ground that they can use as defense whilst they take those long shots against the players of Cade. But as you can see, the movements out of Cade as well, super slow. They don't want to take any chances. They're waiting for some sort of action out there on the battlefield or distraction before they can move out in the open space. I like the strategy by Cade.
And I like the strategy by EVOS Phoenix because they're taking so much space. And sure, you would argue that some of these members are out in the open. Jonah is one of them.
Magic's on the way
getting them a lot of info for themselves. And Magic Squad, like you pointed out, might just run into these teams. But I think we would probably see a temporary truce between EVOS Phoenix and Cade because I don't think Cade will want to take this high ground fight. EVOS Phoenix have controlled so much space. It's really hard to attack unless you push through with that numbers advantage, which Cade are not willing to take the risk right now.
At this point, it's very clear that EVOS Phoenix knows that there is a squad right there in front of them. Cade. They have to play this as carefully as possible. Naguara is just beyond. And Vasto Mundo finally catches up with Ignis Esports once again. Crusher, 7 more HP left. Has got 2 medkits to work around with. If Kano does have a grenade here, he can go in here for the toss. But instead, it is Crusher that lobs that grenade over. Does he get the tag? No, he doesn't. Carlos should be able to get this save. And Ignis survives this.
And Eric just got that knock. Crusher needed to survive, but Eric delivers that knockdown blow. And Crusher is not going to get saved. His teammates aren't near enough. And this is going to give Ignis some space to work with. But there's return trades from Blazer onto Carlos.
Yep, Nunes. Shots onto Kano can perhaps give them a little bit of an advantage here as Carlos is super low. One good nade, even if it clips him slightly, should give that advantage over to Vasto Mundo and slow the defensive reposition of the Ignis squad. But Vasto Mundo, as they try to chase them, they are being aided and at the very same time pressured by the blue zone, tagging up one of their players. Circle found by Vasto Mundo first, but Ignis is going to be circling away from them in towards Bima Sakti Strip. A lot of this compound here that they can use as a defensive structure.
I wonder if Vasto Mundo saw this because look at what Ignis is doing. They're splitting up. It's a 2-2 formation. They can pincer Vasto Mundo if they want to. And they've decided that unanimously. We see that instant split. And Vasto Mundo also don't have a numbers advantage. It's a 3 versus 4 in favor of Ignis.
Jason. He tops his health right back up. Carlos, on the other hand, outside the circle. This is not a position that you want to hold on to. But Carlos getting super aggressive, cooking up that nade. Is Luca going to get caught halfway through, or will Luca manage to trade Carlos out first? This is just an insane setup as Vasto Mundo. Crusher's been taken out already, so this is a 4v3, and the advantage to the side of IGS. Carlos still cooking up the nade. The guy hasn't tossed it in just yet. Finally does. Blazer, Luca goes down, and that is Carlos' toss for you. Kano with a backup as well. Blazer Den still alive and kicking, but Carlos cooking up yet another special delivery for both of them. And here comes the flag. Ignis is going to be able to finish off Vasto Mundo, but Nunes has managed to escape this already.
He's trying to provide backup for his team, but he's just not going to be able to do enough. We saw this pincer coming from miles away. AJ, we talk about how Ignis Esports, they split up 2 by 2 because they knew they had the numbers advantage and they can do this unexpected crunch. Vasto Mundo did not see that coming, got punished dearly. And I don't think Nunes can run away in time.
Nah, this is all over for Nunes. There's no way in hell he gets away unless RRQ manages to interfere. Legaloth, he has got the VSS from afar, man. Knocking Jason down, or Eric is going to be slowing them down, but they can also take those pot shots against Vasto Mundo's Nunes. Nunes 7 in a sticky situation here. Just a boulder between him as well as Ignis squad with 3 eliminations in hand. They want to make it a special 4 for themselves, all at the expense of Vasto Mundo. No grenades in the hands of Eric, so Nunes is going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. But I have to say, the finish onto Vasto Mundo, the MVP for that fight, was the one and only Carlos.
AB Radicals might just get rushed. Nigma Galaxy once more at the horizon. Good glue by Tanamo to block that nade. But Nigma Galaxy, they're putting on so much pressure because they need to get onto that high ground. Kale is behind AB Radicals. This fight needs to conclude as fast as possible.
Yep, Juice, good shot right back. Woodpecker in hand, stop. Manages to reposition. Tanamo cooking up the grenade already, very aggressive, and only manages to knock about 50% of that HP of Field God. Field God goes down, grenade responds, but Tanamo manages to dodge that one. Nigma Galaxy taking on the Filipinos, and can Juice toss one right in as well. He does have 1 grenade on him, but also the Mag 7, one of the best shotguns to use out there on the battlefield. CQC, you can get the shots out of this auto shotgun, and I believe Juice manages to get that done. Wine is just a little bit too far though, and here comes Cade as well.
AB Radicals are in danger. They took that close quarter combat. It didn't work out. Now NGX have time to bring the rest of his team back. AB Radicals have little space to work with. Wine and Ray Meow, they're cuddled up together at this point on the map. But they have lost high ground advantage. NGX, they can easily outrun this blue zone and go for the kill.
Naguara taken out in the 11th spot already. A little unfortunate for the team that performed so well at the play-ins. Nigma Galaxy trying to circle on in, and look at who's inside the next circle already. The one and only Cade. Mochi head stop, and it headshot to stops him right in his stacks. And Nunes still manages to get a frag, but put down finally. And that is Vasto Mundo out in the 9th spot.
Horribly bad news for NGX. They thought they had a free prey in the form of AB Radicals, but they're getting taken down. And Magic Squad also found SCS outfight. GU turns the corner, gets an easy elimination, and SCS outfights hope rests on just one member, and that one member is also out. Jojo is eliminated, and Bobs lands the killing blow.
Quick and easy. Magic Squad. Pixie does still in full action here. 8 eliminations. They are on fire through the play-ins. They want to prove that they are the best Brazilian squad. As Wine goes down, that is AB Radicals in that 7th spot, taken out a little prematurely. We'll have to wait to see exactly what they have for us a little bit later on. But I want to see Bobs in that final circle with this grenade launcher. This guy can do a lot of damage.
Keith and Evo's Phoenix have been holding that circle for the longest time, but I would argue that Kate just have a better compound to work with, more space to maneuver around, more angles to look at. They just gotta make sure that Evo's Phoenix doesn't punish them. Moshi got a couple of damage in, but it's not enough. You need to get those knocks. Nigma Galaxy are on the horizon, and HQ Esports are out in 6.
You can't afford to have that sniper and really just tag the player up twice and not drop him at all, man. That's just a little unfortunate. That headshot might have done him a lot of good. God Cruz, on the other hand, takes Caramel out of the equation. Jonah, what's his response going to be? Nando 9, the MVP of Cade, down on the ground. If he's taken out of the equation here, it's going to be lethal. And Cade, I don't know if they can survive from this. God Cruz does manage to spot the one and only Dead God as a misplaced glue wall exposes him awkwardly. Drags down on the ground already, so Magic Squad loses one of their MVP players. Dead God on that left-hand side flank, and Evo's Phoenix can undo them, but Dew very slowly has now just sneaked on in. But as I talk about him, Modestia finds the guy.
Yeah, they were keeping an eye on the perimeter for a long time, but Jiu gets another long-range snipe, and this is so much value. They didn't get the elimination, but these knocks are gonna start hurting towards the final leg of the race.
GU, AC80, it's all about the accuracy here and the timing, but the circle's gonna tease them. And Italo and GU, they don't have an opportunity. This circle is gonna hurt you, my friend. GU, less than 30 of that HP on him, finally gets snagged up. Evo's Phoenix gets the knock. Bye-bye, GU. And Evo's Jonah manages to get that elimination secured for the squad. And Evo's Phoenix, they want to continue to barrel roll over all of the other squads. Cade right back up on their feet. Magic Squad, their Magic Pixie dust finally runs out. But Cade, RRQ backstab as well. Cade might be the ones who are in the most trouble.
This is the final stronghold for Cade. It is a big test. It might be a 2 versus 1 at this point. Cade still have all members alive, but you can see that they're getting pressure from multiple angles. Modestia tries to find a flank.
And they do throw in the glue wall melter. God Cruz double. The God Nade gets the gods themselves. And Evo steps on in. They get the eliminations. RRQ next on the list. But Modestia, charge buster. Perfect timing. VK goes down. And K taken out of the equation already. RRQ down. Evo's Phoenix, the comeback kings. The undying Evo's Phoenix gets the first booyah of the day.
You see that trophy on the stage, AJ? That's what Evo's Phoenix is after, and they have started the day with one of the most impressive booyahs. And I want to quickly bring it back to the moment where we talk about Evo's Phoenix and Vivo and K, right? K hiding in that building, Evo's Phoenix on that high ground. But what did I say? Evo's Phoenix, they had 2 members out in the open. They controlled that space for the entire round. They never let go of any ground, and the best part is they barely had to use glue walls. What did that do? It allowed Evo's Phoenix to not only get the pincer in, it not only prevented any team from threatening them, including Kate, it gave them a booyah.
Sometimes when you have those victories in a battle royale, one might ask, was it the gods of RNG on your side? Was luck on your side? This is the squad that has been proving from yesterday that it's not all about just the luck, but it's also about all of the strategy. Replay, let's see. So I have to ask Husky, did you see that coming from EVOS Phoenix?
More than 50%. The moment I saw how they stacked up their members on that high ground, I had a feeling that if we go down to the final circle and Kate gets pincered, EVOS Phoenix has a great chance. I was looking at the utilities, the glue wall, the grenades. They had everything prepared for that final push.
And RRQ was the blessing in disguise for EVOS Phoenix. The moment RRQ showed up, that distraction was played. Kate had no way whatsoever, because the first thing that they did was jump out of their compound and hold on towards the back defense, expecting the barricades of the wall in itself to stop the players of EVOS Phoenix. But the moment RRQ started tagging them, they rushed into that compound. Guess what? Grenade delivery from EVOS Phoenix. That was exactly what undid Kate, man. If there was no grenade from EVOS, I believe they would have still been able to fight that back really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the match standing would tell us a very compelling story of round number 1. EVOS Phoenix, obviously with the Booyah and 10 elimination, gave them 22 points. But RQ Kazu, with that last minute rush, they didn't do too shabby. They have 8 total eliminations. They put themselves in second place by the end of this round, 17 points.
3 out of 4 play-ins teams have dominated round number 1.
Oh, yes.
What about that, man? EVOS Phoenix, RRQ Kazu, Magic Squad. The only unfortunate ones from this whole list is Naguara, who manages to stake that 11th spot for themselves to that single elimination that they did take, but a little too premature of an elimination for them, put them out of the equation. Nigma Galaxy is keeping the pressure on everybody else, though, alongside Vivo Kate. Vivo Kate did really well in terms of the game of survival, but also managed to pick up 6 eliminations for themselves, manages to get them for a total of 14. That's not too bad of a round for Kate.
Absolutely not. I think for Kate, other than them holding that hut and getting crunched, they also started losing ground when I believe Modestia got knocked down early on by EVOS Phoenix. That really threw a wrench in their plans. But we gotta talk about the MVP of round number 1, and it has to be God Cruz.
Oh yeah.
6 eliminations with the grenade. And remember, one of that grenade he lobbed took out the entire Kate team towards the very end.
Yeah, and you know, yes, luck was involved, but for a majority of this game, EVOS Phoenix forced that luck to be on their side. They played the game of patience. The timing was just absolutely sublime for the team as well as God Cruz. Let's take a look at the elimination leaders for this lobby as well, the top players. And of course, the one that takes the spot, God Cruz, with a total of 6 eliminations. Beside him, you've got Jiu as well as Razor, who are tied up with 3 eliminations each.
Yeah, very, very solid numbers from these players. But for EVOS Phoenix, they have shown us what it's like to play around a free fire, but not necessarily gunning after those eliminations, because this round is a great reminiscent of yesterday's play-ins last round, where they just play it slow and they still made it until the end, and that's where the eliminations start rolling in.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, and these are the key players of this matchup as well. Jonah was the king of assists out there on the battlefield as he continuously tagged up players, allowing the rest of his team members to eliminate them from the equation. The glue wall master, the one and only Crusher. The amount of defensive structures set up by Vastomundo just to block away a lot of those damage and continue surviving in that matchup was quite phenomenal, and it was really nice to see them kind of dodge all of those shots through all of the glue walls as well.
And they were getting ran down by Ignis Esports, so there's a lot of work being put in to keep that team afloat, but obviously they didn't finish as strong as we wanted them to in round number 1. We also have Luca from Vastomundo, 4 glue walls destroyed with Skylar, and at the end of this list, we have Ray Meow from AB Radicals blocking almost 1,700 damage with the time turner. And this is an interesting thing to look at, right? Because Ray Meow not only is known as the Wonder Child, but it's also the close quarter combat god of AB Radicals. Probably the best from from Philippines, and here he is supporting his team.
One of the best for sure. If you are talking about CQC, my man is 100% wine. The guy is a monster in those CQCs, but we have not seen him get super aggressive just yet. It's starting to become a pattern now for the teams out of MCPS. They seem to underestimate their prowess out there on the battlefield. Once they move into that state of flow and get into those battles freely, I think we can expect more from AV Radicals. But of course, this next matchup is going to be at Kalahari, and we can expect that Refinery to be overtaken once again by RRQ. Question is, will we see anyone hot drop them at this spot? Because this has been a question on my mind for the longest of time. Why doesn't anybody do it? Refinery is an amazing place to take over very early on in the game.
It's an amazing place to take over if you are the first team to drop that. Contesting Refinery is very, very tough because of how wide it is, and it's not kind of a ground floor structure,
Correct,
right?
yes.
You have so many elevations to worry about, and once you lose your footing, it is very hard for you to get the resources. There is no recovery mechanism unless you use the grappling gun, but that is also a tough task, which is why RQ Kazu has held Refinery with an iron fist. And I don't think there's any team that favors Refinery on Kalahari. There are teams that like Kalahari, but not Refinery.
Yeah, the Refinery, of course, has been the masterful place where RRQ has managed to get a lot of action kind of skewed towards their path. Elimination points picked up as well with the bird's eye view. But I, of course, want to see exactly who takes the challenge up against them, because like you said, if you're a little bit late to the party, it will not fare you well. But if you do take that hot drop against them, you get to spoil their party very early on.
All eyes will be on RQ Kazu because they are known as the Lords of Kalahari. But we have 11 other teams that are here to take them down. So we'll see if that is possible, because Game 2 is coming up on Kalahari. We'll be back after this break.
Acho que nós não temos um time como o maior rival. Todos os times são bons, estamos estudando todos e temos um bom plano para todos. O jogo decorreu como era para ser, nos classificamos, que era a nossa meta, e ocorreu o que nós esperávamos. Sim, estou satisfeito, foi uma estreia de Mundial muito boa. Se Deus quiser, vamos conseguir muito mais e sempre tem que melhorar.
คิดว่าใครเป็นผู้ปรับก็น่าจะเป็นนิกม่าครับเพราะว่าแผนการเล่นเขาดีครับแผนรับมือโค้ชได้เตรียมไว้ให้แล้วครับรู้สึกยังไงกับวันนี้ก็รู้สึกเหนื่อยครับแล้วก็ดีใจด้วยคิดว่าเต็มที่กันแล้วครับเพราะว่าทุกคนก็ทำเต็มที่กันทุกคนเลยครับวันนี้
Nuestro mayor enemigo somos nosotros mismos, ya que si mejoramos eso no nos para nadie. Fue algo inesperado, pero lo veníamos trabajando y la verdad teníamos bastante confianza con el equipo. Le quería decir gracias al staff, al coach, a los jugadores por dejarlo todo.
Saya pikir musuh terberat kami itu Naguara dan kami akan mengkat rotasi mereka besok dan kami akan lebih fokus lagi besok. Saya merasa pertandingan tadi sangat sulit, tapi kami akan menjadi lebih baik lagi. Saya sangat puas dengan apa yang telah kami lakukan, komunikasi dan koordinasi kami sudah sangat baik.
تكون متفائل حاجة باهية، ما تكون متفائل برشا حاجة ضحك.
Iniisip na nga namin kung paano kami mag-celebrate pagtapos ng finals. Walang mawawala sa amin dito. Ipapakita namin kung gaano kami kagaling.
Chúng tôi không cần biết đại diện của bạn là ai, nhưng các bạn muốn lấy chức vô địch thứ 3 ư? Chúng tôi sẽ mang nó về Việt Nam.
Ei, vocês não têm apenas a Phoenix e a Enigma, vocês têm-nos também a nós. Ficámos à vossa frente no Mundial passado. Enigma, eu não vos conheço, mas vocês devem nos conhecer do Mundial passado. Mas se ainda não nos conhecerem, vamos passar a conhecer, porque na final vamos ficar sempre à vossa frente.
Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. Unpredictable, if you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop.
The returning Titans of Thailand, EVO's Phoenix, soared to their first booyah in this finals with a very impressive round 1 on Bermuda. This is the Free Fire World Series 2022 live here in Bangkok, Thailand. And we are your commentators. My name is Husky alongside Mustachio AJ.
And you know, yesterday we dubbed them the Undying. Then today we had to add on the title of the Comeback Kings, right? And what a comeback they're making in here. And I'm not talking about a comeback of any sorts. I'm talking about a comeback as the world champion in itself. And they desperately want it. And the most surprising thing here is the kind of domination that we saw out of Nigma Galaxy within the regionals for Thailand was not seen on Bermuda.
And a very, very fun fact, of all the World Series that we had, this is the 4th one. If I remember correctly, Thailand, as just one community, one region alone, has won more than half of the World Series.
Correct, yeah. And that in itself speaks volumes as to how much you can expect from them out there on the battlefield, and having 2 Thai teams on top of everything else within one grand finals is going to pose to be a huge problem for a lot of these teams, right? Because even though we did see Nigma Galaxy did not get all the way too far on their top 3, they didn't get the podium finish, but they're pretty much still in the race for that finisher. But EVO's Phoenix, they battled through all of that adversity. We were looking at the map before, you know, ending the break in itself. They were, to a certain degree, lucky because the circle didn't force them to move away a lot. But there were teams approaching their compound, which they skillfully prevented in terms of an engagement, continuously firing at them and playing possum at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what makes them so special. But before we talk more about EVO's Phoenix, we're gonna remind you guys that there is the Esports Award that is still ongoing, and we want your help to vote for Free Fire for the best mobile esports game of the year. We've done it 2 years in a row. Let's make it 3.
Absolutely, man. And we all believe this is going to be the game that's going to win, but obviously we can't get it done without your vote. So please do not forget to hop on in there and vote for us as well. And of course, a quick super shout out to our streaming partner, YouTube, the best platform for gamers and content creators alike. I am so ecstatic because every single time you hop on into the YouTube and you take a look at the chat, the community there is just so beautiful, Husky.
Very wholesome flags of the teams that they support, just very constructive people. This is what makes Free Fire such a great community, right? We're not just the best mobile esports game, we probably have the best community out there.
Yeah,
I dare say it.
Absolutely, right? One of the best communities, no doubt at all whatsoever. Let's take a look at, you know, some of the teams that did bomb out in that first round. AV Radical, single elimination, 4 placement points. The Filipinos didn't do all that too fancy in that round. Talk to me about what happened.
Well, 2 teams were threatening them the entire round. We have Nigma Galaxy that was on their tail. I believe took down 2 of their members. When they ran away, they ran into Nagwara Esports, who were also pressuring them. They got out of that chokehold, ran back into Nigma Galaxy, and that was their undoing.
Let's take a look at, of course, the match stats in a bit as well. SES Alpine, they didn't do all that too well for themselves. 3 elimination points, 3 from the placements as well. Manages to get them a total of 6. But the kings of game number 1, once again, the undying comeback kings, EVO's Phoenix, 22 total score, 10 from eliminations, 12 from the Booyah, of course, and with a total damage of 6,624. They were doing a lot of work out there. And once again, a lot of this damage came forth from them just playing passively, defensively, tagging players up, making sure they don't approach their compound at all. And at one point, they barely had a compound.
This is masterful from EVO's Phoenix, right? It would take a while to break down every single move, but from what we've seen and what I've touched on was how they take space. This is the easiest way to understand why EVO's Phoenix could hold a compound with minimal numbers and still defend that area. 2-2 split, they held open ground, kept K at bay, and also the other 2 members in the building at peak was able to kind of gatekeep the rest of the teams. And in these kind of situations, one might argue that sure, they didn't have to move much, but it's how you do with the what you do with the circle and how you deal with encroaching teams from all corners that makes you a great team.
It is a game of Battle Royale at the end of the day where you have to depend on Lady Luck, but you also have to skirt around that luck that she throws at you as well. And that is what EVO's Phoenix did phenomenally well. Once again, it wasn't just the luck with the circle, it was the luck with the disturbance and the interference by RRQ, because we all expected Cade to really pop off on a lot of these teams.
Oh yes.
And Cade had one of the best positions in that final circle. well. They had a solid defensive compound. They really didn't need to move. They just needed to wait two teams to just approach them, and they could take those bot shots. And initially, it was EWOS doing a lot of damage from the front side, and RRQ stepped in at that perfect moment. And the timing couldn't have been more perfect from EWOS, right? Because they lobbed that grenade. But the players on the side of Cade were not inside of the compound when that nade was lobbed. They ran in as the players of RRQ were shooting them down. And that was just so unfortunate to see the whole squad of Cade just in an instant get wiped out. Yeah. One final player, but he was barricaded in with the glue wall in itself. Barely anything for him to do.
You're kind of just EVO's Phoenix, just looking at EVO's Phoenix reading the movements of Cade, right? You see a third party coming in to pressure Cade, you know that there is only so much space that they can work with and retreat back into, and that is just another foresight by EVO's Phoenix. But at the end of the day, we're looking at a team that is back for the possible second championship title for the organization, and they're going to do it on home soil again. And it's, again, a region that has won majority of the World Series, right? Even though they missed out the last one, they came in second with 1 point differential. This is a redemption arc for EVO's Phoenix. If yesterday they are undying, today they are resurrected.
Yeah, they most definitely are resurrected, living true to their name. EVOS Phoenix as a whole has been the team that never says die whenever they are pushed. I mean, yesterday, after the first two matches, we thought, okay, we can finally write off the die team. They were way too arrogant at the very start. They were just way too confident at the very start. And then after Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, you start to see exactly where all of that confidence is coming from. Obviously, we expected it from their past performances, but you cannot underestimate the current scene. You cannot underestimate all of the improvements that the other regions have, of course, been working on before the world stage once again here in Bangkok. But none of that has compared to the strategic advices that the players of EVOS Phoenix clearly seem to be getting from their coach in terms of when to execute some of those plays. It is, yes, positioning is amazing. Yes, their accuracy and their gun skills amazing, but the timing was phenomenal. And it's not just today, the timing that they played yesterday as well. How many times have we seen EVOS Phoenix surrounded by multiple squads and they still survive to get that booyah for themselves? I believe yesterday they were surrounded by 4 teams with just 2 players and they still got it.
That was on Purgatory, right? And it's off of a decision to rush into a fishing hut and not really knowing who's around them. But when we talk about strategic, there was a team that came into this with the impression that they are very strategic, very macro-centric. That's HQ Esports. But what we saw from game number 1 was slightly underwhelming. We didn't get to see much of them on screen. But what we do see when we talk about HQ Esports is the kill feed that they were constantly reviving their teammates. This is one of the team that also split up a lot of that member early on, just like RQ Kazu, to a certain extent like EVOS Phoenix. The difference being that HQ Esports never really got it together. RQ did the same, but they made it into that late game. They made it into the final phase, and that's what makes them such late game centric team and such a good team to pull it off.
I'm actually shocked that RRQ Kazu even made it into that final circle based on how many revivals they were playing. And what surprises me even beyond that, because okay, to a certain degree it might be, I can't say easy, but it might be easy for RRQ Kazu to play the game of survival. But through all of those revivals, with those players having to have looted up themselves once again, over and over again, they still managed to rip away 8 eliminations by the time the game ended. That is a shocker for me.
And I want to talk about a couple of teams that had implemented the strategy that we saw from Expand yesterday, right? You spread out all 4 members to different parts of the map and you start gathering loot, you start gathering space. And we also discussed how important this is because it not only gets you info, it gets you a lot of resources, and most importantly, it gets you space. EVOS Phoenix, RQ Kazu, and I believe Magic's HQ Esports were the 3 teams that did it. But what sets these teams apart is EVOS Phoenix knowing how to use that space. We saw they not only gathered a lot of resources, but they were able to avoid fights, they were able to survive, and they were able to rendezvous where they feel like the circle will go towards, and they read it correctly.
Unfortunately, I'll have to say that luck really plays a huge role in here because yes, they went in there, they split up a little bit too far away, but none of the ones who had that capability. I mean, Nando9, you throw him right beside EVOS Phoenix. When they split apart, he will single-handedly sort the whole of EVOS Phoenix out. He has got the mechanical capability to do so. None of the other teams who had that mechanical supremacy over EVOS Phoenix were around them to punish them. And that's what makes me so worried for some of these squads. as they take the approach that Expand was taking yesterday. Expand was a great example as to how that strategy sometimes can work, can do miracles for your squad, but that strategy can also break down and force you to, in a way like RRQ, continuously have to revive your players.
Yeah.
And in the form of Expand's strategy towards that final moments of the day, you saw how it punished them. They did great overall in the play-ins, but those few precious points that they could have picked up by just playing slightly safer would have gotten them right here today.
And I think that's not fully on Expand, and I want to kind of quickly talk about why it's so, right? You have two possible scenarios by running this particular strategy going into a round. First of all, you're prepping for that late game. That's kind of the final destination of teams that want to gather a plethora of resources. But the second thing you could do is to use their resources and take initiative. You kind of want to kind of catapult your lead by taking fights, getting pickups, and getting enough points while still maintaining enough armory towards the final circle. A lot of teams opt for the first way, which is to just stock up and save for a rainy day. And a lot of times it didn't work out. RQ Kazu being one of the exceptions, but I also want to quickly touch on Alpha and how Alpha fell as became the first team that fell. They challenged Kate, they rushed in, but the problem with that was that Kate had Modestia from afar, giving that pot shots and constantly supporting the team. And credits to Alpha, they actually tried to bring the fight into the building, cut off line of sight, cut off vision for Modestia, but unfortunately they fell at those close call of combat, 4 versus 3. And that's what allowed K to come out on top.
Yeah, and of course we wanted to see more aggression out there on the battlefield, and one of the teams that we were expecting said aggression from was Nigma Galaxy. Here's the surprising thing, they only got 3 eliminations from that first game, and 6 of the other points came purely through those placement points. And this has got me wondering if or not Nigma Galaxy is going to turn it up a notch in the second match, as they have found their comfort spots already, as they have kind of warmed up their fingers. Because if they are about to kick it into high gear, I think the teams that did make it from the play-ins have to start being on guard now, because all of the titans that we know have gotten that first seed and booked their place at the grand finals, waiting for everyone as the play-ins was being played yesterday, they are getting ready and they are geared to get into that next mode now.
Yeah, and the teams that we expected to get through the play-ins did exactly just
correct,
that, right?
That is
regardless
correct.
of how close it is. But, you know, on our screens right now, HQ Esports might be feeling a bit of the tension. Round number 1, I don't think went the way that they wanted it to. Maybe a couple of those moves were according to plan. Split up, we get those revive, and it has been a habit of a lot of teams, regardless of how they approach the game, where when you have a member that's away from the team, he's going to play that responsibility of finding a revival point or a buy point to get fallen members back into the round. That's why we saw RRQ Kazu do that often. That's why we saw HQ Esports do it. But it's how you recover from that. When you drop back down onto the battlefield, you need time. Who is going to buy the space for you? RQ Kazu has the personnel for it. Legolov does the shot calling, and he knows what to do in those situations. But HQ Esports, they probably need to find that voice.
And RRQ Kazu is really smart as well, because they don't really split away from each other way too far, where you don't really have much backup when you're solo. You don't really have that much backup when you're dropping right back in on that revival. And that's one of their winning strategies, right? Stick as close as possible together. Sometimes, yes, you do have to break apart, but those are the moments where you're trying to control a certain compound, and you want to have a watchful eye on each and every single corner to make sure you're not ambushed from anywhere. But if they want to pull off that strategy a little bit more cleaner, they really have to take a page out of the book of the one and only EWOS Phoenix, who played that even better for themselves. But we still have to see whether or not the Undying Comeback Kings can have any of those good moves left for us in here at Kalahari. We talked about how RRQ loves Refinery. We also talked about about Refinery in past competitions, as how that central location kind of does you a lot of favor. Because the first 3 circles potentially is going to be coming directly to you. You don't have to travel all that too much.
Yeah, and holding Refinery has always been kind of the go-to way, right? If you want the kind of the 101 ways for dummies to win in Kalahari, step number 1, control Refinery. But that's definitely not the only way to win the map. There are a lot of situations where teams that hold Refinery get forced into a bad spot, and Circle pushes
towards
away,
the end,
towards the very end. If it's close to Refinery but just outside of those high ground, you are going to run into problems where you have to face the risk of dropping down and not being able to respond to any aggression. But we also, I think, when we take a look at Kalahari, you also have to look at the first seed of Indonesia, right?
Yep.
SCS Alpine. Kalahari is not their go-to map, but there's a reason that they won their local league over RRQ Kazu. Now, SCS Alpine is a very interesting team because they have always been regarded as the runner-up specialist. They've always been considered second up till now, where they won the local league and qualified for the FFWS finals. 82 eliminations in total, 154 points in finals, and they got 4 out of 8 booyahs.
The runner-up specialist title is, I guess, one of the most insulting titles I've ever heard of in the past. I mean, but they played it really well.
To be fair, MCPS, we had the title of 9th place in play-ins for 2 World Series. I wouldn't call runner-up specialist bad, you know, at least it's second place.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as the Predators, SES Alpine, can get the job done in here today, they are going to be a happy little campus. But once again, they didn't do all that too well with the placement points in the previous matchup. They managed to get taken out in the 8th spot. Survival in towards that final circle is easier said than done, though, as those teams kind of gather in closer and closer with so much of mechanically skilled players out there on the battlefield. For you to even survive is already a great achievement. For you to survive as a squad traveling out in the open grounds of Bermuda, that is going to, of course, be a challenge. But Kalahari and the terrain in itself provides you with a lot of those elevations that makes you pretty much invincible if you know how to skirt around those elevations in the whole map.
And I want to quickly just bring up something that, you know, I've noticed. This hidden plot line of Brazil against the region of LATAM. We have Kate and Magic Squad from Brazil. We have, you know, Ignis Esports from LATAM alongside Naguara Esports. And we are seeing a stark difference between these two teams. Very polarizing. Both teams from Brazil have had very good finisher, regardless of whether they got the booyah or not. But both teams from the Latin region have been struggling, and partly is because, sure, they are teams that like to be aggressive, but they're not winning a lot of these CQCs. Contrary to both Magic Squad and Kate, who have been very comfortable taking head-on fights.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's all going to be about the mechanical skills as well. Yes, you navigate. Yes, you reposition yourselves. Yes, you've got this strategy. But if you've got no mechanical skills to get both of those engagements done, those long-range engagements as well as those CQCs, you are going to be at the losing end. But I still do have a little bit of hope here, especially for Ignis Esports. They bring a lot of promise into the competition. This is one of the best that you can find out there within the LATAM region as a whole. And for them to get that 5th spot at the Sentosa Plains, that would have been one of the greatest heartbreak for them, which I believe motivated them enough until they worked up for that #1 seeded spot. And yes, we've seen them crash and burn, but it doesn't really matter, right? Yesterday, we did see EVOS Phoenix crash and burn. Not 1, but 2 rounds. We still did see them make that comeback. And you are talking about Ignis Esports, known as the Phoenixes themselves. Hopefully, they've got a little bit of an extra life. They've got a little bit of that revival on them. But as we gear up for game number 2, we are hopping on into Kalahari finally.
And remember the lesson of Kalahari: Refinery first, Holding Refinery second, and the rest. It really comes down to how you navigate the rest of the map. Not many teams like this spot, and the teams that usually do are familiar with Refinery. Now, you've asked the question of who is going to hot drop RRQ. We might see a couple of them doing so, but RRQ themselves are not landing at Refinery.
Yeah, man. Ignis taking that hot drop against AV Radicals. And look at who else we've got here. Naguar. This is turning out into a party. We've got Kate at Santa Catarina as well, with 2 of their players, Modestia, moving straight on into that initial gunfight against the players of Naguara. But our attention is going to be on Ignis as well as AV Radicals. Both of these teams have already split off into different segments of confinement, and they do have decent areas to loot up before getting into an engagement.
And remember the setup that we had, right? AV Radicals absolutely love high-tier loot zone, and it's easy to hunt them down and find them, but winning that fight is going to be another issue. RRQ Kazu now under fire, Pac-Man down thanks to HQ Esports.
Yeah, BO Razor has got the Akimbo there in his hands, manages to get that knock from the back. Legalov finds Artemis as well. RRQ Kazu very quickly becoming the elimination leaders of this lobby. Tyson is on his foot, and the guy is making a double for it as he jets out of there, playing for the game of survival. Question is, will RRQ abandon their position because they still need to loot up? This was way too early of an engagement to go looking for an extra elimination point.
K in a very tough position. They were ambushed by Naguara Esports, and Wine just took down a second member from their team. So AB Radicals gets the free kill. K tried to split up and get a lot of much space as possible, just like what EVOS Phoenix did in round number 1. But this time they ran into the Lion's Den. Now Ignis Esports and AB Radicals are still in this deadlock. Tools is going to play a very important role in making sure that Ignis Esports don't cover too much space.
Yeah, but here comes Naguara as well, and this might just prove to be one of the worst situations for AB Radicals. The distraction, all it depends in, of course, is Naguara. How do they flank around into this area? Faku's already with that bird's eye view. He's looking at everything as the situation breaks down. Look at this guy. He's got that info. He knows exactly where AB Radicals is. Ramiel tries to take him off of his perch. Faku getting tagged up and up in the air. Gets knocked down onto the ground as well. AB Radicals, do they want to go in here for the finisher? Naguara can still fight back.
I think you can just wait because Ignis Esports is unintentionally helping them out. Sure, they got that elimination, but Wine will pick up a second one. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy for AB Radicals just because Naguara Esports tried to play their style. But you have to respect the fact that there might be other teams here.
Ignis sees exactly what's going on. They hear those gunshots as well. They want to flank around from the back, and they want to take this advantage as Ignis Esports now spots out AB Radicals. Dude's getting tagged up, double glue walls erected. Then that's going to block all of the shots off from Carlos. He repositions towards the left-hand side, and Naguara are already on the standby there. Brand is just waiting for that opportune moment where he can sneak away a couple of eliminations at the expense of these two teams.
Remember we talked about the role of Tool and Ray Meow to not let Ignis Esports get a lot of space? That has completely changed thanks to Naguara Esports. AB Radicals broke formation, and now you see Ignis Esports getting a bit of that pincer. They know exactly where the members of AB Radicals are at.
As Luka goes down, Ramiel really low on that HP, does manage to patch himself right back up. Wine's too far away for this backup. Two's all alone, 1v2. Can Two survive this? Grenade's gonna tag him up as Two tries to run away. Ramiel from up top, but he doesn't have the kind of gun to handle a CQC. Eric needs to bust down this glue wall as Two's goes down. Karos with that backstab. Eric should be able to secure yet another one for himself, but Ramiel keeps the distance between himself as the rest.
They fall back, they got Brand from the side of Naguara Esports, so it's not all too bad for AB Radicals, but they also had to surrender confinement over to Ignis Esports. They managed to revive Two, so that is good news for AB Radicals, but some of the members are still trapped here. It really felt like they have nowhere else to go and they are forced to take this fight.
Wine, how in the world did he find him? Wine taken down with a headshot. Nobody's going to be able to save him
Ramiel
from up top there. Ramiel, and the CQC specialist not just possible as he only has a sniper in his hands. And he tried to take all of those engagements from afar. It's all going to be up to Deuce now with a secondary in hand. Barely any loot on him. AB Radicals going to crash and burn right after this engagement. And IGS with the best opportunity here. Ignis with 4 eliminations already, trying to go for the 5th one. And look at Deuce just teasing him with the secondary.
If only he had a better weapon. There's nothing much that he can do in the situation. They're just going to boost Kano up on each other's shoulder. Wine finally whips out his rifle, gets a knock on Kano, but he needs to do so much more to help Tools. That is not going to work out. Tool gets knocked down. Can Wine save this? It seems like it's very hard because Ignis Esports keeps reviving.
Yep, they keep picking their players up as well. No nades on the side of Wine, but if there's anyone who can get this clutch done, it is this guy. Tanamo, right back into the equation as well. One grenade, but no distance to lob it, and he wants to get that secured shot for himself. He backs away. Ignis tries to split away from this equation as well, and therefore I think AB Radicals will go ahead to some horse. I was about to say that Wine gets taken down by Kano.
It's just so hard to move away from that situation. And it all started because they gave out ground for Naguara. At the end of the day, it was them who lost everything. They're still in this round, but it's looking very bleak for AB Radicals. On the other hand, Jonah getting knocked down by SES. Alfine Ray with a great shot up top.
Yep, Alfine managing to get the advantage here. EVOS Phoenix. Moshi has got the double barrel. Can he turn around? He goes in for the flick. Everybody's playing this on the very edge and get high with that combination of God Cruise. They both managed to settle down the players of SES Alfine, but no elimination just yet as Jojo manages to sneak away from them. But inside of this danger zone, is he gonna get capped? Jojo has managed to put great distance between himself as well as the rest of EVOS Phoenix. Moshi with that high ground advantage might be able to do them dirty. 30. Jonah bought right back in. EWOS Phoenix will be able to continue to pressure SES Alpine.
Can't stop for the revival zone. Was in a danger zone anyways. Very, very tough time for STS Alpine. The circle closing towards that northwestern side. You have NGX there, RQ, Kazu, and Magic Squad around. Refinery still included in the equation, but EVO's Phoenix, they're not too far away.
Jojo finds a revival platform for himself. Cade a little too far away to pressure him. Question is, will Jojo take this opportunity to revive the full squad, or will he buy a little bit too much of time for himself and mess up that opportunity? We will still have to wait and see. EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, 3 eliminations, and they are doing great. They're keeping a hold onto this command center high ground advantage, but nobody else is going to sneak in and disturb them just yet. They are on the verge, on the very edge of this next circle as well, so it's not going to be for long that they get to hold on to the bird's eye view.
And we see Naguara Esports encroaching towards Refinery, that not held by RQ Kazu, but by Magic Squad instead. So Naguara, they have to be really cautious with how they move. Gio has already seen Yeko going up to that high point at the tower. So Magic Squad knows that Naguara Esports is nearby. You have NGX who are very far out to the west, so that's going to take some time for them to join this. But so far, Naguara under pressure from Magic Squad.
Naguara, they try to slow things down. Magic Squad, they've got everywhere covered already. Faku, good blue wall erected. He's not going to be pressured from the back just yet, but you can see Bob's trying to break on through. Faku, he does have that double barrel. Just needs to get that one good headshot. Should be able to continue holding on to his ground. Maxi, on the other hand, is just scrambling around. He knows that at every single angle here, Magic Squad can flank him from anywhere around. Here comes the double challenge, 1v2. Maxi, this guy's running out of time.
It's going to be a very tough fight for him to get out of. It felt like Magic Squad have him in a chokehold. They're tossing out utilities to try and flush him out. They might not have found him yet. They might not have been dealing damage to him, but they're trapping the members of Naguara in a very bad spot. They can't provide any backup. They are relying on Faku, but there's only so much he could do.
Remiel back in the game, all thanks to Dynamo. AB Radicals just managed to get this one. Nade!
What a nade!
Alpha Remind manages to get a double for himself, and Cade biting the dust a little bit too early, but the two other players have managed to rotate on away already. Dead God, as well as his buddy, they do have a vehicle on them as well, so to zoom away. Modestia, I believe he is in the driver's seat. Remind tries to tag them up, but the elevation of that hill will save Cade for the time being. But 2 elimination points should be able to be secured by Alpha.
We talk about how K split up at the start of this round. Alpha ran into 2 of the members. They had glue walls, but in these situations, 1 grenade was all it took for Alpha, for SDS Alpha to kind of take the lead. Meanwhile, we see this rush. I mean, Maxi, he is still trapped in this perimeter, and he's running out of time.
Jonah, Max 7 manages to get a knock, but the rest of the EVOS squad as well joining the fray. Magic Squad with a lot of time already wasted on Naguara. What a nade, but Godcruz does not get the takedown. AC-80, close quarters combat. Brad has the Max 7. What? How did he get taken down? Moshi attacks from the back, saving his brother.
This is a masterclass by EVO's Phoenix. They sent Godcruz to rush, and they also had an ice grenade to make sure that there's no place for Naguara to hide. And this is going to be EVO's Phoenix eating up so much space. Get High is already on Refinery, and is about to go into a 1v1 with Italo. Making a 2v1. Get High, getting one down. Gio from the window jumps out, tries to provide backup. Has that glue wall, but Get High is doing so much work for his team. Jonah gets tagged.
Finally goes down. Bobs whips out the grenade launcher, and that's going to be dealing a lot of damage that the rest of EVOS Phoenix cannot deal with. Mochi, final survivor, has the grappling hook in hand. He can get away. Does he get aggressive? The answer is no. He wants to play the game of survival, and the further away he runs, the higher the probability the rest of EVOS Phoenix will be able to make their comeback within this game in itself. 11 teams still standing up tall, and AV Radicals one of them.
Great hold by Magic Squad. Sure, they lost Italo, but Gio and Bob saved that. EVO's Phoenix almost took control of Refinery, but EVO's Phoenix, they have a lot of eliminations at this point already. We still have 11 teams left on this map. So as long as they play that late game, as long as they slow down, take a breather, EVO's Phoenix are technically still in the lead.
11 minutes in, 11 teams still standing. This is a recipe for disaster. All of chaos is about to unfold in Kalahari. That circle's gonna squeeze everyone in together. You are gonna see third, fourth, fifth parties all over. Everybody sneaking away eliminations from each other as one takes the knock, the other sneaks away that point. Let's see exactly who the unfortunate ones are. Vasto Mundo, they don't have the best of positions, especially when you take a comparison from where they are holding on to and the players on the side of Refinery. RRQ, on the other hand, they've got a great spot, great bird's eye view, but on the edge of the circle means they can't stay there for too long. They need to plot the position that they want to secure right after this.
Vasto Mundo has been incredibly quiet, but they're about to run into Ignis Esports. This is an important clash because Ignis Esports have a lot of points with them. Vasto Mundo, they want to make something work, but dude, come on, from long range, takes away Luca.
Carlos manages to take down a couple of those blue walls. In fact,
no!
Back to back, but he gets taken out of the equation. Vasto Mundo from up top. Ignis leading the current lobby with those eliminations. Plays a 10! Oh, the charge buster does not pop. Nunes, the final hope as Crusher tries to back away. He can't take the backstep against Kano. Plays a 10. Great pickup. Nunes, these two guys can do the number on Jason as well as Eric. They just need to find that combination. Both have got the charge buster, but they're backing away behind this blue wall. Terrible situation. Luca, the distraction, drops on in. Plays a 10, takes advantage. Jason goes down. Nunes, he can flank around from that left-hand side. Still pressuring him. Eric with a one-man army stand holds on for Ignis.
2 versus 2 at this point. Crusher is out of the equation. Jason, no one to save him. Vasto Mundo, they're on this high ground. They're holding off well, but look at Kano. He has found distance for himself. He could be the game changer for this as Luca gets secured by Jason. And at the end of the day, Ignis Esports have the numbers advantage and Vasto Mundo are trapped on this roof.
Yeah, Vasto Mundo's just throwing everything at Ignis Esports. Everything, when I mean everything, even the kitchen sink. Plays a 10 now, shots towards him. Eric with a double barrel, manages to tag him up. Plays a 10 low in HP, and therefore they send out Nunes. Nunes wants to go in from the flank, from the back. Kano! And a great blue wall prevention. Nunes with a charge buster. Guy Stayers alive. Takes Eric down and out of the equation. And Jason down as well. Kano with a sniper. Plays a 10. Can he get the job done? It's all about the timing. He's inside, but Kano with the sniper. He's got the charge buster now as well. Charge buster versus charge buster. Who's got the better timing between Vasto Mundo and Ignis Esports? Kano doesn't stop by to find out.
They're around the corner. Blazer, he sees Kano running away. He's running away because the blue zone is coming in. And Blazer is getting tagged. He's getting abandoned. Kano knows that it's all about survival. They have 10 eliminations. There's no need for him to take that risk. And the only thing that Blazer could do is to run after Kano, perhaps get that kill. He has vision on Kano, but he's getting tagged from behind.
Yeah, he's got the scar as well, so Kano's in a lot of trouble here now. Vasto Mundo having the opportunity to snuff out the flames of Ignis. And this might just be the case. He's got that grappling hook. As he repositions himself, we take a quick spot at Cade, who've managed to revive the full squad already. Phenomenal success of a run. And Blazer does manage to get that backstep with the charge buster. Ignis taken out of the equation. Cade, on the other hand, struggling to find this circle as they get tagged up one after the other by Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, tough times for K. There's no way for them to do much. There's nowhere for them to go. They have glue walls, but Nigma Galaxy have the firepower to blow through that structure. Modestia needs to make a big difference. He has the Charge Buster in hand as well if he needs to use it for CQC. But look at what Nigma Galaxy is doing. They're all stacked together. It's so hard for them to do much. And Nando knocked down by the play zone. Jojo also in danger.
I don't know what the play was there for Nando. He just kind of held back outside of the circle. Blue zone takes him down and out of the equation. And this was that platform play that we were talking about. Refinery is going to be your answer. That bird's eye view gives you a lot of that advantage. But you need to abandon this Refinery platform before it gets a little bit too late. And that perfect situation that we were talking about. When that circle drags you away from that platform, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. It's all about timing now for Nigma Galaxy. This can turn out very bad for them.
Another nade from the Green Launcher did got easily snuffed out. Caramel reading that trajectory perfectly. Now he jumps right down. Kate in danger. Nigma Galaxy wants the final blow. Modestia is out and Kate is out. 13 eliminations for NGX.
Nigma Galaxy's on fire right now. Moshi, and through the glue wall, Feel God's just trying to get the job done. Moshi manages to dodge all of those shots. Circle's gonna pressure everybody in now. Nigma Galaxy has a great advantage. A lot of those containers to play around with. RRQ Kazu with those teasers, but Moshi once again sneaks away from all of that pressure. Magic Squad still alive and kicking, and they're gonna allow these two teams to do the dirty work first before interfering.
Legalov has a lot of nades with him. The glue wall melter also tossed out early on, and we see that this is going to be a very close clash. RRQ, they're lobbing nades over the containers, and they're tagging onto the members of NGX little by little. NGX pressured by Magic Squad as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at the number of grenades, man. But most of them glue wall melters. Ice grenades are nowhere to be found. Lots of those glue walls. RRQ is actually helping out Magic Squad. They take down the defenses. Legalov does manage to get Field Guard as well. That's just a knock. And a couple of response nades flying towards the players of RRQ as well. Legalov is waiting patiently for the grenade launcher to have its opportunity to pop a couple of players, to get a couple of eliminations. Legalov, maybe down on the ground. They need to pick him up. The circle's going to put him out of the equation. Caramel with that, and Nigma Galaxy still on fire, getting elimination after elimination. Jiu, the final hope, he goes down. Nigma Galaxy, the monsters have awakened.
Welcome to Bangkok, Thailand. This is the home soil of the Thai team. Evil's Phoenix strikes first blood. Nigma Galaxy strikes the second round. What a poetic beginning to the finals of Free Fire World Series 2022. You cannot have asked for a better result as a home friend. We have 6 more rounds to come, but this is a tale to be told at the end of the day.
I mean, we were not kidding. We were not lying when we told you guys that it was going to be a phenomenal one at the Grand Finals. The play-ins was just a teaser for all of the great matches that you guys are going to be able to spot today. But of course, we desperately need to watch the highlights of this matchup once again to see the beauty and the rise of Nigma Galaxy. Just have to love the sheer damage output of that grenade launcher, man. And you know, we were just talking during that highlights as to once you've got that platform, once you've got that bird's eye view, and on top of that, you've got the grenade launcher. No, you are unstoppable.
I call that final sequence between RRQ Kazu and Nigma Galaxy a baby shower. Not the one that any of these teams want, but at the end of the day, that's what you get, I suppose. Though I want to quickly touch on Nigma Galaxy, right? We had this very small back and forth from imagine if Evil's Phoenix was the second seed coming in from Thailand. What can NGX do off of such a good record for a team that just formed earlier this year? Round 2 was a great testament.
I mean, first of all, Nigma Galaxy really knows their talent. They picked the best of the best, the creme de la creme within Thailand. And they knew if they wanted to take over the Free Fire scene, Thailand's the place to get it done. Like you said, I mean, we've only had, this is the 4th World Series, and more than 50% of it has gone to the Thais. So which better nation to bet on, right? And they swooped on in, they threw all of their resources at these players, and they managed to collect the best roster out there. And yes, I guess we found the answer answer to our question, what can Nigma Galaxy do? My lord! They've broken the record of the most points picked up thus far at the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok. 20 eliminations, hit that booyah for a total of 32.
Yep, most points got in a single round, most eliminations in a single round. And a part of me, I don't know why my brain is wired differently, but I kept thinking that the creme de la creme is not creme de la creme. The best players is creme brulee, but maybe because Nigma Galaxy is already here for desserts and RQ Kazu only tailing behind. Second place, 16 points. EVO's Phoenix, the eternal rival of NGX in third place with 14.
You owe me 2 explanations, baby shower and creme brulee, but we'll get back to that in a little bit. EVO's Phoenix keeps the pressure up. The Thais are here to dominate on their home ground. 14 points, 7 from the elimination, 7 from placements. Ignis Esports, this was a phenomenal round from Ignis, man. 3 placement points. Nothing to scream about. 10 eliminations. They bounced themselves right up to the top. But let's take a peek at the overall standings as the 2 Thai teams dominate Bangkok.
Yeah, we've talked about domination. I want to look at the second half of the leaderboard. Naguara Esports coming into this. So far, it has been pretty lackluster. They only got 2 points after 2 rounds. And this was a team that when we started plays yesterday was running down every other team that they see, barring Magic Squad doing the same. But Naguara, it felt like they didn't wake up on the right side of the bed today. And so far, it has been reflected on that point.
At this point, it's only SES Alpha that's kind of spoiling the party here, because if they sneak away the 6th spot away from Ignis Esports, you're going to have 2 Indonesian squads, 2 Brazilian squads, and 2 Thai squads on the left-hand side of the leaderboard. They're just messing it up. My ADHD side is not allowing me to take my eyes off of the position that they hold on to. But Vasto Mundo, I really like how they took that attack against Ignis Esports a little bit earlier on, and I want to see exactly what more they can bring in these future matches. But the MVP of that match, who can deny it, from the one and only Dew. You highlighted this boy many a times, and he got the job done out there in this round for the squad.
Give him an AWM, give him an M79, give NGX the space to work with, and Dew delivers. Of course, the rest of Nigma Galaxy also gave us a heck of a show, but it was how they held their one platform, completely stopping 2 teams from getting through and giving themselves so much room to work with. The way they dealt with the baby shower from RQ Kazu was also phenomenal, and these top players tell a different tale for round number 2. Dew with 9 eliminations from Nigma Galaxy, Ignis Esports Kano getting 6, saving the team to survive for a longer time. But of course, Caramel from NGX also with 6 eliminations.
Kano single-handedly saved Ignis and their overall placement on the overall leaderboard through those 6 eliminations, right? Fantastic. But of course, who are the key players for this Kalahari matchup? The one and only Dew once again shows up. 2 of those headshots. This guy is phenomenal. That AWM way too accurate. Caramel, the glue wall master, he laid it out, man. Nigma Galaxy were bagging, and Nigma Galaxy were untouchable, all thanks to Caramel.
And that was how they survived RQ Kazu, right? A big part of it was because of Caramel. He not only built the glue wall, the fortress to keep his team safe, he also had a lot of utilities to flush out the enemies. His grenade launchers, his grenades, his glue wall melter, it all came from Caramel and Caramel alone. But we also have Case Nando 9 with most glue walls destroyed, and finally Case Modestia with most damage blocked by the time turn.
Kate might have been able to do slightly more in that matchup if only Nigma Galaxy did not hold on to that platform with the, like you said, the baby shower with the grenade launcher, right? If only that was not the case, Nando 9 should have been able to melt a couple of more of those glue walls. Modestia, as usual, should have been able to get them that bit of advantage, right? But of course, let's take a quick peek and see exactly what else we've got scheduled up in here for us today. 8 matches, 2 of which have been completed, and the next one, we move on into one of the biggest maps available within the Free Fire game, Purgatory.
And before we move into Purgatory, it's a good time to remind a lot of our audience watching right now that we have some returning teams that placed really well in FFWS Sentosa a few months ago, right? EVO's Phoenix in 2nd place, you have Vasto Mundo, I believe, in 3rd place, and you also have Kate in 4th place. These are not strangers to a grand final stage, but so far most of them have delivered barring Vasto Mundo, who are in 7th place.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, it was going to be a challenging situation. Once again, you can't take a apple-to-apple comparison with what they have in this current championship versus the previous championships, but it's a little bit of a rough shadow line that you can kind of take to judge how they are going to be able to perform in here today, as well as who do we look out for.
Yeah.
Vasto Mundo, I think the play that they showed us against Ignis was phenomenal, but Ignis themselves to hold Vasto Mundo back in their engagement and break it down. It was a 4v4 that ended up in a 1v1. A lot of, you know, unfortunate situations broke down, and Ignis, they did get taken down, but it was the engagement for Ignis before meeting Vasto Mundo that kind of saved the day for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Vasto Mundo, you're looking at a team that has been together since the 3rd season of their local league, right? So these teams have built up, this team has built up a lot of chemistry.
Yes.
That did show true, but on the mechanical side, we're seeing them getting outclassed at certain aspects.
Unfortunately for Ignis, it's not going to be an easy run at all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, we need to take a quick short break after that crazy matchup. When we come back, it is going to be the showdown at Purgatory, and we will see if or not the Thai players continue to dominate the grand finals.
Acho que nós não temos time como o maior rival. Todos os times são bons, estamos estudando todos e temos bom plano para todos. O jogo decorreu como era para ser, nos classificamos, que era a nossa meta, e ocorreu o que nós esperávamos. Sim, estou satisfeito, foi uma estreia de Mundial muito boa. Se Deus quiser, vamos conseguir muito mais e sempre tem que melhorar.
คิดว่าใครเป็นผู้ปรับก็น่าจะเป็นนิกมาครับเพราะว่าแผนการเล่นเขาดีครับแผนรับมือโค้ชได้เตรียมไว้ให้แล้วครับรู้สึกยังไงกับวันนี้ก็รู้สึกเหนื่อยครับแล้วก็ดีใจด้วยคิดว่าเต็มที่กันแล้วครับเพราะว่าทุกคนก็ทำเต็มที่กันทุกคนเลยครับวันนี้
Nuestro mayor enemigo somos nosotros mismos, ya que si mejoramos eso no nos para nadie. Fue algo inesperado, pero lo veníamos trabajando y la verdad teníamos bastante confianza con el equipo. Le quería decir gracias al staff, al coach, a los jugadores por dejarlo todo.
Saya pikir musuh terberat kami itu Naguara, dan kami akan meng-cut rotasi mereka besok, dan kami akan lebih fokus lagi besok. Saya merasa pertandingan tadi sangat sulit, tapi kami akan menjadi lebih baik lagi. Saya sangat puas dengan apa yang telah kami lakukan, komunikasi dan koordinasi kami sudah sangat baik.
Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped.
And welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Bangkok 2022. My name is Holler, and with me is AJ Mustachio. And we just saw first 2 games, and it looks like the host countries have been playing spoiler for both of them.
I mean, it's their home ground advantage. They are super confident. And this is something that I've told many of Free Fire teams in the past. When you want to step on into there for a couple of matches against the best in the world, yes, you've got your mechanical skills sharpened up. You've got your strategies all sound. You've been practicing on this game for the longest of time. What you need now is untouchable confidence. That's exactly what Nigma Galaxy and EVOS Phoenix has, and they are proving it out there on the battlefield. And even if EVOS Phoenix does not prove it very early in the competition, after what we saw yesterday, there's no way you can count them out. With them popping off so early on, all of the other teams, they better figure out a good solution for these 2 squads.
Yeah, and you talk about confidence, and I think that that's a testament to what happened yesterday in terms of the play-ins, right? If we're looking at the top 5 right now, 3 of those teams, except for Naguara, they unfortunately are kind of on the bottom right now. Unfortunate for them, but the other teams as an RRQ, EVOS Phoenix, and of course the Magic Squad have been just stepping it up, understanding, continuing that momentum going into the finals, which has been huge for all 3 of those teams.
Absolutely, man. And of course, RRQ doing slightly better than SAS Alphaing, the #1 seeded team out of Indonesia. That in itself speaks volumes as to how much RRQ wants this for themselves. They are known as the veteran beast. They've been in the Free Fire scene for such a long time, Holler, but they have always stayed silent. They have not made big moves whatsoever, and they even, kind of took a break for a little while. When they came back with the storm. They were telling everyone that they want to dominate, and dominate they are doing out there.
They've done quite well. They put themselves in a position to get themselves into a prime position right now. Yes, it's only been 2 rounds, and we'll check in the standings in terms of the previous match stats. Let's go into that one, kind of break down exactly what happened in that last game.
Let's take a look and see exactly how this team of Nigma Galaxy scored a massive 32. 20 eliminations, and so succinct with how they were wrapping things out there on the battlefield. The damage is not bombastic. They were very, very good at eliminating those players the moment they met them. 8,534 on that damage for a 32 score, all thanks to the Booyah they managed to wrap things up with as well.
Okay, these stats are not normal, even for a top team. The fact that you got 20 eliminations and then the 8,000 damage, that's almost double the average that we've been seeing at least per game, right?
Yeah, man.
And the fact that EVOS Phoenix were willing to just, Enigma Galaxy was willing to just take it to the enemy team and not be scared, that just proves that this team is ready to win.
And, it's all about, I have to say luck, because It's not easy finding that grenade launcher out there on the battlefield. And sometimes players who desperately look for that weapon and they don't find it, you see them biting the dust a little bit too early because they really depend on its firepower. You have seen the massive number of players, the massive number of teams that have just been down and outed just a little bit too quick, all thanks to that weapon alone. And that was the secret weapon of the squad of Nigma Galaxy. But what made it even better was Dew holding on to that high ground and continuously tagging up players with the AWM, securing those eliminations for themselves as well. So long range Dew gets it sorted out. They come in a little bit closer. They bite the dust by eating the grenade up. There was just nothing to stop Nigma Galaxy. Everything was perfect for them in terms of that setup for Kalahari.
All right, look, the Thailand region is pretty much the meta in Free Fire, right? Yes. It's one of the top leagues throughout the entire world. You're seeing exactly why. They're able to take and dictate the fights whenever they want. They seem to be very well coordinated. And the fact that you're getting a 20-point bomb in terms of eliminations, that speaks volumes of your team.
I mean, that is the record set already for the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok. Nobody has managed to hit the 32 bomber just yet. These guys just did. And the question is, can they be outdone or can they themselves outdo their own performance? If that happens, obviously Nigma Galaxy puts themselves in a really good position to run away with the $500,000 US that we've got on the line here. A total of $2 million USD in play for the total prize pool, but everybody's aiming for that lion's shareholder.
Okay, and it's only been two rounds. I don't want to crown them champions as of now, kings or anything like that. All I'm saying is that they're in prime position to do that, right?
Yes.
If we're looking more towards the bottom of the standings now, right? AV Radicals with only 9 points, Alpha with 6, HQ Esports with 5, Naguara with only 2. Now, if we look at yesterday's situation and what exactly happened, Evo's Phoenix had 9 points after 2 rounds. But they really turned it up. They were able to step up, and they got a ton of booyahs to finish them in the top 4 yesterday, making sure that they had a spot into the finals today. So those teams that are on the bottom looking up, yes, you still have a chance, but you got to turn it up, and you got to turn it up soon.
Ignis, they are all light-spirited. You can see the players being super cheeky on cam. Kane, on the other hand, they are trying to sort out a couple of issues there. Clearly, they want to be able to make sure that they've got the best of circumstances to hop on into that matchup and get that victory for themselves. The rest of the teams are gearing up for this next matchup. RRQ Kazu, they're not too shabby in the competition at all. Sitting down in the 3rd place at the moment, 15 eliminations, 18 from placements, a total of 33 points, just 3 points behind EVO's Phoenix.
Actually, the way I look at it is that if you're on the top dog, if you're, the Nigma Galaxy or EVO's Phoenix right now, there's more pressure for you because you're on the top. You're one of the top dogs. Yeah. I think RRQ, and this is kind of what Magic did yesterday, right? Where they're kind of like under the radar.
Yes.
Nobody's really peeking out, and then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, this team keeps getting eliminations. Yeah, they're not getting booyahs, but they're getting points.
I mean, and that's the most phenomenal thing about the Magic squad. Proving the factor that you don't need to be that #1 team when it comes to the placements all the time. You can still get it done, but you need to have supreme consistency. And it was shocking to see that Magic squad could deliver because you're not throwing them into a simple lobby of qualifiers where you might have a couple of feeder teams out there on the battlefield. You've got Titan after Titan after Titan to get through, and you're dodging all of those engagements and playing your placement points so well. But when push comes to shove, you get those eliminations as well. Magic squad, that pixie dust that they sprinkled at the very start of the day seemed to have worked perfectly for them. But this is how crazy their magic is. The Master Wizards, the spell has lasted all the way into the grand finals, Holla.
Okay, all right. For the record, yes, they're the Magic squad. You talk about all this magic and pixie dust and all these things, but it's not really black magic. I think at the end of the day...
it's a white one.
It's a white magic.
White
yes,
magic.
it's one of those things that can happen. But the thing is that they're very smart with engagements.
Yeah.
Right? They choose and they third party and they make sure that they get as many eliminations as possible.
Correct.
By playing low risk, high reward in the sense of just you're securing kills or eliminations in this case, and you're able to do well. So they put themselves in a prime position.
And of course, putting yourself in a prime position, this is something that we've talked about so many times already. Your focus always needs to be on your placement. Your focus always needs to be on your positioning. As that circle moves on, you need to identify on your minimap exactly which particular location, which compound you want to secure. How do you motivate yourself to circle around into that compound in the safest burst of mana and get there. But of course, this is something that we have seen done yesterday by Magic Squad, and I expect that out of them today as well. And I expect that out of a lot of teams as we head on into Purgatory. The vehicles are a must to navigate the vast terrain that Purgatory offers us.
There's plenty of space, and this is going to be a good change up in terms of what we needed to show in terms of maps that are available. But okay, another couple teams that we didn't really talk about was Keed. Yes, they're in 5th place. They're only 4 points behind Magic Squad, the fellow Brazilian teams. But you know, Keed is one of those things where they've done okay. But they haven't really made that statement game. It's still kind of early. Yes, it's only been round 2 or whatever, but Keed, I think this is again under the radar. I kind of like the way they've been playing thus far.
Absolutely, man. And of course, there are a couple of fans within the stadium as well, cheering the players on before we kick Purgatory off. And it looks like everybody's getting ready to go. But Naguara, this has been that squad that has been tested not once but twice so far. But they are still high in spirits. They believe that they can get the job done. We saw them pop off yesterday for the play-ins. They've qualified to the grand finals. But today has truly been a challenge for Naguara. 0 placement points on the first game. A single elimination put them at the very bottom. Second game, guess what, Holler? Exact same result. Only 1 point. Out of 2 matches, they've got 2. That's not great at all if you're Naguara.
So, okay, I think with yesterday, with only 9 teams and a little bit more space, they were very good in terms of ambushing. They were pick off teams as they were coming through. Now, with 12, I see, like, at least from what I saw, is that they're playing a little bit more reserved. Not really the ambushing type, but more of, like, what is coming to me, make sure that I don't go outside and, you know, where there's lack of cover. I make sure that what I do is a smart play. But it hasn't really been to the play style of Naguara.
Yeah, but, you know, this is what I am so perplexed by, because Naguara is known as an aggressive team. Naguara is known for all of their fantastic rushes that they execute with perfection, but they don't seem to be showing us that play style here today. That is the question why. Because yesterday we saw them in performance. Remember against EVOS Phoenix? I mean, they were minding their own business, traveling up the hill. Finally, EVOS Phoenix saw them, took a shot at them, and threw them off of their gameplay. But that instantaneous response out of them eliminated EVOS Phoenix super early. I believe that was in match number 3, Purgatory. And that was the kind of Naguara that I'm expecting here at the Grand Finals, that they are still keeping me waiting on. I want to see more out of them. Ignis Esports as well. We saw a little bit of magic out of Ignis Esports in that first matchup, but a little bit of a downturn in the second match with just 11 points picked up, Holla.
Yeah, not the greatest for them, but again, they're doing much better than the bottom play. Let's be honest. I mean, the 17 points doesn't keep them too far away. I mean, it's just so close right now. But, I mean, if you're looking at the top with 41 points from Niga Galaxy, EVOS Phoenix with 36, I mean, you're starting to see the tiers. I hate to call it, again, very early, especially at this stage. But, you know, okay, look. Things have changed from the last World Series. We went from 6 matches to now 8. There's plenty of time. There are warm-up games. I hope that the teams aren't looking at them as warm-up games, but technically you have that chance. Continue to build off of the momentum. Get yourself going in round 3.
And Ignis Esports, they are potentially the ones that have got the biggest gap between themselves as well as the rank above them, and that's 8 points. And if the biggest gap is 8 points, you know that there are going to be a lot of shuffles on this leaderboard within the next 2 matches, right? Even one solid match, one solid round can bounce a team like Vasto Mundo right up to the top 4, but that is a really, really good round where they secure the Booyah plus get at a minimum of 10 eliminations for themselves. It's asking for a lot, but it's something that Vasto Mundo is really capable of.
Definitely capable. I mean, they were powerhouses in Europe, right? The fact that they were almost dominant in their run to get into almost every single Free Fire World Series. I mean, they got 3rd in the last one in May. I mean, the Sentosa one. So this is a team that knows how to win. The fact that they're 7th right now, I mean, they're definitely on the bottom looking up. You still have an opportunity for them to get going. I felt like they had a bit of a rough start, kind of a slow start, so to speak, in terms of the first 2 matches. It felt like they were getting picked off, and they were kind of just trying to stay alive, which is really not the Vasto Mundo way, which they tend to be the aggressors.
Yeah, and we've talked about the Vietnam squad as well. Dek Lung has had a very great run of career in Free Fire so far. We have seen multiple years where this guy has been the superstar surviving and carrying Vietnam on his back. But the Mighty Eagles haven't really been able to chomp off a lot thus far from these matches. But as we open up Purgatory, match number 3, flight path as decent as ever. We've been getting such generous flight paths all throughout the grand finals.
We'll take it. We'll take it. I mean, it's more fun this way. It's a little bit more standard. Everybody's kind of understanding what they need to do. But it looks like, the Fire Brigade Central, they're going to have Bastamundo that kind of going in. But Keed, Nando, all by himself. Yes, you have the res system. But is this the right play just to kind of isolate them, maybe get a little greedy? I mean, considering the fact that you're maybe going up against Bastamundo 1 versus 4.
It's a great player to send off on his own. Nando 9 can get the job done, but he's taken on potentially the full squad of Bastamundo. That's going to be a disaster. Ignis Esports needs to be careful as well because they are holding on to a very close compound at Brasilia against RRQ Kazu, who desperately need to pick up solid points for themselves because they're doing phenomenally well already, but you never know when you might start bombing out. So RRQ is going to get super aggressive a little bit later on as well. We did talk about SES Alpine, and they are off to a great start. Alpha bites the dust.
Oh my gosh, G18 is the last one alive. He's going to just try to keep them alive, but man, I felt like the drop was very slow. By the time they got down, they were getting shot at. So it's one of those situations where you got to make a move and you got to do it quick. G18 all by himself, hiding behind the rock here, and SES are looking to draw a beat on him. G18 does get eliminated. 12 slot already.
Jojo picks up the triple for himself. 3 eliminations to his name. SES Alpine. I think they heard me call them out. They want to get towards the left-hand side of the leaderboard as well to make this just a 3-region domination at the grand finals. AV Radicals will find the players of Cade as they once again look for that high-tier loot zone. Dead God from the back manages to top up the health of his partner first. And Cade trying to flank ever so slowly from the left and right-hand side.
Shot.
General headshot. Deuce goes down, and this might just prove to be deadly for the players of AV Radical.
Oh, this is not a great spot right now, and it looks like they're being completely surrounded. Yeah, he has the pickup, but they need to get to safety. Wine is trying to make his way there just to kind of back them up, but they're kind of stuck in this area.
Yep.
Yes, you have a glue wall. You don't have a lot of space, though.
You don't have much space. Deuce sneaks on away. Ramiel can respawn. Has got the AWM. AC-80 in the hands of Deuce as well. Modestia with the right-hand side flank. He's looking for the angle. Just refuses to move on out though. He's trying to play the safe as well. Deuce finally goes down and that flank comes through. And General from that left-hand side as well. The damage has been done. AV Radicals have no choice whatsoever. They have to run.
They have to run, and it looks like they're just going to go for the revives instead. But again, this is a tough team, a tough out for AV right now, Radicals. Hiding behind this one, Dead God is going to stick around. He's going to go for this 1 versus 1 against Tanamo, and it looks like this is going to be a super close one, a 50-50 at best. I mean, Dead God, is he going to wrap around? He's going to heal himself. He's going to keep himself up for this one, and he wants to get to full health. He knows Tanamo's right around this corner.
High rate of fire on that SMG, so Tanamo can spray him down, but the timing is off.
Oh!
Modestia with the backstab. Tanamo goes down, but AV Radicals still survives. Triple kill here for the one and only General with 68 HP left. He managed to get the job done, and Cade are off to a phenomenal start. They've now taken away the supremacy of AV Radicals from this high-tier loot zone. They get to enjoy the loots all for themselves.
I'll take everything. It's all mine. Keed will happily take that one. They've got 4 eliminations as well, and that was actually a super smart play. The fact that they were baiting it out, and it looks like Tanamo was like, oh, I'm just going to find the guy in front of me, did not check his back or whatever, and he just got completely ambushed. So completely caught off guard. AV's technically still in it, so they have a chance, but again, very difficult situation. Keed in a great spot to start this round 3.
I, for some reason, have not managed to spot the final player on the side of AV Radicals. Do let me know if you do find the guy.
This is like, where's Waldo?
Nigma Galaxy, on the other hand, stops all alone. I wish he would stop splitting away from the rest of his squad because he's giving me a little bit of a heart attack here. We want to see Nigma Galaxy show us another solid round, but if he gets taken out of the equation super early, that's going to prove to be very, very deadly for the side of Nigma Galaxy. But I do see what he's doing. He's trying to stake out the mid-segment of this next circle just so that he can clear the area for the rotation for the rest of Nigma Galaxy. They want to play positioning super early, and that's a great idea if you're in Purgatory.
Yeah, it's great, but you need to ensure that you have the arsenal, right? You need to loot as much as possible, make sure that you're set. Then you can kind of just stick around, fortify that area, let people come to you. There's so many buildings, there's a lot of cover. It's a very difficult map to play on. So you need to ensure that when you're in that final circle, you've got the best lines of view and, of course, as much utility as possible.
RRQ, Ignis in a lot of trouble. RRQ has got that bird's eye view, but they managed to use the roof of this compound to just obscure the vision of Pac-Man. Pac-Man sees nobody coming right towards him, and Ignis Esports can chill for the time being. They don't really have to get very aggressive. Pac-Man releases that one shot, and it looks like the players of RRQ have been spotted out by Ignis already. They still want to push on ahead. Pac-Man dodges behind the roof. This is great positioning for him, and danger zone out of nowhere. This is the savior for Ignis. Now Pac-Man has to get off of his roof, and Team RRQ cannot get aggressive yet.
Yeah, they're going to have to just go the other way, right? It was one of those things, the fight was about to happen. RRQ thought they had him in, dead to right, so to speak. But with that danger zone, that's going to slow things down. Nobody wants to get outside. Ignis Esports are going to stick around, make sure that they, put up a good fight here to ensure that they kind of repel the attack and the assault by RRQ. They're going to play a little bit safer. RRQ, third place. They need to stay alive, make sure that they get some more points.
Pac-Man, Legelov. Legelov's holding the front lines here against the players of Ignis. You know exactly why. He wants to lob those nades directly at them. It doesn't seem like he does have a grenade launcher though, so that's gonna be a little bit of a risk if he does continue to push on ahead. He leaves Pac-Man to deal with the rest of the squad of Ignis. He backs away to find a better defensive spot for himself, maybe to protect Maybe as well. Now they've got a triple snipe setup here potentially with Razor holding onto the AC-80 as well. So as long as RRQ keeps the distance between themselves as well as Ignis, they've got the advantage.
You don't need to go aggressive, right? Just stay where you are. Understand that there's still plenty of time. I mean, we just hit the 7-minute mark.
Yeah.
Of course, the circles are there. Nobody really needs to, go over aggressive. There are definitely some open areas getting into building to building, but RRQ, as long as you're spotting the different angles and the possible directions of attack, you should be fine. You need to get yourself set up for the late game. But as I say that, Nigma X coming on the flank right now, and it looks like they're going to get into a fight with RRQ all the way in the middle.
Naguara tagging up the players of Nigma Galaxy at the same time as well as RRQ finds that engagement against Nigma. Nigma being sandwiched between two teams. They are the ones doing the traveling. Naguara from up top. They've got that bird's eye view, but they also have to be careful with their positioning because that headshot from down bottom is going to be a little easy, and Nigma Galaxy has got the mechanical capability to get the job done. They back away. Look at who's beyond the horizon as well. Vasto Mundo on the way in to find a couple of picks for themselves.
Yeah, they'll take what they can get. Again, the game has slowed down quite a bit. I mean, it's one of those things where, again, teams are still very early. They want to get those placement points, try to get what they can. And again, from the second floor of these buildings, you have so many lines, you can cover almost everything, right? Yeah. Your vision is just almost uncharted. You have a great opportunity to just see what's coming at you. Again, no team really wants to take any risk at this stage.
RRQ, as patient as ever. Ignis on the other hand, everybody's together. And Faku from the back, Mac 10. One of the best weapons to use out there. View gets taken out of the equation. Stop down as well, Faku. This is just absolutely deadly and horrendous in terms of an outcome for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they were trying to third party. They got caught out. It was eventually going to happen where teams just kind of get the jump on one another. If you're continuing to move, you got to watch your angles, and it's very difficult because there's so much cover, so many different buildings. And to check all the angles, very difficult situation for them. But SES, 4 eliminations, they're going to stick around. Again, just play a little bit slow, wait for that next circle.
Caramel brings Stop right back into the equation, buys him back from that vending machine. And therefore, Nigma Galaxy is not going to be tickled at all by that initial ambush. They know that the rest of the teams, they want to play this as safe as possible. Nigma has got a small compound of Brasilia to control, but they cannot take advantage of this position just yet. HQ, on the other hand, HQ Esports, with the potential of that engagement against Naguara. Everybody's playing it patiently, but this is purgatory. You've got enough space to play it patiently all the way up to the 12-minute mark.
It's fine. To be honest, I like games like this on Purgatory. The fact that, you have that close to the final circles where there's this mad ambush. Everybody is just getting into each other's faces. It's prime position for those highlight reels with those grenades. Eventually could happen, and I'm looking forward to that.
Let's see if or not EVOS. Phoenix jumps into the action. I believe, as I was talking about them, they do take a shot against Ignis Esports. Jonah on the way back in. He gets tagged up. Ignis is trying their best to get an elimination off of EVOS. But nobody seems to have secured a knock just yet, and EVOS backs away. Those warning shots are more than enough to keep the Thai players at bay. And from the back, RRQ spotting out the fact that Ignis is attacking EVOS. They want to get this approach on them and perhaps pull off this backstab. RRQ has been playing possum so far against the players of Ignis Esports. Circle hunts down these same two teams. Everybody else has to rotate in towards them. And guess who's in as well? Nigma Galaxy, so they don't have to move.
Yeah, they don't have to move yet. I mean, again, 10-minute mark. Slow it down, right? There's still 44 players. There's plenty of opportunities. But look at this team. Like, all of them are just like, hey, this is my area. I'm going to lock this one. Nigma Galaxy in the top center. The Vasamoto, everybody has that certain location. They're going to lock it down. They're going to stick together. But MGS, they're going to go, you know, almost right into the middle of this, right into Ignite Esports here.
Oh, my goodness. It is going to be a terrible situation for GU. He's tagged up already. Drax as well. Hops on off of his vehicle. They're taking the attack straight up to the opponents. Ignis Esports tries to fire down as well, but Magic Squad's not going to get taken down just yet. They've got a good defensive compound for themselves. Kano down on the ground, but that's not going to hurt Ignis. It's just going to pause that approach from them. EVOS now rotating from the outside as well. Magic Squad has got the opportunity to gatekeep them, but EVOS has a lot of time to play with. Very specifically, 10 seconds for that circle to close on in, another 10 seconds for that circle to catch up with the current one. So that's going to be enough time for EVOS to find a better spot for themselves.
Okay, right now it looks like everybody's in the circle. Everyone seems to be fine. It's going to be the next circle where it dictates where teams move, which is going to be key. That one's going to be the big one, especially since everybody's so close. But Ray with a nice shot will take out Tyson.
HQ Esports now. Artemis backs away, and SES Alfine. I mean, brother, I cannot help but think that they did hear me call them out, and they want to say that Indonesia can get the job done, especially the first seeded team. They are blazing right now, literally, as the elimination leaders of this lobby. Naguara at a disadvantage down on that lower ground. HQ trying to tag up the players of SES, but they barely have a defensive compound to work around with here. So be careful before you stick your fingers into the hornet's nest.
Yeah, okay. Well, SES is looking at RRQ on the top right now. Both of these teams from Indonesia. I know that there's going to be some competitiveness between those two teams. They want to be the best in terms of their country. Of course, they want to score very high in the World Series as well, but it's one of those things where bragging rights. You know, you don't want the other team being higher than you in this, right?
Definitely don't, man. He backs away. HQ Esports, they lose Neo. All thanks to a great nade out of G'day. Neo down. Artemis tagged up. Ray tries to go in, but Jojo! Someone steals it from the back. We've got no information as to exactly who that is, but SES Alfine now in a lot of trouble. HQ can pincer them down from up top. Glue Wall Melter comes out first from hand. AZ80 in hand, no pun intended. They now just back away. They use the distraction to play some game of safety. It looks like it was Naguara that sneaked away that elimination off of SES Alfine. SES never saw that coming.
All right, Naguara doing the ambushing. That's what they did in the play-ins. That's their success rate. But HQ Esports in a bad spot. Bastamundo now in a skirmish with EVOS Phoenix, and it looks like they're going to just kind of back off here, and it looks like they do have the crest of that hill keeping them alive, but Ignite Esports is right on top of them.
Grenade, but that's just a nice grenade to force them to reposition. Glue Wall Melter comes forth from the players of Ignis, and that's just gonna break down the defenses of EVOS. And look at this, EVOS very smartly not erecting any of those glue walls, allowing the Glue Wall Melter to run its course, run out of time before whipping out those defenses. Smart response by EVOS Phoenix.
They're smart, but they're kind of still out in the open. Yes, you have that hill, and that's keeping you alive. You have the storm behind you, kind of covering your track, so to speak, but now where do you make that move? EVOS Phoenix are still wide out in the open. They're not in a building. They're very vulnerable here.
And it's a smart move from them, but they also have got barely any of those glue walls to work around with. And of course, off screen earlier on, we saw Vasco Mundo in action, Nunes, and we managed to snap onto him as he knocks down Field God. And from there across the battlefield here, they still need to deal with AB Radicals. Things are getting heated in the 14th minute of this matchup at Purgatory, as we have way too many teams, way too many players still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Bobs manages to get the knock, secures the elimination. Ray brings Jojo right back into the equation. The Indonesians can stay alive, but Dew's the final hope here for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, he's on the roof right now. He's going to keep himself healed right now,
Ramiel.
but he's about half. Ramiel does get the shot. Wow, nice shot there. Nigma X has been eliminated.
Ramiel buys 2 members for the side of AB Radicals back into the game, eliminates the final player of Nigma Galaxy as well. Ramiel doing way too much for the squad. Deuce comes back, Deuce gets taken out of the equation. Naguara out as well. And finally, we see Cade popping off. 7 eliminations, they're not pausing just yet, but they need to move 30 seconds to find a defensive compound before the circle pressures.
Oh gosh, Vastamundo and AV just got eliminated there. 6 teams left. Evo's Phoenix are back to full strength. That was actually they've been almost untouched, so to speak. I was thinking about Nigma Galaxy. That said, Evo's Phoenix continue to stick around. They're going to be healed on this one. They're going to play gatekeeping on that end. But now let's look about Magic Squad. 4 eliminations. They're going to look to just kind of keep themselves alive. They're in a pretty good spot already in the circle.
Oh, I see a grenade launcher, and it looks like it's Cade. Cade dragging in the grenade launcher. Ignis gonna be biting those grenades by the looks of it. Nando 9 holding those back lines in case they do get ambushed from the back. The Macha's gonna be able to secure all of those eliminations all on his own, but it's all about the timing here. Who gets the third party? Razor finds the knock onto Para, secures the elimination as well. RRQ Kazu on fire, but Ignis Esports still need to deal with Cade, who are right down below them.
Oh, nice Modestia with a nice shot into maybe. He's going to take that one. Evo's Phoenix, again, sticking around, seeing what he can do. Magic Squad are on the move, ambushing the teams, but they're getting shot at by Evo's Phoenix. They do need to be careful. Bops is getting a little bit low, and it looks like that's going to be a bit of a win, I think. Well, I mean, Magic Squad's still alive.
Yeah, Evos has to abandon their team member who got dropped there. And out of nowhere, Mochi takes down Italo. Italo, I don't think he's got enough time to be picked right back up. Bobs tries to trade one back out. He get high. Woo! Fantastic nade by Bobs, and Evo's Phoenix pause. Jonah has to back away. Cade now loses Modestia. No pickup for him. Up top it's Ignis, but grenade after grenade gets dropped on. In general gets the slay. Everett gets taken out of the equation. Cade with the 12 eliminations. Make that 13 as well. These guys are on fire.
Oh my gosh, Cade, this is the damage. This is the grenade launcher.
One
just
more?
throwing it in. Kano's all the way in the
more?
corner. They do have the grenade. Okay, bounces off. He's going to keep himself alive, but Cade, great position. Magic Squad are right on the flank. Who wants this one?
General still has got a lot to deliver, man. That grenade launcher is going to do a lot of damage in the next few seconds. Magic Squad still with the pixie dust, circling on around. They need to hop on into this compound, though. Circle's going to squeeze everybody out, and Magic Squad left out in the open. They've got the grenade launcher. Bobs hops on inside. SCSL Fine welcomes them with open arms, but the grenade finds them, and the Max 7 drops them. SCS out in the 4th spot, and what a booyah picked up. It was all chaos inside of that house hall out.
That was actually crazy, right? Ignis Esports, the fact that they were able to go in, they were centralized almost the entire map. They understood. They did get a little bit lucky in terms of that storm. The circle was right there, but they were right on point, and that's what you need. Sometimes you just need to be lucky.
And you remember yesterday I was not on broadcast. I was taking a break. I heard this conversation between you and Husky. You guys were talking about the sulfur in some of these compounds. That is the perfect defense for many. And that's exactly what Ignis Esports used for themselves, right? Cade was trying to pop all of those grenades onto that 2nd floor. This guy hides in the tiny little corner behind the sofa, and that just saves his life. A phenomenal survival capability by Ignis. But let's take a look at this highlight to see how that ran down.
right there. You just saw that circle just kind of narrow in, getting into that one with like 6 or 7 people just scrambling.
I mean, Kano with the masterful play, he had one of the best weapons, the Mag 7. That auto shotgun gets the job done, especially when things get heated, but it was all about the timing. He stays hidden, he gets tagged up by the circle just a tad little bit, but he knows all of the actions downstairs.
Yeah.
He stayed upstairs for a majority of the time because he was waiting for everyone to get lumped up into a tight circle, brings down that auto shotgun, sprays everybody down to the ground. Ignis picks up a phenomenal booyah for themselves.
They definitely needed that one, and that's the first one outside of Thailand has got that booyah. This is, of course, the 3rd round, but it's actually key, right?
Yeah.
It's going to come down to eliminations. I think that Vivo Kid, we talked about that they had like 12 or 13 eliminations.
Yeah.
I think that they're going to be in the top. I think in terms of points, they might have gotten there because, again, it's all about eliminations, at least for me.
Absolutely, man. And of course, when it's so close in matches like this, we have to take a look at the match standings to identify exactly who is above the other. It was a phenomenal round for 2 big teams out there. Mainly, it was Vivo Kate that picked up 13 solid eliminations, and as you anticipated, they launched themselves up to the top, even though it was only 6 elimination points that they managed to gather for themselves. And, sorry, 6 placement points for themselves. 9 placement points for Magic Squad, 8 eliminations, and the big seed does for this Brazilian team, still in effect until today. I cannot understand how Magic Squad is so consistent.
They're playing so well. They're sticking together. The ambushing that they've been doing, the strategy is on point. It's like, oh, wow, they haven't got any booyahs, but man, they're under the radar. They're still getting second. They're getting 8 eliminations.
Yeah.
I mean, their second point, they're doing it without the booyahs. Booyahs can, at the end of the day, can be very lucky, and Magic Squad is like, we don't need luck. We got our skill.
We talked about SES Alfang. We talked about the #1 seeded team within Indonesia. We were wondering exactly where they are. They finally show up. 7 placement, 8 of the eliminations gets them to 15. But let's look at the overall standings to see exactly how this has shuffled up the leaderboard, because up top we still see EVOS Phoenix, but right behind them the Brazilians have managed to catch up 46 points. But look at the differential in terms of points here on the left-hand side of the leaderboard. Nigma Galaxy 2 points away from them with the 44. Vivo Key tied up with Nigma Galaxy on 44. RRQ Kazu with the 42. What a phenomenal grand finals we've got on our hands, Ola.
We knew the teams from Brazil were very good. We knew the teams from Thailand were very good. And they're the top 4, and they're tied, right?
Yeah.
It's only coming down to the booyahs. That is a tiebreaker. That can be key later down the road.
Yeah.
Of course, it's still very early. Now, let's look at more of the other teams. RRQ Kazu, 42. Literally right behind them. Very under the radar.
I mean, you know, we were just so upset thinking, what's up with LATAM, right? I mean, Naguara kind of went a little bit down under today, but Ignis Esports, they stepped it up for the squad, and this is just amazing to see. Let's also take a look at exactly who the MVP of that matchup was. It is, of course, the one and only Super Slayer of the day, Jason, with 2 eliminations as Team Ignis picked up the booyah for themselves.
Okay, not the most eliminations, but they didn't get much. But at the end of the day, they played a smart game. They got that placement point, the booyah, of course, in the end. So they were playing with that in mind. That strategy is what you need to do. Sometimes it's not about the eliminations. And if you can get lucky or you make sure that you're in that right spot at the right time, that's going to be key. But let's talk a little bit about the match kill leaders. There were plenty of them to go throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone with Kano there, man, because without the guy, they wouldn't have been able to pick up that booyah. But of course, those eliminations do play a great role as well. But it was General who was that Master Slayer on the side of Cade, who managed to pick up a total of 6 eliminations for himself. Guess with what? Once again, the grenade launcher.
Yeah, that's all you need, right? Yeah. I think like it's one of those things where when the eliminations aren't happening early, you have that time for the teams to just really group up, and that's really key. But let's talk about the other part that's key, which is the key players here. Headshot, General. He's had 2 kills with that. He's just pretty much a sniper. Blazer 10 on the other end, Blue Wall Master. He's throwing up blue walls left and right, making it very difficult to draw a beat on Bastamante.
And EVOS Phoenix continuously with all of those defensive compound they held on to. It was Moshi that was shooting out each and every single one of those Riptide Rhythms, taking down glue wall after glue wall, shooting them down so that the defenses of the opponents can be ripped apart and they can pick up a couple of extra eliminations. Unfortunately, not a lot of those engagements went their way, as that circle was just way too jam-packed with a lot of squads out there who were sneaking away all of those eliminations off of one another. But it was Wine that blocked the majority of the damage out of his Chronos time turn, a total of 1,634. That's a lot of damage negated.
That's a ton of damage. And I mean, that last circle just reminded me of like musical chairs with like 6 people playing. There's one chair in the middle, right? Like it's just like this mad chaos. Who wants it at the end of the day? And it looks like Ignis Esports was going to get that. But let's talk a little bit more about the maps. We've just played our 3rd one. Every single round has thus far has given a different team in terms of a booyah. But now we're going to go to Alpine, the latest addition to the World Series.
The first 2 matches, of course, dominated by the Thai teams. But the 3rd game, we see LATAM waking up in the competition. But this is just the start. We are a long, long way away from the end. Ignis Esports still has an opportunity to steal this away from the home ground advantage holders, Nigma Galaxy as well as EVOS Phoenix. But is that going to be the storyline, or will we see the rise of yet another squad? SES Alpine are slowly waking up in the tournament as well.
Yeah, they need to, like, all the other teams need to wake up, right? If you're on the bottom, there is no time. You don't want to go into the second half where you're really behind. Yeah. Especially if you're in single digits, that's a terrible place to be in right now. God help you. Whatever you can do to get yourself back into this one. You got to make sure you get some eliminations. Give yourself a chance to really get into this one.
At this point is where you really have to be worried. You really have to be extremely disappointed with yourselves if you have not made good friends with EVOS Phoenix, because you got to go and ask them, like, hey bro, how do you bounce back? How do you make an eternal comeback from like having a single digit after 2 to 3 games and then just swoop on into that second spot? EVOS Phoenix might be able to share some of those tips.
Okay, for the record, everyone in Thailand has been super nice, but I think that if you're going to ask a team something like that, I'm pretty sure they're not going to tell you the right answer.
Ask my coach.
Right? Yeah. I'm not giving away my free strats, for everything, right? That's not how we play this.
I mean, of course, at the end of the day, in a perfect world, they will be able to get those answers, but they have to figure out the solution because the Thai players are waiting to put up a strong comeback in this next matchup at Alpine. But we're going to take a quick short break before that happens.
Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames.
fine. I don't need healing.
What? Your arm is broken.
If I show you I can do a push-up, will you stop bothering me?
I dare you. Hate to say it, but I told you so.
You don't hate it at all.
Oh, my grumpy love of my life. You can be so stubborn.
I am strong-willed. I'm not stubborn. Introduce them to their new home.
You're the captain of the island. You do it.
Fine, fine. Thank you for taking us in. What is this place called?
Ford, you didn't tell them?
Slipped my mind. You're in safe haven, the safest place on Earth. Welcome to your new home. Hey, who's behind this mural? I didn't approve this. Actually, I look pretty good.
Sebuah perjalanan panjang bagi kita untuk akhirnya bisa berada di FFWS ini sejak 2021. Fakta bahwa kita bisa ke FFWS, menurut gue sangat pantas dengan semua usaha kami. Gue berharap kami bisa mendapatkan kejuaraan pertama untuk tim kita.
A nossa equipa, nós estamos juntos há muito tempo. Quando as pessoas falam de como as outras regiões são fortes, esquecem que nós fomos terceiro lugar da última vez.
Thật sự thì mình không quá lo lắng vì mình đã có trải nghiệm từ lần đi Singapore trước đó rồi. Chỉ cần team mình giữ vững phong độ thì có thể nói là HQ không ngán một ai hết.
Ipinagmamalaki ko na umabot kami dito. Gagawin namin ang lahat para magningning sa FFWS.
طريقة وحيدة حتى نظهر شكرنا للمعجبين، وهي أن نعطيهم أفضل ما لدينا. نحن مصرين على ذلك فهم.
La última vez nuestro camino acabó en play-ins. Esta vez seguiremos peleando y acabaremos con todos.
Eu penso mais como uma vingança. Nós vamos provar que os times da Tailândia não são imbatíveis. Nenhum time tailandês ganhou 2 vezes seguidas. E nós estamos aqui para que não ganhem novamente. Vamos levar esse orgulho de volta ao Brasil.
ผู้คนต่างสงสัยว่าเมื่อไหร่ยุคของทีมไทยจะสิ้นสุดลงสักที เราจะทำลายขีดจำกัดและรักษาแชมป์ที่ประเทศไทยไว้ เพราะเรานี่แหละทีมม้ามืดตัวจริง
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't sleep.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Bangkok 2022. My name is Holler and with me is Husky, and we just saw Ignis Esports make a very good tactical move. They ended up securing that booyah, stealing it away from the other teams, but what were your thoughts on that game?
I think that Kano is an amazing player. We saw him pull out a lot of clutch moments in round number 2 against Bastomundo. And sure, Ignis Esports ended up going out early, but they did survive for longer than they should have. And Kano came in clutch in round number 3 and got that booyah. This means that Ignis Esports are still in the race. MENA is here to play.
Yeah, they're definitely here, and they want to continue to go on to that one. I think that if we're going to look at the standings, I mean, it's still, again, very early. We have 3 rounds already in the bag. We have 5 more games. We have plenty of games to go through the rest of the night, so I'm looking forward to that. But now the teams, like going into the second half, do not want to be on the bottom, and they need to get themselves within at least, you know, a stone throw of the top-tier teams.
And the teams who are within arm's reach of each other are coincidentally both teams from Thailand and both teams from Brazil, right? We have Evo's Phoenix, Nigma Galaxy, Kate, and of course Magic Squad. And we can throw RQ Kazu into the mix, but just like the video that we saw during the break, it feels like this is a personal rivalry between Brazil and Thailand.
Yeah, it's not only within the regions, but within the regions themselves.
Oh, yes.
Right? It's one of those things where you definitely want to do better. It's all about bragging rights. And the fact that that team did better than you is be like, you know, how can you be the best in the world if you're not even the best in your region?
Yeah, I mean, as of this point, both Thailand teams have gotten a booyah for themselves. Both Brazilian teams have not gotten any, but they are still in the running. They're really, really close. But we got to turn our focus to the team that got the booyah in round number 3, Ignis Esports. The one team, first seed from the MENA region, and there's a reason why they are so good locally. And I want to talk about Kano just a bit more. He is the clutch master. We look at them, 16 scores, 4 eliminations, nothing much. But Ignis Esports, like you pointed out, Holler, was very tactical, and a huge part of it was because of Kano and off the back of Carlos's IGL. This team works like clockwork because they have a good leader and they know what to do in dire situations.
Yeah, they were very smart in that one. I think that they were just kind of, the movement that they made was at the perfect timing. Their teams were starting to enclose on them. They didn't really have a whole lot of space, but they made sure that that next circle was in prime position. They made the move exactly at the right time, and they did it together. They've been like, this is a team that's playing well together, and they kind of, I don't want to say they stole it, but it was kind of, maybe they borrowed it, I would.
Yeah, they borrow a bit of space. And it's crazy, right? You look at the time lapse and you think to yourself, how did Ignis Esports even slip through a battlefield where 5 different squads are battling out against each other? But right now, I think if they continue this momentum, Ignis Esports is going to have a really great time and bringing that glory back to the Latin region.
Yes, and it's one of those things where, you know, baby steps, right? You make sure that you just get yourself within a stone throw. I mean, yes, they're only like 9 points away from 4th place Vivo Keat, but it's one of those situations where you have a chance. You got to make sure that you do that. Sorry, RRQ with 42, that is. So they're just, you know, again, 9 points away. Ignis Esports have a chance. Many still games, but let's talk a little bit about the bottom. HQ Esports from Vietnam with only 5 points. Alpha from the MENA regions with 6. I mean, these are really teams struggling at this stage.
And we saw 2 very polarizing engages, right? Very 2 polarizing ways of engaging every single round.
Yeah.
For HQ Esports, it's all about the macro game. They were very, very reserved. They're just playing that late game, and they got picked off in all of the rounds that they played in. Whereas for Alpha, we saw a bit of aggression. We saw a bit of initiative. In round number 2, they actually took the fight straight to Kate, but they ended up losing as well.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you're taking a little bit of a risk when you're going up against a team. Yeah, you might get an elimination, and you do need those. That's actually very key. But the thing is at the same time, you need intel so though you don't get ambushed yourself. Alpha, on the other hand, have been unlucky. I think they've gotten eliminated 12th in almost 2 out of the 3 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
They've struggled right now. So Alpha need to figure something out, get themselves back in this game.
We are just on the halfway point, so there are plenty of chances for some of these teams on the back foot to at least pull this back. It's not over yet, Holler. We've seen that yesterday.
Yeah.
It was a deadlock to the very end, but to Alpine, some of these teams love Alpine. One of that is definitely the homeboys of MCPS, AV Radicals. But so far, this team has been oddly quiet.
Yeah, awfully quiet because they've been more reactive, right? They've got, they've gotten into fights where they lose a member. They're not able to kind of close things out. And so they've been almost just trying to run away, just res up, just survive, right? And AV Radicals, this is not the team that we know from MCPS. And they tend to be a little bit more aggressive. They want to get the fights in, but they haven't gotten that ball rolling.
Yeah, well, HQ Esports, RQ Kazu has gotten that ball rolling for sure. 2 members of HQ Esports already on the ground. Tyson getting brought back up, instantly knocked back down. Legola doing every single work needed to give RQ Kazu that head start, and so far it's working out. Can Artemis win this one? The answer is absolutely no. RQ Kazu draws first blood.
Oh, that's a huge one. I mean, he had a chance, but there were just too many numbers. And HQ Esports on the bottom with 5. I don't know if they actually, I think they might have gotten a couple points or so, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's going to be a quick first half for them. HQ Esports all the way on the bottom in 12th right there. That did not help their cause.
It's a pattern that we have seen since yesterday's play-in, where teams that are willing to take the risk, teams that are willing to get aggressive at the right time, who believe in the mechanical prowess, actually win most of those skirmishes. And we're seeing the exact opposite for more responsive teams, right? AV Radicals, HQ Esports, even yesterday, Expand to a certain extent, Infinity VX, just to name a few. They have been preyed on because they are not willing to take that fight. They felt like they were being pressured. There was a lot of hesitation. And it's just very unlucky for HQ Esports to kind of fall into that category.
Yeah, and RRQ, yes, they did eliminate HQ Esports. Props to them for that. But now it looks like Naguara have heard the cry, and they're like coming at you. They understand that there's somebody nearby. They need to ensure that they do get this secure. And then this is what we wanted to see from Naguara. Again, another team kind of on the bottom. They're 10th place right now with only 9 points. They need to figure things out. And they've done well that in the play-ins. They were able to ambush. They were able to secure and vulture as many kills as possible. We need to see more of that from Naguara.
Yeah, and so far, it hasn't been a good finals for Naguara. Yesterday, they were almost tied up with Magic Squad, right? They were really aggressive, taking initiative, winning fights, and they only really had one underwhelming round, but it seems like that underwhelmingness has been translated into this finals, where they are still making the moves. They are still Naguara Esports, but they are not winning the fights that you thought they would.
Yeah, not yet. And I think it's like one of those things where, hey, we're doing so poorly. Let's just play, like pump the brakes right here. Let's just ensure that we're going to be as safe as possible, get ourselves in an opportunity to maybe win to the mid to late game. Maybe you get a little bit lucky. And that's what they need right now, because look at RRQ down. They're wounded. Yes, they've gotten the 5 eliminations, which is great, but it's a situation where, again, you've taken that risk. You've taken some damage. Now you're in this weird spot where you only have 2 members alive.
And Naguara pounces on the opportunity, right? They got, I think Faku just got another kill, so it's only 1 thus far for Naguara, but it's kind of what they need. They also see Razor trying to bolt for safety, but Naguara Esports is a team that when they smell blood, they go for the jugular. And it seems like they are trying to at least hunt Razor down. This is a team that, in their local region, are known to be slow starters but strong finishers. If there's anything, if we see them take down RRQ Kazu, that might be the morale boost that they are looking for.
That's huge. That would absolutely be huge. RRQ, of course, was in 5th place, behind the Thai and the Brazilian team, so they are definitely one of the top dogs. And if they can get this one, and Razor just trying to run for his life, and Naguara are trying to do what they can, but I don't know if they can draw a beat. They're getting some shots in on Razor here.
Naguara, the Rush Kings are coming for blood. Razor, he still has a chance if he can find isolated fights. You can see that he has that double barrel shotgun in his hands, but he needs to make sure that he finds Naguara's member alone. They're just going to go in. Razor does it once. Can Brad keep this alive and afloat for Naguara Esports? He wants to go for the revive on Faku first, and he has a bit of time to do so. Razor gets caught by a flashback, still takes down Faku. This guy does not miss, and now Brand trapped inside a plethora of glue walls. Razor hasn't surrounded. It's a 1 versus 1. Brand saves it for the team.
Oh, gosh, that was so close. The 50-50 there. Yes, he did the style. He did get the shotty as well, but Naguara now down to only 2 members. They've got 2 eliminations, which is great, but they thought they were having an advantage. But when you can't win a 2 versus 1, and you know what I mean, do it cleanly, you're going to have a problem. So right now, Brand is on the run. They're going to look to just regroup and make sure that they're, at full strength, hopefully by the 6-minute mark.
And thankfully, they did have Yiko, who was not with the team, so he got to revive Maxi at least at the buy zone, but this is going to be a bit dicey for K because their members are split apart. It's 2 of K's members surrounded by the entire team of SDS Alpine.
Yeah, General is taking some damage here. He's actually very low. That grenade could potentially do it, but it's a little off the mark. Modesta's taking some damage. Jojo is actually been knocked, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a fight here with SES and Keed.
Yeah, Modesta and General are doing great work. They are taking down the members of SES Alpine one by one. General finally brought to his knees, but it's only Bara left alive for SES Alpine. Dead God joining. They are rendezvousing with the rest of the team. Kate are coming in for the wipeout, and Kate does exactly that.
All right, SES has not had a good run this far as well. They were the #1 seed from Indonesia, just kind of struggling. Yes, they were 7th place. They are okay in that situation, but again, you do not want to get eliminated in 11th there, and it looks like Keed is going to come out the victors on that one, and it looks like the Brazilians are getting richer.
And so far, in the first 2 rounds, there were some questions thrown at Kate and Magic Squad, but more towards Kate. Are they the first seed of Brazil? And if they are, what have we been missing? And I think from last round onwards, they have been showing us that they are persistent, they are consistent. Again, just like Magic Squad, no booyah yet for Brazil, but they are keeping tabs with Evo's Phoenix and Nigma Galaxy. And those 4 eliminations just now are very critical to potentially catapult them into first place.
Yes, and that's where you want to be. You just got to be within striking distance. That's the biggest thing. Making sure that you're getting those placement points just enough to kind of keep it very competitive. Magic Squad have been a decent job of kind of, vulturing what they can. They've been very well coordinated, a very patient team. They stick around and they take fights only when the risk is somewhat mitigated, and so that's a good situation for them. And they'll continue to just peek out, again, take things slow. It hasn't even been 7 minutes.
And while that was happening, Modestia just got his 4th elimination of this round. And I believe the relentless member is from RRQ. RRQ Kazu very, very spread out, so you kind of find yourselves in situations where you get picked off easily. This storyline about Brazil against Thailand is so heated. The trophy of the World Series has not left Thailand for almost 2 years. Brazil they are here to gun for it.
All right, every single World Series has been won by a Brazilian team or a Thai team. So there's a reason why they're the top dogs.
It's 2-1 in favor of Thailand.
Yeah. And so we're going to find out who can, win this one today. I think that was going to be the ultimate, test, so to speak. I mean, the trophy's going to be behind us. It's in Bangkok. Do they have the audacity to take it out by another country?
Well, if we look at the patterns, right?
Yeah.
Brazil won their first World Series, and it was in Rio.
Yep.
Now in Bangkok, Thailand, maybe just putting out there.
But 3 in a row from Thailand, though?
It's not possible, right? They're still in the lead. They're very much up there. Even if we come down to a tiebreaker, they are winning by booyah, but just at this point of time.
Yes.
Naguara Esports stepping up a bit. We saw them got those early eliminations just now. And they're keeping it sit. They're keeping it tight together. And that's what we want to see from Naguara Esports.
Definitely, and they're playing smarter, right? And I think that they're sticking together, making sure that they're playing as a team. AV Radicals, another team that's been largely off the radar. They have not had a great start to this finals as well. I mean, yes, this is 4th round. They need some points, get themselves back into this one. They're in 9th place right now with only 14 points, and they are definitely on the bottom looking up.
The Magic Squad just caught a glimpse of Alpha. At least having 2 of their members moving into that shack on that motorbike. Unfortunately for RRQ, Kazu Razor expires to that blue zone. And RRQ Kazu, one of the more underwhelming rounds for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were 5th place. They were only like 2 points behind Keed and Nigma Galaxy, so a bit of a travesty for them. Going out in 10th, that's a rough start. And it's kind of one of those things that even when we talk about the plans, right? We saw X-Band get 2 booyahs. I mean, and they had some bomb of rounds. They did not do well in some, and it's all about consistency. Yeah, you are the highest of the high in terms of booyahs and kills, but at times, when you have some bad games, it's going to really hurt your performance.
It's like, how bad is a bad game, right? For Expand, it really felt like they didn't play 2 rounds.
Yeah.
But you can say the same for Evo's Phoenix. They came back and won 3 booyahs. So there's that discrepancy. But I do agree on the fact that what has happened to Expand yesterday basically kind of translates into AV Radical, right? It has been kind of an ongoing issue for the MCPS region, where when we look at the bigger leagues, when we look at tougher competitions, the more reserved part of these teams start to show. It could be stage jitters, it could be just not as much confidence, but when we see that reflect on AV Radical's gameplay for the past 3 rounds, it is very evident that they are not confident enough to take these initiatives.
Yeah, and it's weird. It's an interesting difference of style of play from what we're used to seeing, right? Because in all of the other leagues, right, you play against teams that you're very familiar with. So you have a rough idea of how you want to play things. And it seems like, you know, the AV Radicals of old have kind of not been what we've seen in the past, right? Where they tend to be aggressive, they tend to take as many eliminations possible, and they're kind of almost reacting to the international style of play, which is very different.
Yeah, and this is the debut as a region and as a team. There's a lot to be desired. I think, you know, when you look at AV Radicals, you are looking at the young stars who really pop off. But if you only use that as a pivot, then it becomes really difficult for AV Radicals to show up in tough moments. Meanwhile, we see Ignis Esports getting gunned down by the members of K. They've already had Eric on the ground, but thankfully there's no kills just yet. K, though, they are not going to hesitate to go into that blue zone if they can get a couple of pickups. That's going to be very crucial for Ignis to hold on.
Yeah, they're going to look to just try to go on the opposite end of this one. Eric gets left for dead. He's probably going to be killed here. I mean, there's no one nearby, but it looks like Ignis Esports are talking about survival. We got to keep ourselves alive and give ourselves a chance. We don't want to take this fight against Keed. We think that Keed have the far superior position. But now, Evo's Phoenix, for eliminations, this is the #1 squad right now, tied, yes, with Magic Squad. But again, it's all about the booyahs. They've ensured that they're in a prime position to win. They've had momentum even from yesterday's play-in. They're continuing to do that now. It seems like Evo's Phoenix are hitting the ground running.
I love what they're doing, right? They have Jonah on scouting duty, and they use that information of Naguara Esports being nearby to just completely dodge them. And Jonah, he's going to be left behind by a bit, but that's very important for Evo's Phoenix to continue tracking their enemies. Jonah's going to be that guy to do so. Evo's Phoenix, even if they lose him, they will still have 2 more members and a Bison to bring their teammates back to life. But on the other hand, Ignis Esports, they just avoid the K and then run into the 2nd seed of Brazil. Magic Squad says hello, and Jason will be eliminated.
Yeah, Drax there. That's the MVP, I would say. At least in yesterday's play-ins there from Magic Squad, they've ensured that they're getting as many kills as possible. And Carlos does go down in the end, but it looks like Nigma Galaxy has actually sniped that vultured that one away. And it looks like Magic Squad have only 1 elimination. Alpha, another team on the bottom. They need to get themselves back into this one. They've been playing pretty much, you know, hiding in the corners and don't want to take any fight. Hopefully they get something towards the end.
And that was since round number 2, where they failed the rush against Kate. It felt like they decided to take a step back. But Moshi, he is being incredibly cheeky on this truth. I believe he also just got brought back, so there's not much resources for him. The rest of Evo's Phoenix will have to escort him out into safety, but unfortunately it's guarded by teams like Naguara Esports and Vasto Mundo, and Luca has seen that truck pass by. This is very crucial for Jonah to not go down, but unfortunately he has been stranded out in the open with 2 different teams firing at him. And Jonah, his time is running out pretty soon. Luca will get the knock, and I think Vasto Mundo should secure this elimination.
Yeah, they'll take that one. And he eventually goes down in the end. But Vasto Mundo will, I mean, they were getting some shots in with Naguara. I'm not sure who vultured that one in the end, but Evo's Phoenix eliminated 8th. That's your #1 standing team right now, already eliminated. Nigma Galaxy, that's another top dog, and it looks like they're going to be going up against Magic Squad here.
And Italo saw 3 of the Nigma Galaxy members just walk past him, so there's a lot of information for Magic Squad to work with. GU is going to be the first one to get knocked down. They also have Drax in the red, so Magic Squad don't really have the help to take on Nigma Galaxy right now. It's the best chance for NGX to pull this one out of the bag, take down MGS, and perhaps put themselves in a more comfortable situation.
Yeah, you have numbers though. Nigma Galaxy right now with 4 against 3. Magic Squad are playing this smart. They're going around the other side of the flank, and they realize that they're going to use the Storm to advantage. Nobody's going to be behind them. But now, Magic Squad, will they be flushed out? Do they need to make a move? Nigma Galaxy holding down angles, making it difficult for Magic Squad to make any sort of movement.
And NGX, they're controlling the bridge as well. That's the doorway that Magic Squad might be looking to utilize. But since the blue zone is pushing both of them back, you can see that these 2 teams are moving in parallel. From house to house, from building to building. NGX, though, have better cover to work with.
Oh, nice shot there. Bop's right there, looking to go for Enigma Galaxy. But now, they're in the storm. They do need to be careful. Enigma Galaxy don't want to make the first move. They're going to let Magic Squad make the move there. Some glue walls providing some cover.
Perfect shot by Dew. Bobs is down. Drax is in the red. Blue zone pressuring him, and the members of Magic Squad They are just scattering into the wind, desperately trying to help each other out. Bob runs left, Italo runs right, but they all run into Enigma Galaxy's crosshair, and NGX wipes out Magic Squad.
Oh, NGX, that's the perfect way to do it, right? Yes, they were in the storm, but Magic Squad made the first move. They flinched first, and they paid with their lives. Enigma Galaxy took advantage of that one. 4 teams left, but keyed. 8 eliminations. Modestia, this guy has been on fuego. 5 eliminations.
This guy is an absolute beast. He was also the one that kept them alive when Alpha rushed them on Kalahari. There's a reason why Modestia is such a reverent player. This is gonna give K such a good spot to work with. They might not have the circle, but they have a lot of space as Nando continues to rack up the numbers. But on the other end, it's Vasto Mundo against Alpha. Crusher getting that elimination onto Gata. Unfortunately for NGX, they are also involved in this battle with a 3-way fight. Stop gets a knock, but unfortunately for Gata, he traced right back. Crusher also wants to chip in. NGX, they're looking to push forward. They bring field goal back up. Alpha is already out. We're down to the top 3 teams.
Oh, Alpha was right in between Enigma Galaxy and Vastamundo. No real space. All the angles were covered. There was grenades left and right. Very difficult situation for them. I mean, they survived to top 4, which is going to give them some placement points, but I don't think they got enough elimination points. Now, Enigma Galaxy still in great position here. Vastamundo, they're the ones on fire, though. They've got all of the eliminations.
NGX is the only team with 3 members left. Crusher crushes that hope with a good nade, but there's still some time. General says no, steals it away from Vasto Mundo. Cade is here to play. We talk about the Brazilian teams, and Cade has used a time turner, broken the Riptide Rhythm, broken the glue wall, and another nade overhead onto Crusher. Cade is here to claim their first booyah for Brazil since yesterday. Modestia with the Charge Buster in the face of Vasto Mundo. Luca, the last one alive. Can he do this on his own? The answer is no, and vamos for Cade to get the first booyah in the finals.
Cade right there, stepping up. That was like a dominant performance, I would say. I mean, they got a ton of eliminations. I think we're going to have to see the exact numbers, but I think around 13 or so, that's exactly what they wanted to do. Get themselves back into this one. They were top 4. That's going to springboard them up even further. They got a ton of eliminations, and they got the booyah.
Yeah, just incredible performance from Cade. We've seen this team from round 1 until round number 4, and we were wondering how high up they would place. When is the time for them to get the booyah? And they finally showed up just nice at the halfway point, putting Brazil in a good spot. But we do have the highlights coming up, and let's take a look. How did K get the booyah? An amazing round number 4 by Cade, getting the very first booyah in the Free Fire World Series Bangkok 2022 for Brazil. But most importantly, they put themselves on the map as a real contender.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you got the booyahs, you got the eliminations. That's pretty much all you needed, right? That is the perfect round. You need to build on that momentum. Speaking of another team that's building on momentum, Vastamundo stepped up. That was their best performance thus far. I'm not sure how many eliminations they get, but they really needed those points. They got it, and that's exactly what they needed.
And I think this also quells some of the doubts people might have about Vastamundo, where they stand. Best team from EU. The roster has been together for a very long time, and the first 3 rounds didn't really justify that. But it's great to see Vastamundo make it to round 4 in top 3. Albeit not getting the booyah, I think they put up a really good fight. It was just very unfortunate that they had to go up against Kate and Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, it was a weird situation that's eventually going to happen, and that's why these games have been so fire, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because at the end of the day, yeah, EVO's Phoenix might be eliminated, Enigma Galaxy might be eliminated, but then You have Keed, you have, Vastamundo, you have all of these Titans here, but let's talk about the standings going into this one. Keed on top, 26 points, 14 eliminations, plus the Booyah. That's a great match.
Yeah, and of course, they haven't gotten the top record, but it's not as important as getting this Booyah and making sure that they get decent amount of points. Vastamundo in second with 17, like you mentioned, Holler, the best round that they've had so far in the finals, and this is going to at least put them on track to perhaps make it to that top 4. But NGX, they have a slower round, they finished third, and they got 14 points. Their counterparts, unfortunately, EVO's Phoenix, getting 7 points, tying up with Magic Squad.
Yeah, they're still going to be scoring a lot of points, but again, let's give a little bit of credit in terms of some of the bottom team, so to speak. Naguara with 9, that's a great win for them. Alpha getting that, the placement points was huge. They got caught in the middle between 2 other teams. That was a weird situation towards that part, but Alpha played that one smart. That's what they need to do. They need to ensure that they're doing that, but if we're going to talk about the overall standings for this piece, I think that there's going to be a little bit of a shakeup on the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, RQ Kazu, they are known as a late game team. They play very slow, but they got a lot of eliminations in the previous round. It still isn't enough to put them in top 4, but it keeps them very close. RQ Kazu with 49, but we have to turn our eyes and attention to Keith right now in first place, 70 points, basically 12 points ahead of NGX.
Yeah, and Keed, it's one of those things, it's like the tortoise and the hare, right? Are you getting to that early start? Can you keep that up going into this one? Of course, just 4 rounds. We have the second half. We have 4 more to go. We have plenty of games, but that was a statement win. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to build on that lead, right? We're talking about 2021 Free Fire World Series, EVO's Phoenix. They won 3 Booyahs out of 6 of the matches. They had it. It was no contest. Keed want to repeat that performance.
And the best part is now they have 2 more chances to do it, right, in this new format with 8 total rounds. I mean, this Booyah happened at the best possible round for them, the best scenario. They not only, we didn't only just see EVO's Phoenix getting knocked out earlier than expected, we also had Kate basically getting a lot of kills and being able to secure them with those utilities. NGX went into the last circle wounded because of Vastamundo, and Kate were like, you know what, Vastamundo, you guys did the hard work, we will claim the reward for ourselves.
Definitely so. And the MVP of the last matchup, we're going to see it. Drum roll, please. And of course, it's Modestia, right? 8 eliminations. This is a no-brainer. The fact that Keed was, getting so many kills and, has a 12-point lead in first place or so. 8 eliminations off the back of Modestia.
And this is a guy that I have been stressing a lot. I kept saying that we gotta keep an eye on Modestia, and I was just waiting for that one moment for him to really show up. I'm glad it was this moment. We also have to look at the match leaders for round number 4, and I would say that Modestia is definitely at the top of the pack with 8 elimination, but he's also followed by Luca from Vastamundo with 4, and of course Dew from Ligma Galaxy with 3.
Okay, having seen the Europe Pro League, Vastamundo, they kind of ride or die on Luca. This is a guy that gets a decent amount of eliminations. This is a great game. This is a bounce back game. Can they make a run into the second half? But let's talk a little bit about the key players of that game 4, which was actually quite key. Caramel, assist king. You got to help out. You got to get the support. Modestia, not only was he the MVP with all the eliminations, but he's the glue wall master with 14.
And the rest of the list is also K members, right? Nando 9 with 10 glue walls destroyed. He had that reptile rhythm down to a T, just landing it on the perfect timing. And not to forget, Dead God also from Kate having that damage, 800 damage block using the time turner, is keeping Kate in the fight, but also allowing them to get these pickoffs. It is pretty impressive how they were threatened, but they were not really pressured as we thought they would.
True. And when Cade have a dominant performance like that, there's a reason why the key players are going to be 3 out of 4 in terms of, their team securing all of these awards, so to speak, because they were just on another level. I think that, for a team to do that again, it shows the real mettle of the team. Is it going to be possible? I mean, Cade, anything, the world is their oyster, so to speak. But let's talk a little bit about the next maps. We played 4 rounds thus far. What's going on in the second half?
We are going to run it back because we have just gone past the halfway point. It is the last sprint, the last marathon for all of these teams out in the arena. We will start back on the Bermuda, and afterwards it's going to be the same sequence, right? Kalahari, Purgatory, and Alpine. But Bermuda was the feasting ground of EVO's Phoenix at the start of the evening. wonder if Evil Phoenix can do it again, because this is a map that a lot of teams from Brazil, from LATAM, from MENA, they favor this map, but they haven't been able to really crack the code.
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, it's difficult, right? Again, just the teams, the level of play has just been so high. But going back to this one, now, if you were coach of, you know, let's just say the bottom 6. I don't want to name names or anything like that, but one of the teams, like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you telling them? What are you getting themselves prepped up to in terms of going into the second half?
Well, this is a tough question, but I think from my perspective, if you are already on the back foot, I would say try taking risks. And it's something I want to see in teams like HQ Esports and AB Radicals and maybe Alpha. And Alpha did take the risk, it just didn't work out. But for the other 2 examples, they haven't really shown that they are willing to make that first move. And if you keep playing passive, so far these past 4 rounds have proved that you are going to get feast on.
True. And you talked about Alpha kind of stepping it up, trying to be a little bit different, and that's right. But they were unlucky. I think they got 1 elimination in all of that. And yeah, they were like almost in every single fight. But the fact that they were just kind of caught out and not able to do that was, you know, a little unlucky by Alpha.
You know what they say, you miss every shot you don't take, you miss every chess piece that you don't move. So at the end of the day, if they are not really doing well passively, you gotta take the initiative. That will be left for the next round. We're gonna take a short break and we will come back for round number 5 of the finals.
Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. feel mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped.
We are halfway through the Free Fire World Series 2022 in Bangkok, Thailand. My name is Husky, and with me is Holler. We just saw Kate getting their very first booyah for Brazil. And not only just their first booyah, it put them in a very solid spot in first place.
Great positioning, great game, and that's what they want to do continuing on. And they're going to look to build that momentum, go into the second half with that. Now, can they keep that up, especially against these top-tier teams? We're going to still have yet to see. There's so much more action yet to be played.
And we do see some front runners, right? In the Brazilian teams, the Thai teams, RQ Kazu is also up there alongside with Ignis Esports. And we also saw some teams that are falling behind. They're eating a bit too much of the dust. And so far in the first half, they haven't really been able to do too much to kind of make up for the difference.
And to be honest, yes, we have 4 more rounds, but the thing is that this game and the next one, are going to be the key ones because that sets the stage for the final 2. Who's going to actually have a chance at that top position? I mean, we kind of see a little bit of a rat race in terms of, the top area. There's about 4 or 5 different teams that have a real chance. But getting it to that next level, we're going to see the story's going to tell itself in the next 2 games.
When the evening just begun, we hardly talked about which team is going to be left behind, right? Because it is all up in the air. But I think it's high time for us to really start looking into it. And and be truthful to ourselves. There are some teams that might not make it to even top 6, and that's going to be a travesty. But at the end of the day, it's the fighting spirit that matters, and that's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come back down to which sort of ranking that you are. Yeah, you might not be top 4 or whatever, but you're still fighting for a decent chunk of change. But let's talk a little bit about the Game 4 stats, right? Keyed on another level. 26 points, 14 eliminations. The total damage was 7,000. I mean, that is almost a perfect game, I would say, by Keed.
And at one point, we saw this team split up 2 by 2, got caught by SES Outfight, and won a 2 versus 4 Modestia in general being the 2 kind of pillars for the team in this round. And that is going to really lift the spirit of Kate up. But like you mentioned, Holla, can they carry this forward? Because Bermuda so far has been the home turf, not just for EVO's Phoenix, but for the Thai teams in general.
Yeah, they've done quite well. And I don't think that they need to panic. Again, this is a situation where they just need to just be consistent, right? Be the team that we know that you're capable of doing. If you're looking at Enigma Galaxy, this is perfect. The guys are just joking around. They're just taking it very casual. They're not too serious. And, understanding that they're still in a great position.
Yeah, and they're not too far behind, right? In
Yes.
fact, second place for NGX. That's not too shabby. 1 good round could set them on course to win not only their first World Championship, but keep that trophy on home soil. But we also have Vasto Mundo on our screen, the team that performed admirably in the previous round, finally stepping up, showing signs of life, keeping EU in the race.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if they didn't have that good match and they were, you know, on the, like right now they're 6th, right, with 38 points, only 1 point above Ignis Esports, and about, 11 points behind RRQ. That is within stone throws distance. They have a potential, right? The fact that Vastamundo were able to have a great game 4 put them in a good situation. I was gonna be worried about this team because, again, Vastamundo is a team that just, is built off of momentum, and getting a little something going is going to really help them as we go into Game 5.
As we expected, right, Laco and Blazer did exactly that. Bermuda is where the true race begins, especially for the teams that are vying for that first place. We are going to go back onto the most classic map, but this is a map, as we both agreed on, has been the forte of the Thai squads.
Yes, we're looking forward to that. At the same time, it looks like the drop is going to be going in. They're going to be going southwest, and everybody's kind of dropping down. Alpha goes down very early. They were kind of one of the first ones out of the plane, but if we're looking at it, nobody really, I think, is going to make it their way to Sentosa. It's a little bit far for that flight path, but look at this middle. Very congested, I would say. We might see some early action.
Yeah, Kate instantly drops there. And we're also seeing the same maneuver from HQ Esports, where they split up, try to cover as much ground as possible. But early on, with when AJ was on the broadcast, we did discuss about the pros and cons of this move. And the cons is that you might get caught out in the open, and if you lose that gunfight, it's going to be a free point. That free point could not have gone to a worse team. Is Kate.
Oh gosh, not a great start there. General will secure that one, but HQ Esports, like, I don't know if they're just unlucky, but they have not been able to find their groove. They have 6 points in 4 games. That's a rough situation to be in.
This is a team that prides themselves on being consistent locally and being really proficient in that macro gameplay. But if there's anything we've learned, is that macro doesn't win you the games. At least doesn't win you the game fully.
Yes.
Right? We need teams to really take that first step, take that CQC, have someone to back you up. What really amazes me about competitive Free Fire over the years is how these teams have adapted, have evolved in their gameplay. Now we are no longer seeing 1v1, we're seeing mech checks, we're seeing those 2 versus 1 trades. There are all these really minute movements that separates a good close quarter combat play and a great one. And I think we're seeing that discrepancy shown here. Tanamo, on the other hand, though, is going to get a free knockdown, free elimination onto one of the Vasto Mundo players.
They'll take that one. But let me touch a little bit about HQ Esports, right? I think that overall, even with yesterday's playing with Team Flash, going into today with HQ Esports, the #1 seed, I expected a lot more out of the Vietnamese squads. Generally speaking, they still end up getting top 6, but as I say that, AB Radicals in a world of hurt already.
2 of the members have went down. Same for Vasto Mundo. It's going to be EU against MCPS. Who is going to do this? AB Radical taking the first move to move out of the building, but RQ Kazu is shooting them from afar. V2 has just gotten down Blazer 10, bringing Vasto Mundo down to just Nunes. And unfortunately, the EU squad will have to back off, and AB Radicals now get to claim 3 points.
Yeah, a huge one. That's a huge win for AB Radicals. They need to get themselves scored. But Tanamo goes down, and it looks like Wine's all by himself. What is he going to be able to do? They have 3 eliminations, but now he's all by himself.
RQ Kazu saw this from a mile away, then it instantly pounced on AB Radicals. They are wounded, they are crippled. It's a fight that no one on the side of AB Radicals wants to take. It's not a fight that Wine can even be a part of. But RQ Kazu smells blood in the wind. They are chasing after the scent of Wine. It's going to be a tough time for AB Radical to stay in this round. Wine needs to somehow get away.
Yeah, he's just running for his life. And they do know that he's there. Razor and maybe are just going to look to just run after him. But Wine, he's getting vultured maybe from hands, and it doesn't really matter. AV gets eliminated. Pac-Man will secure that one.
And it's an unlucky situation, right? They were able to hold the fort against Vasto Mundo, but RRQ, they were ready and waiting. And unfortunately for MCPS, they did what felt like to be a good start. This turned out to be a horrible ending. But RRQ Kazu, they didn't really have to use much. and they have ample resources to take on HQ Esports, who are spread really thinly on the map right now.
Okay, RRQ has done quite well, right? Off of Legoloth, he's been doing a great job. I mean, this is a team that's won gold in the SCE Games in 2021. This is a team that's, knows how to win. They've done it not only in the leagues of the Indonesian leagues, but they've also done it on the world stage. They've made sure that they do it. But Basta Mundo, I give them a compliment in the pregame, and they get eliminated 11th. Shame on me.
And to be fair, they were really wounded because of AD Radical. So Ignis Esports picking up the final piece. And since, we talk about RRQ Kazu, props to Legoloth, because I think winning SEA Games was kind of the confidence boost that he needed to be a leader, right? He was doubting himself. He didn't know if he could do it, but that victory, that podium finish, first place medal for the team really gave him that boost. And we are seeing that reflect in his gameplay since the play-ins. And Legoloth, unfortunately, as I say it, will be caught out. But he was alone, so HQ gets a free kill.
Yeah, Neo just completely ambushed him. He jumped off the building and just caught him off guard. Legoloth was not expecting that one. It really got caught with his pants down, so to speak. But now Magic Squad, on the other hand, kind of quiet. They've been sticking around. I mean, the Brazilian way has been more of targeted attacks, right? They tend to stick together. They're very well coordinated of when they want to attack. And at this moment, it looks like they're just going to be playing very patiently. Let the game kind of come to them. They don't need to do anything because Keed is right around the corner. And do they actually take out their fellow country mates?
It seems like it has begun. GU just got a good snipe onto Modestia. Wonder if Magic Squad will go for that push. So far, it's all just love taps, and some of that can be debilitating. What we saw from some of these teams, especially from the Brazilians, is that normally when a team chases after their opponents, they will stop at a certain point. But for Magic Squad and K, they will chase you until the ends of the world, until the edge of the map, which is a very scary thing because it shows how confident they are. Nigma Galaxy, on the other hand, might just run into an opposing team who is circling nearby, and that team happens to be Alpha.
Oh, but Alpha, okay, so Alpha, yes, they're making some movement, but they are kind of loud in those vehicles. They're getting some damage here. Nigma Galaxy is trying to draw a beat on them, not able to take them down. Yes, he does, and he knocks down RA2D. He is down.
The rest of Alpha would just have to live with the pain, at least for now. There is still plenty of time to get that revive, either by revival zone or the buy point. So for Alpha, not too big of a loss. But for Nigma Galaxy, they are already close to the top of the leaderboard. Getting these pickouts, these isolated kills will contribute to that.
Yes, it's going to help them out. That's definitely what they need. But again, still very early. Let's just kind of slow it down a little bit. The circle is going to be a little bit beneficial, at least for Magic Squad and Keed, who've kind of been staring at each other. Yes, they're getting some shots, but nobody's really going to go into one another here.
It's like a standoff right now, a Mexican standoff between these two teams. For K, at least, this is exactly what we saw, I believe, in match number 1, right? Where K was in the center of the circle, and then you had RQ Kazu and Evil's Phoenix coming in from the side. K generally don't try to push it too much, which in a lot of times looks like the right move, but when push comes to shove, when that circle starts closing in and other teams start coming in and closing you from multiple angles, that's where you start to get worried for this kind of maneuvers. Like, where are you going to hide? Where are you going to go? What's the backup plan?
Yeah, and it's going to come down to how the teams play the cover. Obviously, they know the maps, they know the buildings, they understand the certain angles that could potentially happen. But again, I think you're hitting the point of the sense of intel, right? Getting that information, making sure that you have vision. Like, if we're looking at Italo right now, he's like trying to peek out the window, but he's actually looking more towards the corner, so he's not able to see everything. You got to see the movement of the enemy team. You got to make sure that you don't get caught off guard.
That's something that Evo's Phoenix have demonstrated time and time again, where they are using the fact that you can put your members out in the open with a couple of glue walls and just some intelligent play, some great foresight, and really enables you to get all this information. And that was what got them the very first booyah of the finals. And it was on Bermuda, where they played out in the open, they covered so much space, and they took advantage of the intel that they got.
Yes, and it was super key for them. And okay, HQ Esports, they're in dire need of some points. Tyson here just trying to do a scouting expedition. He's gonna make a lot of noise, so players and teams are gonna understand that he's on the way, but he's all by himself. He's fine. I think he's just trying to see what is out there right now. Just give themselves a chance, find a team so that the rest of the squad can kind of just join them.
And HQ able to at least touch down and set up camp in a pretty secure area. It's still the second circle. There are plenty of places to go around to get some loot. Obviously, they did sustain some damage, but that puts them within the line of sight of teams at Clock Tower, and Jason just instantly takes advantage of that, getting the initial knock onto one of HQ Esports member. But thankfully, there's no finishers coming in, and Tyson just completely gets destroyed.
Okay, Jason had got the first knock. He got picked up or whatever, and then he got knocked down again. Jason has just been a sniper. Tyson, that was, he's taking some damage. He's got knocked again. Kaino will take that one.
HQ Esports cannot catch a break, and after that third knock, Ignis decides that it is go time. It is time to hunt down the rest of HQ Esports, and this is going to be really crucial to see if HQ Esports are willing to take this fight. Are they just a reactive team? Neo says no, takes down Jason with a great grenade lob. Ignis Esports kind of stopping the tracks temporarily, but Eric is also responding, using that ice grenade, forcing the members of HQ Esports out. Eric is the only one right in front.
Okay, one thing I don't like about HQ Esports right now is that they're kind of hesitant about going or not, right? It looks like the go call has been made. They're outside trying to get draw a bead on some of these angles. But Eric does get knocked here. Artemis will secure that one. And it looks like they're trying to find the rest of them, but they're going to use the glue wall, and Carlos. I don't know who's going to end up winning on this 50-50 fight.
Eric tried to sneak through and unfortunately just got spotted. And GX was also in the picture, but we also turn our attention over to Alpha and Naguara Esports, who are assaulting the compound of Alpha. But unfortunately, Yeko is the first one to get knocked down. Remind still alive with 15 HP. The rest of Alpha, they are pincering the members of Naguara. They are boxing them into this house. They are the ones who are trapped with Alpha, and Alpha cleans up Naguara.
Oh, that is a win that they needed, but they're continuing to fight, and Alpha is looking to just continue to go with SES. They've joined the fray. There's just too much action left and right. G8L is still alive. He's the last one. He's the sliver of life. I think it was 3 HP. But SES, they want to clean house. They want to get the free eliminations from Alpha here.
And he's trying to get away on a buy. Unfortunately, there is just no chance for that to happen. SES outfight, putting Indonesia on the map. Good vulturing strat.
Very good play right there by SES. Again, this is the #1 Indonesian squad. They haven't really found their groove in the finals thus far, but that's a pretty big win for them. They needed to ensure that they get some eliminations. They're going to continue on. 8 teams left, 11 minutes. Still plenty of time, and of course, many players out there, so many points to be had.
It's great to see that Ray is finally doing that rush, and they're doing it correctly, right? One of the star players of SES with a 3.08 average kills per round off of their local finals. That is a high number. Kate, on the other hand, have just found RRQ Kazu on that high ground, and this was a fortress that Kate has held for a very, very long time. Unfortunately, Circle is not in their favor. They will have to move soon, and they will have to move through RRQ Kazu and potentially Magic Squad.
Yes, yes. Again, Magic Squad have been quiet, right? They've been sticking around, just trying to find the right, angle of approach. They haven't been able to do that, but this is going to be a pretty key one. Magic Squad, RRQ, both in the running. Evos Phoenix is kind of, I thought they were right, but Ignis Esports, Carlos is going to get the knock there. But again, Magic Squad sticking around. They are okay, at least for now.
You see that ice grenade being lobbed by RRQ Kazu, which means that the assault might begin really soon. But RRQ Kazu, they have a very important decision to make. Where do we attack? There's Kate on one side, there's Magic Squad on the other. You don't want to come to the center. But for RRQ Kazu, they are split up 2-2 unless SES joins the fray. General getting eliminated from the picture might just be the green light for RRQ Kazu to kind of pounce and eliminate Vivo and eliminate Kate from this equation.
Yeah, they still alive right now. I mean, General's the only one that's been knocked here, and they're going to continue to fight. But SES on that high ground, making it difficult for Dead God to draw a bead. But if we're looking at the angles that are approached, Ray's on the other side, so it's very difficult to find which sort of, who you should be targeting. But as I say, that SES just shooting the car at this stage.
Yeah, just eliminate any mode of transportation, making sure that you trap whoever that car belongs to and where he should be, where you want to keep him. Modestia is in such a precarious position. He's beneath 2 RRQ members, is also getting shot at by SES outfight. This is such a good position for SES to be in.
it's a good position for them. I would say for Keed, not the greatest one, especially since RRQ is right on the other end of that one. But IGS, Ignite Esports, has been going on with HQ Esports. That's on the other end. But Drax 7 will secure something onto Neo. So there's action all over the map. It's starting to build up here.
And this one is definitely going to erupt in just a bit. SDS Alpha is slowly encroaching on the compound of both RRQ Kazu and Key and Kate. But these two teams, K and RQ, they also feel like they want to go head-to-head against each other. SES Alpha felt like the referee right now. They're just watching this unfold. Dead God makes the first move, and that is the first move that ends him, that puts him in the grave 6 feet under. SES Alpha just getting all these free kills from that high ground. RQ Kazu finally making their move. They want to make sure that they do not become the victim. Returning fire onto SES Alpha, but SES Alpha have got a good hold on this high ground.
Okay, they've done a great job, SES that is, of just kind of gatekeeping, moving with this circle, as well as getting some shots in. Legolaf has been, looks like he does go down. General's been revived on the other end, but it looks like they're going to continue to forward. But they have 8 eliminations. SES have bounced back this round.
Bara knocked down by the play zone, but SES still have the numbers on the other end. Both Thai teams that ran into each other, and this is the showdown that the Thai fans want to see. NGX against Evo's Phoenix. Stop is the first one to go down. Evo's Phoenix going in for the kill, and Du is keeping his team alive. This is a star play that you want to look at. Bill against Jonah does not work out, and Jonah gets that knockdown. Moshi is going to be next on the screen, but unfortunately for NGX, they are history.
Clinical fight there by Evo's Phoenix there, winning 4-0 against Nigma Galaxy, ensuring that, hey, we are the top dogs from Thailand. You bow down to me, at least in this round. But many have fallen thus far. Ignite Esports, they're down as well. Magic Esports are like cockroaches. They're sticking around even to the end. Top 4, guaranteed some good points here by Magic Squad. Very smart play by them. But Jojo taking some shots here. Got Cruz, bit of a sniper on this perch.
And even though the circle isn't in favor of Evo's Phoenix, look at the amount of space that they've taken for themselves. It really feels like you're suffocated if you're any other team. God Cruz will make that first move to get more space, but Ray, his Hawkeye is incredibly precise. Takes down God Cruz, Evo's Phoenix, thinking if they want to bring their buddy back up, but there's no time to do so.
No time yet, but God Cruz has been eliminated here. Get High sticking around. Again, I would say he's the MVP, at least on this squad. Evo's Phoenix, gotta know where he is at all times. GU just trying to run for his life, but he's gonna look to go right into Joanna.
And can Jonah do this though? Getting pressure and even a knock with that vehicle. Evo Phoenix out. This is the SES Alpha's best round so far. And they're up against the second seed of Brazil. Magic Squad, consistent, deadly, precise. Can SES overcome them? We see all the utilities getting thrown out. Glue wall melters, grenades. SES against Magic Squad. GU going for the flank. GU getting the first blood. Ray getting taken out. Magic Squad puts one on the board.
Puts one on the board, and it's the biggest one for them, right? Again, they were sticking around. They were able to do it. They were not fighting anything in the first, 10 minutes or so. They were very patient, and then all of a sudden, they turned it up. What do we need to do? We need to get some eliminations now. Now let's do it. Late game, we know how to close it out. Very important for those top teams.
Perfectly ties back to the storyline and the banter video and the taunts that both Brazilian teams and Thai teams have thrown at each other. Thai teams got their booyah, Brazilian shows up on the second half, and this match is going to get even more intense. This final is going to get even more intense. So I want to see how these two regions go up against each other, but first, let us marvel at how Magic Squad got the booyah for this game.
Magic Squad got the booyah on that one. They did it in style. They got a decent number of elimination points, and they're going to be kind of jumping up. It's going to be very close with Keed. I'm super excited to see the overall standings because, again, the Brazilian teams are on top maybe. The Thailand teams are maybe faltering.
It feels like that way, but whenever we see either Evo's Phoenix or Nigma Galaxy go out, the other will still be in the race until the very end, right? This is a very tight race. It felt like we have been confined in this bubble of just Thailand against Brazil all the way. There are some other teams that are also keeping up. You know, RQ Kazu were doing great. Ignis Esports were also doing pretty decent to keep themselves in the race, but we are seeing that gap getting widened a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting because, again, even for that the match standings on this one of that last game, which is going to be kind of key in terms of how it shapes it up for the next 3 rounds, we're looking at exactly what happens. SES bounce back game, 12 eliminations. They got second point with 21 points. They needed that one. That pretty much guarantees them at least a spot into, you know, the top 7 spots going in.
Very crucial as well. This team, they have a reputation to get rid of, and that is the runner-up specialist. And even though they won the local league, this is the best proving ground for SES Out5. But Magic Squad was the team that got the booyah, 19 points for them, followed by Evo's Phoenix with 13, and RQ Kazu keeping tabs on them alongside Kate with 10 points each.
Oh my gosh, but look at Nigma Galaxy at 8 points, Ignis Esports with 8 as well. HQ Esports had a decent game with 7, so they kind of bounced back on that one. But look at AV Radicals, Naguara, Vasta Mundo with a donut. That is a travesty.
This is a devastating finals thus far for Naguara in particular, right? Because this was a team that came in from yesterday with so much promise. They were dominating the play-ins, then they finished in 3rd place, but at the end of the day, this entire finals thus far have not been their playground. This, the current standings. Kate in 1st place, 80 points, leading comfortably, followed by Magic Squad in 2nd with 72.
Oh, there's both. I mean, the Brazilian team seem to look like they're pulling away a little bit. But yes. Nigma Galaxy and Evo's Phoenix, the interesting part in that last game was the fact that they were kind of going head-to-head. Evo's Phoenix ended up winning that one out 4-0. Crippling, eliminating Nigma Galaxy. That was huge for them and their confidence going into this one. But they both have 66 points. It's going to be very interesting seeing with those Thai teams. What do they do in the future? Like, do they let their the enemy team go just so they can deal with the Brazilians, or what do you want to do?
We don't know who they are on the battlefield. It's going to be so hard. But I love the fact that you brought up SES having that important round, right? Because it really catapulted them to 6th place in first page. There's still a lot of work to be done for SES to even have a chance to contest that championship title, but getting close is the first step.
Yes, for sure, for sure. It's all about that. It's going to be going into that. But let's talk a little bit about the MVP of the last game. I think this is going to be super key because of the fact that, like, you know, who do you think is going to be the MVP?
I think it's going to be Italo. It's either Italo or GU, because I think these two have been instrumental in getting Magic Squads to the top. GU was a phenomenal support, and Italo, he was known as the Glue Wall Masters for a couple of times yesterday during the play-ins on that key player screen, and it's good to see that now he's also leading the elimination chart with his Charge Buster.
Yeah, and he's got to continue on doing that one, but let's talk a little bit about the match kill leaders. I mean, yes, he's gotten 2 or so eliminations on that one, but 5 eliminations from JoJo. Ray with 4 as well. SES really had that bounce back game. And Italo, we already talked about him in his 3 eliminations, but this is, you know, SES's world. This is what we wanted to have seen from them. They need to continue with that.
And the other thing we want to see is no repeat booyahs, and so far all of them have been very unique. No team has gotten 2 booyahs yet. We also got to look at the key players of game number 5, starting with SES Out5's Ray, 6 massive assists, and Jonah from Evo's Phoenix with 16 glue walls erected.
Okay, you erect them, but a hand will knock them down, and he's knocked down 6 of them. Pretty good stuff by them. HQ Esports, Neo as well, Field Medic. I mean, this is one of those things where, yeah, you got the award, and it's great support play, but if you're picking up 4 guys, but it's never really good for the team when you have to pick up 4 people, right?
And it's even worse if you can't translate that into something, right?
True.
It's just like how we saw, for example, most damage blocked by Time Turner, but that team incidentally was the team that got knocked out early on. It really shows that you are getting pressured a lot. HQ Esports, they don't have much time left, and they are still biting the dust. it's not starting to get concerning. It is incredibly concerning if you are a HQ esports supporter. But it's safe to say if you are EVO's esports fan or if you're supporting SDS Alpine, they are still very much in the running.
Still within the running, and it's all about just having that good round, right? Okay, yeah, you might not be top 6 or whatever at the end of the day. I mean, unfortunately for some of those cases, I mean, mathematically you still have a chance, but we have a lot of games to go. But it's one of those situations where, hey, let's look at baby steps. All we need to do is just springboard ourselves to places to get ourselves up into that next game 6, which is going to be Kalahari.
And Kalahari is an interesting map because when we looked at game number 2, I expected RRQ Kazu to gun straight for Refinery and take control of that. But it was Magic Squad that took control of Refinery and took it to the very end. NGS got the booyah, but Magic Squad is showing us that they're not afraid to contest these key areas.
Never afraid, right? I think that's the biggest thing, is that you have to be confident enough to know that wherever I'm going to drop, whatever I'm going to defend, I know what I'm trying to do. The strategy is there. This is it. This is the best of the best. You're in the entire world for Free Fire, right? And you have to know the map. You have to understand what you need to do to make sure that you're playing it properly. And it looks like, you know, Magic Squad has done a great job of that.
And there are some patterns we saw in that second game, where Alpha taking the initiative to take on Kate. They lost, unfortunately. Ningma Galaxy setting the record for most points and eliminations in a single round. I'm not looking for any teams to break that record, but I certainly am looking for the teams to adapt to what happened in round 2.
Definitely, definitely. And we're going to see more of that. Again, it's all about the strategy. We've kind of gotten our, we see how the other teams played it. It's going to come down to this. And how do we react? What is the counter strategy to all of that? It's going to be super key.
And I think when we talk about this being crucial, Kate has gotten it to the T. Felt like they have mastered not just being passive, but also knowing when to take that first move to get that booyah for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see 3 more games. It's going to be the end of it. It's going to be coming up. We're going to find out what's going on. But we have still plenty of action to go at you. But first, we're going to take a quick little break.
I'm fine. I don't need healing.
What? Your arm is broken.
If I show you I can do a push-up, will you stop bothering me?
I dare you. Hate to say it, but I told you so.
You don't hate it at all.
Oh, my grumpy love of my life. You can be so stubborn.
I am strong-willed. I'm not stubborn. Introduce them to their new home.
You're the captain of the island. You do it.
Fine, fine. Thank you for taking us in. What is this place called?
Ford, you didn't tell them?
Slipped my mind. You're in safe here. The safest place on Earth. Welcome to your new home. Hey, who's behind this mural? I didn't approve this. Actually, I look pretty good.
Unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped.
Brazil, Thailand, Indonesia. 3 nations dominating the grand finals through 6 different teams. This is the Free Fire World Series Bangkok 2022. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky. And what a day it has been. We're down to the 3 final matches, but there's no guaranteed champion just yet. Anything can happen. And I'm wondering what's it gonna take for Indonesia to climb up to the top. Brazil has had a taste. Thailand has a lot of taste, but Indonesia still struggling to grab the trophy for themselves.
Starts with SCSL Fight, right? The first seed of Indonesia alongside RQ Kazu, who have been doing admirably, but RQ Kazu were the more solid one, which is a good outlook for a team that barely scraped by through yesterday's play-ins. But we also are seeing the possible conclusion of certain storylines where it's between Brazil and Thailand is Godzilla versus Predator kind of matchup.
Let's take a quick look at the previous match setup as well. All of the stats from the previous game by Magic Squad as they managed to secure a phenomenal booyah for themselves. I believe this is the first one since the play-ins. They strike it on the grand finals, and it is no better time to get the job done for the Magic Squad, but there's still a lot of work to be done. They're currently about 8 points behind their brothers, Cade, and this is just what the Magic Squad needs. Consistency has been the key of their success, but now they need to secure those extra bit of points that can get them up to the top.
And I want to quickly bring up Magic Squad as a team. They went from 6 players to 5 players, and they've been holding all of them since then. And their eyes were actually set on 2 distinct teams in the finals. Kate and Evo's Phoenix. Guess what? They've gotten what they want, and right now there's a huge chance that Magic Squad can stay on top. And this was all off of consistency since the players. They have not dropped a single beat.
No, they have not, most definitely not dropped a single beat at all. And you know, one of their winning successes, one of their winning formulas for the previous matchup was always a tight rotation, compound into compound, preying upon teams, and it's always with sending one kind of scout out first to see if anything does go south for him. When the area is clear, everybody comes in there for the backup. Magic Squad just executed that rotation time and time again, all the way into that final circle. And into that final circle, it was all about the timing, right? Waiting for that circle to start moving, waiting for that chaos to break apart, because they kind of knew that a lot of these teams love to play the very edge of that circle, especially when it comes down to the final one. And therefore, when that circle starts moving on in, nobody has the time to take pot shots against them. That was just brilliant.
2 key players on the side of Magic Squad. GU and Italo, these two have been instrumental to defining what Magic Squad has achieved so far. Not to take it away from the rest of the team, but these two have been phenomenal. And of course, as we go into Kalahari, the teams are trying to get that trophy away from Mr. Wacker, because that's what they are fighting for right now. We will see if that's going to be the case, because Kalahari, I think, is interesting. We'll see if RRQ Kazu wants to take back Refinery from Magic Squad.
Yeah, flight path skewed towards the right here as it cuts through from Stone Ridge all the way down to Shrines, leaving Maze and Mammoth quite the distance away. But as you can see, SES Alfine finds the sub for themselves. This is going to give them that bird's eye view from up top, but also a lot of area around them to loot up. They just need to be a little mindful of the positioning of Alpha. But looking at the performance of Alpha thus far, it doesn't seem like they're going to be that big of a threat for the squad.
Well, for
my.
this esports, it might not be the same. They've hard drop onto that blue tier, the high tier loot zone with AB Radicals. And we talked about this from the beginning, right? These two, it's not easy to miss AB Radicals. It's not hard to miss them, excuse me, because they always take the high tier loot zone and they're paying for it.
Absolutely, man. It's not difficult to find these boys at all. If you want to look for the Filipinos, you look for a blue circle, and there you go. You'll get all of them there. But this is the problem with AB Radicals. They haven't really been able to keep up with the very aggressive gameplay that we usually see out of them in the Grand Finals in here today. Jason Scar will be able to take down Wine, and if Wine himself cannot get those CQCs completed, there's just no hope for AB Radicals in here today. Wine is their most phenomenal player, but he hasn't been able to strike a beat throughout the whole day.
And you can say the same for Ray Miao, the wonder child from the Philippines, right? When he first joined the scene under VPH Velocity, this guy was the absolute Hawkeye of the entire MCPS region. And right now, not really showing up. I mean, you are looking at the pillars of AB Radicals crumbling one by one. And I feel like it's definitely not entirely on them, but it's also these teams understanding what to do against AB Radicals. You've seen this very passive and responsive gameplay that hasn't worked out.
Modestia, good drop. Tanamo doesn't see exactly what's happening behind him. Is Modestia going to be able to get this backstab? We will have to wait and see. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, holding on to this compound at Foundation and slowly surrounding the players of RRQ. But Phil God manages to dodge that Spaz 12 in hand. He can turn it around, but unfortunately for him, the time turner is just a tad bit too late. Gets taken down. UMP in the hands of Razor, and RRQ the first ones to draw blood.
But he's going to get revived instantly by Stop. NGX are not in the perfect position to fight RQ Kazu, so it's understandable why they decided to take that backseat and go for the safe play. But on the other hand, Naguara, they're facing off against Basto Mundo.
Yeah, Naguara, Cole. I mean, Naguara has been having quite the troublesome time out there in the Grand Finals, but as quickly as they go down, Maxi brings them right back into the matchup. Naguara still alive and kicking, but not much loot on two of their players. Blazer 10, and Faku pulls up a great glue wall, but look at the securing here coming through from Wastamundo. The backstab was just way too good. Faku out for the count.
The grappling gun, very crucial on a map like Kalahari. And that is what allowed Basto Mundo. They knew that the Naguara member was alone. All they had to do was to put pressure and outnumber him on that roof. They did exactly that. On the other hand, Ignis Esports are going to face off against HQ Esports.
RRQ brings their team members right back in, all thanks to Pac-Man. Ignis, on the other hand, fighting for a lot here. They want to get the top 6 for themselves first. Ghost goes down. Jason, good backstab. Woodpecker manages to get that shot, and he gets the elimination point for himself as well. Eric Max 7 needs one more shot. Can he get it? Pulls up the glue wall, and what a play! Gets the headshot. Hand goes down. HQ continues to struggle.
Eric puts on his dancing shoe and just dances around the members of his opponents. This is this incredible movement. He was in the red, uses the building, uses the structures to protect himself. Phenomenal play.
You could have slapped it and he would have gone down, man. I mean, that was just so close for the player from the side of HQ. But Eric's just way too good, man. I mean, happy feet. He danced around that perfectly. RRQ, on the other hand, Razor and Maybe needs to look for a little bit more of those loots. But this danger zone is just going to tease them for a little bit as they run away. They were at the very edge of it. Refinery is the home of RRQ, and they are right back at it.
It's good to see that RRQ got control of Refinery, but also partly because Magic Squad decided to not contest it early on. HQ Esports bringing the two fallen members back. But as quickly as we say that, Vasto Mundo, on the other hand, have engaged in with Ignis Esports.
No offense to HQ Esports, but the more they bring their team members back, they are just going to feed into some of these teams. 180 by Jason Crusher got crushed instantaneously. Jason's playing this on a whole other level. Ignis on the long side flank doesn't even need to do much. But Kano down on the ground though. Can he get to him? Yes, he can. Jason getting everything done all on his own. IGS is on fire right now.
5 eliminations just on his own. This guy has eyes on the back of his head for sure. HQ Esports, they end up losing Neo after those 2 revives. So it's going to be another tough round. I mean, HQ Esports, we were all agreeing on the fact that they were just responsive, a very passive team. They're relying on that macro, and it's good that they stick to the identity, but so far that has been overshadowed by all these maneuvers from more active teams. You know, Ignis Esports, Vasto Mundo, the Brazilians, the Thais. It's just proving to us that you have to also make your own active decisions.
I mean, if even Vasto Mundo is struggling in this lobby, there's no surprise at all as to why HQ is doing the way HQ is doing right now. But they just need to find a solution. They have to avoid all of those engagements if possible and just take those final circle fights as much as possible, right? But now Ignis manages to sneak on into confinement, but Vasto Mundo meets them from the edge here.
Oh no.
Timing's just a little off. Eric misses that grappling hook climb, but look at this. It is the one and only Luca who drops by Kano Max 7. Luca's not getting off and he gets taken off by pure aggression. I mean, that was no way that was going to go his way.
Critical mistake from Luca. I understand the maneuver, but Crusher just parachuted down. You do not have the numbers advantage. You do not have the arsenal advantage at least. Vasto Mundo getting punished a bit, but thankfully IGS are also down to just 3 members, so there is still a chance to fight on even ground.
Eric needs to turn the circle around. Crusher has got the exact same gun. It's the Max 7. It's all about who gets the pop first. Ice Grenade will force Eric away. He's not going to be able to make that entrance just yet. Catches up with Carlos. Both of these boys. The 2v1 situation can be set up here as long as one of those players from the side of Vasto Mundo makes that mistake. Eric on the second floor. He finds nobody though. Vasto Mundo downstairs. Those glue wall melters ain't going to be doing jack upstairs. And one good grappling hook brings him up to the top. Carlos bites the dust. What a headshot by Blazer. And here comes Eric for the response. Can he trade him right out? Brings out the glue wall. One more shot. Eric gets denied.
Blazer with the
Kano.
hero move, and they might just wipe out the entirety of Ignis Esports. Kano, once more left to his own devices. He has been the clutch master of the team, but can he survive this pressure from Vasto Mundo? Gets away, buys a bit of space, but Vasto Mundo are on his tail.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Kano barely has any room to get away. He can't even pick up his team members. Eric's up top. Kano gets tagged up and Ignis gets flushed out. This is just a phenomenal stand-up round by Vasto Mundo. We just highlighted them saying that they were struggling in the competition. They realized that as well. This is just a fire round for Vasto Mundo. 3 rounds, more than enough for them to squeeze right back up to the top 3.
That's the kind of initiative I want to see. Blazer 10 rushing the roof, getting 1v1s, winning them. We want to see these from more teams. Vasto Mundo setting a really good example. But right now, SCS outfight. They see Evo's Phoenix on the slow ground. Evo's Phoenix debating how to maneuver this, decides to take that long route. There's no need to engage SCS. The night is still young. The round is still early. There's plenty more time and plenty more space to go around.
The Knight's not that young though. The Knight's getting quite old here. All of these players are getting tired, but they just have to remain razor sharp. They have to remain focused. Joe from up top. Jonah on towards the left-hand side as well, but Ray has got that LFG, trying to keep him a little bit pin-sit down, but all of those defensive structures were supposed to be the best of engagement strategy. Just by dodging behind, he does not need to lose any one of his glue walls. God Cruz a little too far away from the rest of the Evo squad. Get high alongside Moshi, and now SCS are fine. They've got the advantage. Bird's eye view, EVOS might just lose 2 players here.
And they are still putting pressure onto Evo's Phoenix. But just to give a bit of props to Evo's Phoenix, they have always controlled zones that have revival points. So even if they lose a member, it is not too big of a deal. Now they are the one who is controlling Refinery. RQ Kazu have moved away just a little bit. But with the state of the circle, Evo's Phoenix might also have to consider moving.
Kate playing this slowly, just 2 more players left on their side. They are the #1 ranked team at the moment, but very early engagements has just forced them to struggle just a tad bit here. Apologies, not 2, but they do have 3 on their side. Vasto Mundo loses, plays a 10. That's going to be a huge shot coming through from the one and only HQ, but they get one traded out instantaneously. Nunes with the backstab should be able to find one. Artemis flies away. That grappling hook is sound, but the backstab's just way too good. Nunes should be able to secure this for himself.
Vasto Mundo does it again. Go on the roof, catch the isolated members that's keeping Watch out, and you gain the numbers advantage. You control the building. Vasto Mundo have gotten this equation down to a T. And HQ Esports, they're getting picked apart. Han needs to hold his team together, but he's getting pincered. Vasto Mundo once more stays in this game.
This is why I want HQ. Don't revive your players, man. You're just going to be feeding into teams like Vasto Mundo. Vasto Mundo thanks them with a huge big smile on their faces, but Crusher, the final remaining player here, needs to find a revival for the rest of the squad if they can, and if they can get into that final circle as well. This is going to be a massive round for Vasto Mundo. The likelihood of them finishing things up with a booyah is going to be really low though, because we are already at the halfway point. Even if those team members are brought right back, the kind of loot that they might be able to get their hands on is questionable.
Despite that, I would say it is so far so good for Vasto Mundo. Another round where they're showing up and they have 12 eliminations so far. This is crucial for a team that was placed 3rd in FFWS Sentosa just a couple of months ago. You know, there is some pride in there. And I like the fact that there was a buy point, so Crusher bringing back Luca at least, making sure that at least he has a companion. At least there's a second hand to help him out.
That's a smart move. Instead of using all of his coins to buy back every single player, he brings one back first as an insurance policy, and I'm very sure he's going to rotate around looking for one of those revival points, because it is going to be risky. When you've got teams like EVOS Phoenix just camping around revival points, it is going to be absolutely messy when you get there trying to revive your whole squad. So that insurance policy should still keep Vasto Mundo as one of the big threats for that final circle. RRQ Kazu, on the other hand, they're struggling to find their eliminations within this round. And Razor, as well as Maybe, they've been slowed down as they got taken down a little bit too prematurely. SES Alfang on the opposite side. Now, this fight between the two brothers from the side of Indonesia could break out at any moment.
And Magic Squad also finds themselves in a pickle with Alpha. And just now Alpha tried to rotate, but they lost their vehicles in the process because Magic Squad was pressuring them the entire time. And look at Magic Squad. They know that they have the advantage of the circle, and they are just keeping Alpha at bay. This is crunch time for Alpha. They need to find a way to push into Magic Squad.
Does Brazil take the championship back to their country? It all started in 2019. Nade will be able to tag one, but instant pickup will be possible. Bobs now erects that glue wall, but Red Bright Rhythm rips it right away. Drax as well as Italo. Zone comes on in as well. Bobs gets taken down. This is Alpha. Finally, they wake up in the competition. Yet another nade can be very useful here, but Red himself gets taken down. It's all up to Remind. GU way too far away, and Magic Squad sprinkling their pixie dust on the Alpha squad right now. Double barrel in the hands of Rewind, but it is a 1v2. Drax steps on in first, and that ice grenade was just the perfect solution for him.
Just unfortunate tragedy for Alpha. The team that helped out Magic Squad coincidentally was K. They were the ones vouchering the kills. They made life incredibly tough for Alpha, and right now SES Alpha finds themselves taking down members of EVOS Phoenix.
And it looks like the Indonesian players want to rise up to the top. And yes, this is the best way to get it done. But Moshi responds with a Groza headshot from down below. And that's one of the weak points of having that bird's eye view. But look at Jojo. He holds on to that tallest point on the battlefield right now alongside Ray. They've got the grappling hook, which can get them to safety down below. Gaday's going to be safe. And therefore, SES Alfang, once again, a major threat within this next circle. But look at Cade, ever so slowly dodging all of those engagements. Once they make it around this big bad boulder, they're going to be coming across RRQ Kazu, and RRQ Kazu might not be very happy with that. But Magic Squad should be able to cut them off halfway. And look at the positioning of Magic Squad. This might just be the pincer that does Cade in.
Also look at the position of Nigma Galaxy. They just saw 3 teams pass by them. Magic Squad able to get into the circle. Say the same for RQ Kazu, Kate coming in from the corner. But NGX, they watched all of this rotation happen, and it is so easy to get those pickoffs.
Bastomundo now, Crusher moving on in first, and Bob's a little bit too slow
and
to
Jax is
catch
going.
him. And yes, he does move on up to the top. Here comes Feel Good with the sprays, gets maybe, ducks away behind the container, gets the second one as well. Feel Good feeling good right now. Can he get the third? Backman backs away. Feel Good misses this shot, but he's not slowing down just yet. Turns around the corner. Bob's on the other hand, very low on HP, but a glue wall erected by his opponent keeps him alive as well. He's gonna have a lot of time to recover.
Fights on different fronts, NGX winning all of them. And Magic Squad wiped out by Stop. And he also found Pac-Man. Bastomundo goes out thanks to K. Nigma Galaxy stamping their insignia on Kalahari.
And Nigma Galaxy, they lost their #1 spot, but it looks like it's high time they take it right back. Now, once again, high tier. All of this bird's eye view is going to be able to get them the advantage. Question is, do they have a grenade launcher? A couple of grenades, solid on its own, can do the damage against Cade right now. Down below, they've got the time turner to play around with, and right in front of them, here comes RRQ Kazu for the treasure as well. But Nigma Galaxy backs away for that bird's eye view on that left-hand side.
And K gets wiped out. RRQ Kazu.
Too good.
They were not able to do much. They were not in the fight, but Nigma Galaxy did it perfectly. SES eliminating Stop, bringing the NGX down to just 3 members. Riptide, Rhythm, perfectly done. Ooh, Bara puts up a clutch wall.
Oh, what a great glue wall pulled out. Timely manner that saves the lives of SES. And now, Nigma Galaxy gonna be a huge problem for this next fight. But Legaloth, nade, but due response with his own glue wall that keeps him up and surviving. Legaloth takes Ray out of the equation. Jojo Gade as well as Bara, they're all waiting. Legaloth can do the dirty on Team Nigma Galaxy, but it's all about the timing.
This is crucial for NGX. If they can get this win, this is going to put them in such a good position in this final and give them the second booyah. But Caramel got snuffed out by Bara. SES out fine, waiting in the wings, getting this kill, and they are now about to erupt in the final fight.
Dew saving his brother, 2 grenades. Gade has got the grenade launcher. Nigma Galaxy about to eat a couple of big
Here
nades.
it comes.
The first one, but that does not tag anybody up just yet. Dew has got that double glue wall set up. Glue wall melter, courtesy of Gade. Now down at the bottom, it's going to be Bara as well. That charge buster gets absolutely nothing. RRQ Kazu still alive and kicking up top. He's avoiding all of the engagements. Caramel has got the grenade launcher as well. What a 180! Nigma Galaxy taken out.
Legaloth.
This has to be SES, and Legaloth flies on through, but the Indonesians get a booyah!
You have just witnessed the first seed of Indonesia playing like the first seed of Indonesia. What a performance from SES. 2 rounds that they have shown us that they can do it, and both rounds were classic, were just phenomenal gameplay all towards the end. The rounds that they have gotten for themselves, vouchering kills, getting high ground, taking advantage of teams they want to rotate. NGX did phenomenally, got a lot of info, but I mean SES Alpine did a better job.
This was a hard-fought booyah by the Indonesians, but the highlight to see exactly how it broke down. Now, I have to say, I called it out after match number 2. I was waiting for SES Alpine to join RRQ Kazu on the left-hand side of the leaderboard. not only did they join them, they were just one step below them in the earlier matchup. You call that out. They were struggling just a little bit in comparison to RRQ, but look at where they are now.
I mean, SCS Alpine, this is the first booyah that they got in the finals, but they also had a previous round where they did very well.
Yes.
And these two rounds have a similarity, right? They have a common playstyle that we saw. SCS Alpine playing the vouchering game. They were getting high ground advantage, and they were picking up members from different teams who were rotating inside.
Yep.
And we talk about Ray from XCS, right? He is the rusher for the team. It's great to see him show up, and he really did play his part in this map.
One of the highlight plays, in my opinion, also is from the side of Nigma Galaxy. The players of Cade right below them under the platform. There was no line of sight at all. They hop on over to the boulder on the left-hand side. Cade did not see that coming and instantly put them out of the equation. Alpine picking up 21 points for themselves. 12 from the booyah, 9 from the eliminations. Nigma Galaxy doing phenomenal as well as they shut many of those teams up with the 19 points to their side. And Vasto Mundo, this was a breakout run from them. It's just unfortunate that they only managed to sneak away 5 of those placement points.
This is the second round for Vasto Mundo where they had an incredible performance. I mean, they took out both, I believe, HQ Esports and Alpha in the same manner where they were just pushing, they were just going for the rush, and they completely caught these two squads off guard. You can say RQ Kazu in 4th place with 14 points. Cade also did fine with 13 points in 5th. Ignis Esports kind of rounding out the first page with 8 points.
If Vasto did not pick up absolutely nothing in the previous round, they would most definitely be in the top 4 right now, looking at the kind of massive points that they can pick up for themselves. But of course, here's the overall standings and how the leaderboard has been shuffled. It is still going to be dominance from the Brazilians up top with the 93 points, but Nigma Galaxy's quickly catching up, 85 in that second place. Magic Squad wants to sprinkle that pixie dust to slow them down, but it's not going to be possible because Nigma right now is on fire. The Shooting Stars are about to bust through the Brazilians in this next matchup, unless of course something messes up for them.
We have 2 more rounds left, AJ. It is not a far cry if we say that NGX might win or even Cade taking the trophy back. The trophy was first claimed back to Brazil during FFWS Rio, and maybe after 3 years it would be brought back again. Cade is leading that charge.
Cade is most definitely leading the charge. There is a possibility here that the Indonesians might be able to sneak it away from both the Thai as well as the Brazilian squads. But in order to get that done, SCS Alpine needs to hit massive booyahs in the next 2 rounds, and they've clearly shown us that they are capable of that. RRQ Kazu, on the other hand, they've shown us that they are capable of consistency. Let's see if Indonesia can prove themselves out there on the battlefield. But who's the MVP for SCS Alpine? You'll be able to see that right now. Gade with the 3 eliminations. This guy was surely the playmaker for the squad.
And I was looking for SCS to not just rely on Ray to be the rusher, but also to make moves as a team. And that match just now was the perfect example of SCS Alpine realizing that we do not need to be the passive ones. Why are we holding back? Go forward. We are the first seed of Indonesia. We had this title of runner specialist. We do not want that to stick with us.
Yeah, the top eliminators of that matchup, as well as a lot of action broke down on the battlefield. Surely you should see one Nigma player here. Yes, you do. Dew picks up the total of 6 eliminations to pick up the top spot for himself. Jason and Modestia tied for the 5 eliminations each. Ignis, though, it was really unfortunate for them. They had an opportunity to run away with this game, but the gameplay crumbled a little prematurely.
And it's very tough in those situations, right? These 2 teams, both Ignis Esports and K, were caught out in the open a bit too early, but we also gotta look at the key players from game number 6. We have Vasto Mundo's Crusher, 4 assists, and of course Ignis Esports' Kano with 11 glue walls built.
Yep, and of course the glue wall destroyer, the one and only Dew, he takes them down with a Riptide Rhythm. Not only that, he just shoots down some of these glue walls just so that he can get access to the elimination point right behind those glue walls, and he got the job done for sure today. 6 eliminations in total, all thanks to those plays. Jason, on the other hand, he was super accurate today, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was incredibly on point. At least this is one of the rounds that he was able to do so. Remember, Ignis Esports, they did get a booyah, and that booyah came from them being able to sneak into the circle. We were looking for Ignis Esports to put on a bit more of a proactive move. This round was one of those rounds.
And of course, thus far, We've gotten 6 rounds all sorted out already. We've got Purgatory and Alpine coming up for you guys. But a quick recap on all of the Booyahs from the start of the day. When we kicked off Bermuda, it was the home ground, the Titans, EVOS Phoenix, Undying, Comeback Kings, but they have already gotten silenced just a tad bit. Nigma Galaxy picking up that Booyah at Kalahari proved that the home ground advantage is a real thing, and this was the round that you mentioned from Ignis. Purgatory Game 3 was where they stood up, and they stood up tall. Perhaps in this next matchup at Purgatory, once again, we can see Ignis shine through.
And I hope that's the case. I mean, for the side of EVOS Phoenix, they have not done well for the past 3 rounds, and it is going to be a worry for them with 2 more rounds left. How you wish it's just 6 rounds, because K would have ran home with the trophy, but we have 2 more to go, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the past 3 matches, I believe they barely picked up a lot of points for themselves. Ignis got a total of 20 points from 3 games.
Oh, yeah.
That's not Ignis quality at all. That's not the usual Ignis that we see out there on the battlefield, but it is what you can expect when you've got a lobby like this. It's stacked with pro players. It's stacked with pro players that can eliminate you on sight. The moment they lay their eyes on you, you're pretty much gone from the equation, which is why some of these open rotations on those hills are just not the best of ideas.
One thing I like about Ignis Esports right now is they were sticking to the identity, just like AB Radicals, just like HQ Esports. Honestly, just like the rest of the team, Ignis Esports continue to play that 4v4 rushing playstyle, and that's what defines them in the Latin region, and that is why they are so feared. Even though they're not really the front runners right now, I want to see them continue this pressure, make these teams unsettled about whether they can get the Booyah or not.
Yeah, and you know, Ignis most definitely has an opportunity to continue climbing up the leaderboard, but getting that #1 spot might just be a little bit too difficult for them. We have to take a quick short break. When we come back, we head right back into Purgatory. We'll catch you in a bit.
Alright, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series.
Going up against the other play-in champions of Echo Esports, that was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk, there was so much at stake right now.
Directly below him is not going to be Fernando at all, but initializing shot that sekarang ini.
Shot telah disupai tapi
But here comes Mogi, the grenade from KLX.
Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames.
Sebuah perjalanan panjang bagi kita untuk akhirnya bisa berada di FFWS ini sejak 2021. Fakta bahwa kita bisa ke FFWS, menurut gue sangat pantas dengan semua usaha kami. Gue berharap kami bisa mendapatkan kejuaraan pertama untuk tim kita.
A nossa equipa, nós estamos juntos há muito tempo. Quando as pessoas falam de como as outras regiões são fortes, esquecem que nós fomos terceiro lugar da última vez.
Thật sự thì mình không quá lo lắng vì mình đã có trải nghiệm từ lần đi Singapore trước đó rồi. Chỉ cần team mình giữ vững phong độ thì có thể nói là hắc quy không ngán một ai hết.
Ipinagmamalaki ko na umabot kami dito. Gagawin namin ang lahat para magningning sa FFWS.
طريقة وحيدة حتى نظهر شكرنا للمعجبين، وهي أن نعطيهم أفضل ما لدينا. نحن مصرين على ذلك فهم.
La última vez nuestro camino acabó en play-ins. Esta vez seguiremos peleando y acabaremos con todos.
Eu penso mais como uma vingança. Nós vamos provar que os times da Tailândia não são imbatíveis. Nem o time tailandês ganhou 2 vezes seguidas. E nós estamos aqui para que não ganhem novamente. Vamos levar esse orgulho de volta ao Brasil.
ผู้คนต่างสงสัยว่าเมื่อไหร่ยุคของทีมไทยจะสิ้นสุดลงสักที เราจะทำลายขีดจำกัดและรักษาแชมป์ที่ประเทศไทยไว้ เพราะเรานี่แหละทีมม้ามืดตัวจริง
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I
Brazil, Thailand, and Indonesia, they each have 2 teams in the top 6 right now.
Yep.
That's it. All those teams. Are they going to win the world champion?
I mean, one of them surely do have their hands on that world championship already. It's, yes, RRQ as well as SES Alpine, especially SES Alpine, a little too far away from that #1 spot. But SES just scored a phenomenal booyah. If they can pull a back-to-back-to-back 3 booyahs in a row, they are your world champs. They will be able to sneak it away from the home ground boys, EVOS Phoenix as well as Nigma Galaxy. But that is surely asking for a lot. RRQ is just 6 points ahead of them, and they have a huge chance as well. I mean, RRQ has been one of the most consistent teams in the competition, but they have to get it done over the dead bodies of Magic Squad. I mean, if RRQ was consistent, Magic's just slightly on our edge here.
So you're telling me there's a chance, right? That's all I needed to know, because at the end of the day, we have 2 more matches ahead. And I mean, SES, can they do the miracle run? You're talking about the 3 booyahs in a row. Potentially it could happen. But SES had a great one. Let's talk about the previous match stats for that one. SES, I mean, they had 21 points, but 9 eliminations and 5,000 damage. SES, we liked what we saw. Can we see more of this?
I mean, okay, it's asking for a lot. It's asking for a lot, right? But the SES has proven they can get this done. And we did discuss this just before heading on into this matchup as well, just during the break, that whenever SES was playing it a little bit slow, whenever they looked like they were a little scared to get into an engagement, they did horribly. On that round where they secured the booyah, that was the kind of aggressive SESL flank that we have been expecting throughout the whole competition, where we finally saw them. Now, we just need this Indonesian squad to go ham. We need them to go all out. If they do, Indonesia stands a super strong chance.
Okay, I love the fact that you're bringing up SES. It's funny that we're like putting up so much praise and so much pressure on the 6th place team right now. You know what I mean? Like, they have such a hard journey, but we're like, no, SES, all you need to do is just triple booyah.
Yeah, triple?
Easy, right?
I mean, RRQ at this point is like, hey, am I not standing here? Have I not performed enough for you guys to talk about us just a little bit? I mean, RRQ has been amazing, but we want to see the hustle, right? I mean, SES, if they secure yet another booyah back-to-back, they're going to be putting on a phenomenal amount of pressure on teams like Cade. They're going to be putting on a phenomenal amount of pressure on teams like Nigma Galaxy as well as Magic Squad. And talking about Nigma Galaxy, this team has been quite strong, right? Cade as well as Nigma, both of these teams have got the most number of eliminations out there on the battlefield right now. RRQ Kazu, on the other hand, currently sitting down in that 4th spot with 73 points, just 6 points behind Magic Squad. Now, this is just a situation where anything goes. None of these teams, none of these top 6 teams are going to be happy if they do not find this next final circle.
It's going to be huge, right? And I think that this is the drama, right? We're coming down to it. We've extended the World Series. We went from 6 rounds to now 8, completely changing things up, throwing in an Alpine, doing whatever we can to make it harder for the teams to really show up, show that consistency, and make sure that, hey, if you're going to win out, you got to get the top 3 and you have a chance.
And don't think that this last 2 fights are all about the top 6 teams in here. Everybody walks away with something in their hand, in their bank accounts. This is the Free Fire World Series. Garena has always been super generous when it comes to the prize pool. Even at the play-ins, everybody gets a slice of this pie, right? So down at the bottom, you are looking at HQ Esports as well as Naguara fighting for a bonus of $10,000 And it's not like they have to get phenomenal rounds for themselves. They just have to get about 2 or 3 points more than teams like Alpha or AV Radicals. That's not a lot to ask at all, Holla.
Not a lot to ask, but it's still very difficult to do. The level of play is just so high, and getting those 2 points is literally, yes, you get 10,000 for it, but 2 kills is not, or 2 eliminations is not easy to do, especially against these teams. It's a rough situation. Now, if we're looking at kind of how you're talking about it, I love the fact that you talked about AV Radicals, Alpha, Nagura, HQ Esports, because they are within 4 points of one another all the way at the bottom, getting themselves in the money. But Right above that is Bastamundo in 7th at Ignis Esports. Let's talk about Ignis Esports. They've got one Booyah, they have 53 points, and this is a different tier, right? 53 and 55, that's a bit of a rat race. They do have a chance at the top 6, but they gotta make moves. This is pretty much it. If they bomb out this one, they're pretty much eliminated from probably top 6 qualification at this point.
Basically, what you're asking for, Hauler, is for Vasto or Ignis to secure a good Booyah in this next round, or at the very minimum to be placed in the mid-segment of the round match standings by the end of Game 7 as well as Game 8. Now, that's the kind of performance that is going to be able to bounce them right up to the top, or at the very least to climb a couple of ranks, but that's also dependent on these top flight teams not making it into the final circle, which we have come to find out is very difficult to prevent, right? I mean, these guys are on fire. Cade has been phenomenal as they leapt into that #1 spot. They have refused to let it go. Nigma Galaxy desperately is trying to take it back, and they're 8 points behind, and that kind of motivation is not easy to go in there and disturb, right? You know Nigma Galaxy is going to go for gold after this.
Of course, and they want gold. I mean, that's pretty much what they want. I mean, RRQ right now, the only top 8 or top 6 team, excuse me, without a Booyah, they're going to want it. But look at that spread. No team has gotten 2 Booyahs thus far. It's really come down to the eliminations, and there's a reason why Keed and Nigma Galaxy are at the top, because they're mechanically sound. They get those eliminations.
And Cade, it's all about the repositioning as well. Your positioning out there on the battlefield is absolutely crucial. But how do you travel from one compound into another? Nobody at the moment does it better than Cade or Nigma Galaxy. Magic Squad might be able to argue that they do a phenomenal job as well, but they usually do not get engaged in a lot of these gunfights. Cade and Nigma, on the other hand, they just annihilate team after team on their pathway in towards that final circle. They are two forces to be reckoned with surely out there on the battlefield, but teams just need to find a solution for this. And I have to say, one of the best solutions to play against teams like Cade or Nigma Galaxy is at the very get-go to hop in somewhere around the mid-segment of the map. Now, when you're looking at Purgatory, you're mainly talking about Brasilia, but this was a problem that we saw yesterday. This is that hot spot. Potentially more than 2 teams are going to be taking that hot drop in there, as everybody does not want to move around too much in Purgatory.
Okay, very much true. And it's going to happen. It's going to change things up, and we're going to see what's going on. Now, let me ask you a question. I don't want to put you on the spot and just say stick with the team. Let's go with region, right? If you had to choose between Brazil, Thailand, and Indonesia, which one of these regions is going to pull out the winner today?
I mean,
you got 2 horses in this race, you know what I mean?
I want to think that Thailand will be super motivated, but the Brazilians, man, the energy that the Brazilians bring into the stadium in itself is on a whole other level. The Thai players have got the confidence, but it's all about that energy. You know me, man. It's all about the good vibes. They've got humongous, phenomenal support in terms of their fans that have followed them all the way into Bangkok, Thailand, supporting them, believing in them, and that's the kind of thing that usually gets you the top spot. But the Thai players desperately want to do it for that home ground advantage. They want to get it done for their nation, and of course, they want to be known as the most ferocious force within the world of Free Fire. They currently have bagged more than 50% of the titles when it comes to the World Series, and they want to keep that sort of statistic. But as I talk about them, I'm thinking about Indonesia, who's left out of this equation. I'm thinking about Indonesia, who does not have a single World Series title to their names, but they've got a lot of capabilities. And maybe the rising veteran beast RRQ might just be the ones to get the job done.
It is crazy, right? The fact that they were a play-in team, RRQ, some people have written them off. They bounced back on the, legal out. They're just kind of tearing it up.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy who's like taken all of that to heart.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And he's turned that into motivation.
Yeah.
The team is in a great position. Top 4 right now. That's exactly where you want to be going to the final 2 rounds. Now it's time to close things out.
As we fly on into Purgatory, everyone clearly has got the championship trophy in his hands. Mr. Wagger can't fly, so that's cheating, Avron. You gotta put it down. You gotta run around on the battlefield, all right? Flight path cutting through Moat House all the way down towards Mount Villa just means that the left-hand side of our map is gonna be a little packed. Ski lodge gonna be wide open. Question is, will AV Radicals fly there? Yep, the answer is yes. They are gonna go for that straight up.
Yeah, they knew right away. I mean, we've seen their, they tend to traditionally go this way. They're going to go for the high loot. They're going to stick to that side, and they're down right now, trying to get as much utility as possible. Look at Nigma X kind of splitting around a bit. Carmel's going to be left all the way out in the open, provide a little bit of intel. They're going to look to run into Naruga.
Yeah, Naguara's going to be in a lot of trouble here as HQ Esports, they find Alpha. Now, these two teams, the last thing they need is early engagements, all right? Both these teams are struggling. Both these teams are very close to each other. HQ Esports just needs 4 points to catch up with Alpha. And if they can do that, they get a bonus of $10,000. Alpha's fighting to hold on to the extra bit of 10,000 USD. They can't lose it. And a great shutdown onto Maxi from afar from HQ. But look at this, Ignis. They're on fire. RRQ bites the dust. Ignis is hungry.
Already eliminated 12. RRQ, we were talking about how they had to have a good Game 7. Getting eliminated
so much for
there.
that.
I mean, they're pretty much out at this point. I think that they're, unfortunately not going to be the winner, I would think. I mean, especially since the other two have, or the other three teams have such a huge lead at this point. But now they need to build off on that. They got to figure something out in terms of coming back. But Kazu, now they have plenty of time to think about their mistakes.
But look at this, SES, the flank, they might just be able to get a huge advantage here as Nigma Galaxy preys upon the players of Cade. Modestia down on the ground. That MVP is going to get taken out of the equation. But Nando 9, the savior of Cade, might still be able to turn things around. General's on that bike and he's off and about. He's not going to be waiting around to get shut down. He backs away to play the game of revival. There is a revival point here just outside of campsite that he can make good use of. But General's just going to circle around first to make sure the area is clear before he attempts anything of the sort.
Smart, but it looks like Nando's running into Carmel here. Carmel did get a couple shots onto Nando here. And again, they're completely isolated, but Keed have not had a great game. Carmel almost tried to run him over with a bike. He's going to drive right by, and he should be fine. He hops off, and it looks like he's going to go for a one-on-one versus Nando.
Yep, Mother Nature is my savior. Nando uses the tree as cover, but steps on out. My goodness. Gets sprayed down onto the ground. Caramel gets the advantage as Nando misplaced that by a mile. Caramel's just going to go in for the Juggernaut finisher. Tries to run him away instead. But he's not going to go in here, take cheap shots at the player on the side of Cade. He knows nobody else is going to be able to secure that elimination. But can you imagine how salty he'll get if someone else just nicks in one shot and takes that point for themselves?
Yeah, that would be silly. But I think at the same time, it's like you're holding him off. Nobody's going to get him. He's kind of wide out in the open. You're going to basically secure that one. I think they should be fine. But Naguara here, one elimination. Brand has got it. They're looking for more. Ignis Esports have also been, the kill feed has been quite high. I want to see the eliminations on Ignis.
I mean, Enigma Galaxy, once again, the Thai players are on fire and they are off to an amazing start. And the best way to get that #1 spot is to first shut down the players who are in the #1 spot. So Nigma Galaxy is picking on the right squad here, and the damage has been done. The probability of Cade surviving this is all going to be dependent on one final player who, as we saw earlier on, kind of zoomed away on that bike. So we will have to still wait and see. If not, we get to see more of Cade. G'day is on fire as well. Evo's getting one by one. I mean, as quickly as God Cruz went down, Jonah just revives the guy instantaneously. Talk about being a phoenix and none dying.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's like a video game, right? When one guy dies, you're like instantly restart. We're back into it. They was ready on that one. He knew he was going to be dead. But again, okay, Keed. Back to 3 players. Dead God is a little bit low. They will probably want to res Nando at some points. But look at Modestia looking all across against Vastamundo, and it looks like they're not going to make the move.
I love this, man. I mean, he's not stopping, clearly just zooming around from one compound to another, looking for the opportunity to finally take that one final player back. But Nigma Galaxy, opportunity now to prey upon the Filipinos. AV Radicals, just 3 players on their side, 2s. Moving up first, Caramel's got that AK-47. Few got from the back, but the Charge Buster needs a very close opponent in order to be super effective. The timing's all what it's about. That Charge Buster's not going to be able to do that damage from afar. 1v2. Great blue wall pulled out. Caramel barricades himself in. But how long can he survive? Not long at all. Wine takes that point for himself.
Very smart play by AV Radicals there. That was really on point. Very good ambush, catching him from all grounds. I mean, yes, the blue walls were going up, but it doesn't really matter. They had the numbers advantage. AV Radicals, that's perfect. Now can they compound into more? Fugata is sticking around on the side. I don't think he's going to give away his position at this point.
Nigma Galaxy helped out SES, and now AV Radicals helping out SES. These two top dogs need to get taken out of the equation for the Indonesian squad to stand a strong chance of grabbing this championship for their home ground. And it is going to be very, very difficult for Indonesia to get the job done if these two teams are in that final circle. So from the get-go, the advantage is to the Indonesian squad.
Has an advantage. And this is what you wanted to do. They built a lot of momentum going into the last round, or from the last round into this one. So it's kind of helped them out. They're putting themselves in a good situation, and they're probably going to jump over. I mean, I think RRQ, Kazu at this stage, but Evo's Phoenix still up there. They do need to find some of those teams to get those teams eliminated. Again, Keed, Galaxy, Magic Squad, Evo's Phoenix, all still alive, and there's plenty of points to be had.
To be the champion of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok for Ignis Esports might be an impossible ask. But getting an extra $10,000 from this massive prize pool might not be too wild of an idea, too wild of a request from the squad members, but you bring Stop right back into the equation. Alpha, on the other hand, they are keeping a watchful eye on the players of Naguara. We switch on over to Nigma Galaxy. This is going to be a problem. AV Radicals, they bring on in that monster truck in, and Wine, great time turner, double barrel in hand, pulls out the glue wall as well. 1v2,
nice.
but Dew goes down.
Okay, I love the way that AV Radicals are like, okay, we're just going to zerg people. We're just going to just ambush them as much as possible. They can't kill us all, so to speak, and they're able to do that. Now, Nigma Galaxy are on the run. They have 2 members. Yes, they still have a chance, but man, this has not been looking good for Nigma Galaxy.
Nope.
They've been on the defense.
Oh, this is a GG. Feel good. He has nowhere near to a vending machine, nowhere near to a revival point as well. Vasto Mundo, on the other hand, they meet the players of AV Radicals. AV Radicals are not the only predators out there on the battlefield, but AV's turning the tables on Vasto Mundo themselves. What has gotten into the Filipinos? Wine manages to get a trip mine knockdown as well. Vasto Mundo bites the dust, but one more survivor on their side. Everybody's helping out the Indonesian squad of SES Alpine.
They're definitely helping them. This has been very beneficial for them, but AV still going up against Vasto Mundo here.
Vestamundo, Ramiel, P90, Nunes goes down, and Ramiel strikes once again. Beautiful headshot. 2 stakes down, Blaze in 10. This is just a total annihilation of squad after squad by the Filipino team. Tanamo, everybody backs away. Nobody can stop them. Where was this sort of an AV Radicals at the start of this grand finals? I have to ask on behalf of the whole of MCPS. Things could have been so much more different, Holler.
Yeah, it took them about 6 or so games to get warmed up, and this is the first that we've seen this. They were on a tear in MCPS, and they haven't found that groove yet. They're finding it now, which might be a little too late at this point, but hey, every position matters. It's going to be key right here.
Welcome into my arms, Alpha, says Tanamo. He rushes in for the kill, and it looks like he is going to be able to take a quickly sneak one off here. Double barrel in hand, but glue walls erected by the players on the side of Alpha. Now, Ramiel from afar just needs one quick shot in here, but the rest of AV Radicals all together. Drone gets sent over, extra bit of information, and Alpha has got that info for them so that they can back away ever so slowly, but it's all about how AV Radicals continues to be aggressive, and Raid from out of nowhere knocks Dynamo, but this pickup is going to be possible.
It's got to be possible. He's got the glue walls. He's keeping himself alive. Alpha RA2D still hiding behind this shack.
Yep, 2s now. Double barrel! And they get yet another. AV Radicals on fire, baby! Pusang Galat, this is not expected at all. 8 eliminations. AV Radicals are on a roll, and Alpha can't do much about them at the moment. They'll have to play this patiently. Alpha doesn't even have an active revival point there, so this is going to be quite the struggle for this MENA squad.
Okay, AV Radicals have woken up. That was a nice kill right there. They made sure that they got it. G18 is the last one surviving. He does not want to give away his position. He might actually go down to the zone. We're going to have to see. But let's talk about Nigma Galaxy. They've been shot left, right, and center, so to speak. Dew is the last lone survivor at the moment, but they only have 3 eliminations.
Is it going to happen? Is it gonna happen? I just saw the player from the side of Cade just driving past, but EVOS now will be able to meet the Magic squad. Good glue wall pulled out. Jonah now, premature, hopping out of his vehicle. He gets surrounded by the players of Magic squad. Drax gets knocked down instead, and Dew brings back Field God. So that means Nigma Galaxy is still gonna be alive and kicking as MGS now meet a very strong team out there on the battlefield. The Thai players want to take them down, but God Cruz goes down as well. Moshi the survivor from the backstab, but can he get there? Get High gets the job done instead.
Get High is on a roll. He's trying to find it. He's going to look
One
to go
more.
for pops.
Oh, but he gets knocked down onto the ground. Moshi, where's Moshi? They all desperately need him. Moshi's slow to the pace, but look at this. He usually is the long-range sniper. Bob's going in for the pickup. Grenade does not connect. Italo now backs away. Mag 7 in his hand. Moshi turns around, but what a glue wall pulled out. And this is going to be lethal because EVOS Phoenix does not have that backup. Get High's not going to get picked up. It's a 1v2. Moshi still dodging around all of those glue walls. That Mag 7 is the secret answer. Grenade on the charge for Bobs as well, but Moshi has handled the situation well so far. Switches out to the UMP. Can he get the shot? Italo with the Mag 7 gets stacked up. Grenade goes far, and Moshi still surviving. Pulls out the bush as well to hide away from them. Charge Buster is the better weapon. He circles around, survives, and the Riptide Rhythm gets nothing.
Oh, Moshi looking to go down here. They want to get this. They can't draw a beat on him. They're
One
trying
more.
to make a round.
Ah, the guy's just surviving.
Oh, he survives.
Moshi!
Oh, Moshi to the LA.
What a clutch for EVOS Phoenix Moshi!
1 versus 2, dashing in and out of glue walls, keeping it alive, and Moshi somehow makes the miracle play, clutches it out, gives them more of a chance to move in. What a play!
SES Alfine says, thank you very much, AV Radicals, for clearing up the house, and they take them out of the equation as well. The Indonesian squad, we talked about the miraculous 3 back-to-back booyah that they need to hit. They are on a good trajectory to do exactly that. But here comes Naguara, the struggling LATAM squad, fights Bara with a backstab, and that might just ruin the Indonesians' play.
Yeah, I think they just got it, most of them. I mean, not all of them are dead, but look at, okay, let's talk a little bit more about Key. A little slow it down a little bit. They've only got 1 elimination. I mean, this is one of those things where they haven't really found that team, but there's still 8 teams left. There's still plenty of time, but they are full strength. This is a scary place to be in if you're any other team right now, because Keed are a bunch of killers. They're going to find you, and they're going to go in. And you're patient now. It's still only 12 minutes.
Ignis, will you spoil the Brazilian party? It's LATAM versus Brazil, and it is about to break down any moment now. Ignis has got their dead eyes locked on them. They're not gonna allow the players of Cade to circle around too much, and Cade has been nerfed because the players just got brought right back in. But the Groza in the hands of Modestia, that's gonna do a lot of damage. Gade, where you fly into, my brother? He's gonna get taken out of the equation, lands on the roof, but that's not gonna be a great position for him. Jojo goes down, SES, Bara goes down. That's about it for SES. It's all over for them.
Oh my gosh, Moshi just securing all of these kills. Look at this. EVOS was at, the last straw. There was just one member, Moshi, there, but then he's just like, no, I'm just going to take all the eliminations. I'm going to res up my buddies. EVOS Phoenix are not out of this. They're still very strong, very commendable team, and they want more. Luca all by himself.
I mean, everybody else is on fire. EVOS Phoenix is just dodging left, right, playing the game of revival. Moshi's holding the squad together. Can we still talk about that Moshi 1v2 super dodge, running those mazes around the glue walls, and the guy manages to take the time to switch out into a charge buster as well to finish the job off. I mean, Moshi, if he doesn't get the MVP title, I tell you, I'm going to cause a riot here.
That was an actually crazy play, and that will be highlight. I mean, we got to clip that. We got to make sure that that goes on every single highlight because that was amazing. But the fact is, EVOS Phoenix still have a chance. If they pull off that booyah, which started with that initial 1 versus 2 fight with Moshi, I mean, that is just speaking volumes of this team and the resolve that they have. They really want this.
Mena's gonna cry a river as Alpha gets taken out of the equation. Now Naguara. This was the encounter in that second matchup. Remember, EVOS Phoenix got taken out by the players of Naguara. God Cruz goes down, and the grenade launcher is for naught. Jonah as well as Moshi. Are we gonna see another 1v2 from Moshi as Yeko gets taken out of the equation? It's now 2 players on the side of EVOS Phoenix outside of the circle. This circle's gotta hurt, bro. You gotta move. Maxi takes one down, and once again, it's all about Moshi. Moshi drags out Maxi. Moshi, the final survivor once again. EVOS Phoenix surviving with a breath of air, but Moshi goes down.
He's taking it out, but he's finally been eliminated. Jason from all the way downtown. It seemed almost, like really unfortunate for them. They weren't even in the play, but Ignis Esports, 11 eliminations. They are looking to storm back. Ignis Esports in a great spot.
At this point, you just gotta concede that the Brazilian team of Cade, as well as the one and only Nigma Galaxy from Thailand, are gods of Free Fire. So many encounters, so many players knocked down, and here they are aiming for that final circle. Ignis wants to ruin their chances. They want to be the champs of LATAM that says, hell no, this Booyah belongs to me. The players on the side of Cade, on the other hand, bring out those vehicles, circle around, and they find the circle. What a play. But open grounds, my brother, that was premature.
Yeah, Modestia with literally 2 HP, but they're wide out in the open. The glue walls are there. Ignis
what?
In a decent spot, but he gets sniped. Nando, he's a pro with that sniper.
Come on, Nando. How did he hit that? Phil God goes down, though. Eric trades him out. Great headshot. Secures the elimination as well. It's going to be Ignis aiming for that Booyah. But can they get it done over the crawling bodies of the players on the side of Cade? Nando in general, they flank from the right. Good grenade is going to tag up those players. Yet another comes through. Riptide Rhythm misses by a mile. NGX gets taken out of the equation. But General, he's got the grenade launcher.
It's
Cade! It's all about Brazil this time round. But Dead God loses his standing.
Ignis Esports still sticking around. They're going to be all the way on that side. They're going to use the glue wall to their advantage. But General's looking to fight with this one. He goes down. Ignis Esports are looking to clutch this out. It's a 2 versus 2.
I can't believe I just saw a side takedown in a situation like this. Modestia as well as Dead God taking on Eric and Kano. Glue wall melters get popped out first, and the players of Cade, they have to reposition. Dead God!
What are you doing?
And it is Ignis! LATAM squad survives, and they rise up a couple of ranks.
Oh, Ignis Esports, they get the outplay. They had a huge, it was one of those moments where there's 4 versus 4, but Vivo Key was like, no, we're going to take the fight to them. They went two inside. They tried to go for the assault or whatever. They got blown up. Ignis Esports, perfectly defensive, and then they were sticking together. They're playing very well as a team together.
What a game, bro. We've got so many crack teams in the grand finals in here. It's not gonna be easy, but the LATAM squad just maintained their composure no matter what. They allowed everybody else to do the dirty work. They just played the safe placements. Let's take a quick look at this replay and see how it was done. I love Ignis Esports, but I still think Moshi's my personal MVP, man. I mean, that God play with that Charge Buster, close quarters combat. I mean, if anybody has used the Charge Buster before, they know that it's not an easy gun to master. Moshi, the god of Free Fire for sure.
Absolutely outplayed there, right? I mean, not only did he get the 2 eliminations there, but then he rezzed up his teammates. They got more kills in that, and then they also got, you know, better placement points.
Yeah.
I mean, it just compounded, and there's a reason why this team is just so good.
And there's a reason why Kate as well as Nigma Galaxy have been running the grand finals in here today. We saw many early engagements that almost took these 2 titans out of the equation, but still at that final circle, I mean, I've got my mind blown. I wish I had minds, but I've got my mind blown by these plays. This is crazy, but here are the standings of that matchup. 29 points by Ignis Esports. Phenomenal run. They are looking for a $10,000 bonus, and my friend, I think they found it.
Yeah, it's not just that, right? I mean, literally almost 30 points on that one. 83 or 82 points, I think, at the end of the day in terms of the overall standings. That's going to really springboard them. Now, you were talking about SES maybe going for the miracle run with 3 booyahs in a row, but hey, if Ignis Esports gets another 29 points in this next game, I mean, that's gonna shake up the entire standings.
It is gonna give Ignis a good bonus. It's gonna be a good payout. But is it gonna be great in terms of them having an opportunity to pull the championship away from one of the Thai or one of the Brazilian squads? I don't think so just yet. But Nigma Galaxy bombing out a little bit too early here makes me worried for their overall standings on the leaderboard. But the saving grace here is Vivo Kid. They are on the exact same point with the 12. And Kate still maintains that #1 spot. Nigma Galaxy right behind them. And guess who's there? EVOS Phoenix. If you ask me who's my favorite right now, I'm sorry, Kate. I'm sorry, Nigma. It is the one and only EVOS Phoenix, and you can thank Moshi for that.
Yeah, just that was a miracle play right there. But look at Ignis Esports. Ignis Esports so close. Now, again, Keed, this is their thing. They've been scoring, 10-plus points almost every single match.
Yeah.
They've been on a tear if you think about it, right? This is through 7 games. They have 105 points. Right? They're averaging quite high. I mean, it's more than 10 points a game. Obviously, I don't know the exact math because I don't have my abacus with me, but that is consistency. That's exactly what you want to do. If any other team really wants a chance, they need to eliminate Keed early.
This is just so sad for Ignis, man. I mean, where was that firepower a little bit earlier in the competition? Because we needed at least one more extra round before we head on into Alpine. That would have been the possibility for Ignis to grab the championship, bring it to LATAM, and make this into an all-out party. But unfortunately for them, that journey is going to be very difficult. But here is the MVP of that matchup, ladies, German boys and girls, as Ignis Esports picks up the victory for themselves. Eric is the guy that picks up the MVP title. With the MP5, 6 eliminations, monstrous round for Ignis.
I kind of felt like that was Keed's match to lose, right?
Yeah.
Because they had, okay, the reason being, I mean, the numbers are the same, but Ignis Esports were actually damaged after the last fight.
Yeah.
And the fact that, Vivo Key, if they went in together and they kind of hit it from all the different angles, they would have had a much better chance. But let's talk a little bit about the match kill leaders, okay? I think that this is going to be quite telling in terms of what happened in that last game, because literally kills were happening galore. Look at this.
Whoa,
Carlos with 6 eliminations, in addition to Eric's 6 already that we talked about, but Moshi, the man, the MVP, the 5 aliens.
I love seeing Moshi up here at the very least for our top players of the round. He was a monster, single-handedly making sure EVOS does not bow out a little bit too early, gets them an extra 3 elimination points before he himself gets taken out of the equation. What a play by the guy. But EVOS Phoenix, the run is not over just yet. Let's take a peek as well at the key players of this matchup at Purgatory, as Curry manages to get the total of 171 penetration damage. I mean, this guy, just with the AWM, he's just way too sneaky, man. No glue wall can stop him.
Yeah, no glue wall can stop him. Ramiel tried to stop it, but with 17 glue walls that were created. Tanamo, on the other hand, Skylar, the glue walls destroyed, 6 of them on his own. But Eric, this is the biggest thing, right? Because yeah, you can kill glue walls, but you don't get any points for that. You do get kills, or you do get points for the eliminations, and with the headshot killer, it makes it very easy.
It was a massive round for AV Radicals, no doubt whatsoever, but it was a waste of an opportunity for the Filipino squad because what they showed us in Game 7 should have been shown from Games 1 until 6. I feel like they were a little bit too reserved. I feel like they were just a little bit too scared to step out of their comfort zone because when they do step out of their comfort zone, look at what they can achieve for themselves, Holla.
Yeah, they definitely have a great chance. But okay, it's funny because AV Radicals had a monster game. That was one of the best ones. But the funny thing is they actually dropped a spot to Alpha. Alpha actually overtook them. I mean, they have a 1-point lead, but it's going to come down to the very end right here. This is going to be round 8 Alpine. This is for all the marbles. Who's going to be champion?
Ignis needs yet another booyah to ruin a couple of people's chances to get that okay, so what's the probability of Ignis now jumping up into that second place and getting a massive payout for themselves? Because currently they are sitting down at that 4th place, which gets them $100,000 right? Second place gets you 250, my friend. But it's not going to be an easy journey. They need almost, what is this, 15, 20, 25, 23 points over the other teams. Is that a lot to ask for?
It is actually quite a lot to ask for because you know that those top 3 guys, okay, if they get eliminated early, they pretty much are out of this one. They are going to play super safe. I think that's going to be stock standard, right? Nobody wants to get eliminated. Hot drops are not going to happen this one because it's all about the placement points, making sure that you get those eliminations. You got to give yourself a chance. This is the moment.
But maybe the safe place as they try to protect their standings might just play against them. Just like how we've seen all of the safe plays not bode well at all for teams. I mean, take Expand, for example. Take AV Radicals, for example. Only when they go all out can they take some good points for themselves from these rounds in such an aggressive lobby. So, I don't know. Fingers crossed for Ignis that they do have some teams playing it safe. But we're going to take a quick short break so we can catch a breather before we kick off the final match where we will crown the champions of the Free Fire World Series. We'll catch you in a bit.
I'm fine. I don't need healing.
What? Your arm is broken.
If I show you I can do a push-up, will you stop bothering me?
I dare you. Hate to say it, but I told you so.
You don't hate it at all.
Oh, my grumpy love of my life. You can be so stubborn.
I am strong-willed. I'm not stubborn. Introduce them to their new home.
You're the captain of the island. You do it.
Fine, fine.
Thank you for taking us in. What is this place called?
Ford, you didn't tell them?
Slipped my mind. You're in safe here. The safest place on Earth. Welcome to your new home. Hey, who's behind this mural? I didn't approve this. Actually, I look pretty good.
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped.
It comes down to the wire. It comes down to the final matchup of our grand finals here at the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok, Thailand. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Holler to close the show off. But we've got this one final game that will decide exactly who our champs are. And even a team like Ignis still stands a chance. But the conditions are quite tough to meet, Holler.
Yeah, so basically the the other three teams need to be eliminated like 12th, 11th, 10th. Pretty much they need to be eliminated very early.
Super.
Gonna be difficult to do. I think the strategy going in is just to play it safe.
Yeah.
No hot dropping. Make sure that you're as far away from the other teams as possible.
Yeah.
Get yourself into those free placement points, so to speak. I say free with air quotes on that one because it's not really free, especially at this stage.
And, you know, you could take the biggest risks of your life if you know exactly where those players are going to drop on into. You could hot drop them. You could perhaps tease them and try your luck by taking them out of the equation. But let's take a quick look at the match stats for round number 7 first. Because Ignis Esports ignited that fire within their hearts to score a massive 29-point round for themselves. 17 eliminations, 12 from the Booyah. They were absolutely cracked. And just like that, back in the race for the top 3.
Okay, Ignis Esports went from 8th position and they springboarded themselves into the 4th position with that single game. That's how close things are, okay? I mean, anything can happen at this point, but let's talk a little bit about, you know, what needs to happen for this final match.
Well, for this final match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Cade needs to hide. Nigma Galaxy cannot hide. They have to hunt for eliminations. Nigma Galaxy requires 9 points more than Cade in order to take the championship for themselves. This is their home ground. You know they're desperate. EVOS Phoenix, they need 19 points more than Cade. Even more of a troublesome task for them to secure. But if God Moshi can appear once again and grant them all of those elimination points, it might still be possible. But Ignis Esports, they just showed us a massive 29-pointer round. If they can do that yet again, and the top 3 teams bomb out super early, which I think is asking for way too much, Ignis might be able to grab the trophy, drag it back to LATAM.
Okay, so now if you're Enigma Galaxy and EVOS Phoenix, you know the lay of the land. You understand what needs to happen. You have to hunt key.
Yeah.
That's pretty much your chance.
Correct.
Are you going to go super aggressive trying to find that team to give yourself that one opportunity? Because literally, look, if you get that first place, you are immortalized, right? It's all or nothing at this stage.
And of course, we are not waiting for nobody. Alpine is on your screens right now as the flight path cuts through dock all the way down to Fusion. It's just a party all across the map. That high tier loot zone is going to be the aim of AV Radicals, but is anybody else going to drop by? Yes, Naguara might just say hello. Magic Squad is here as well. This is just all centered towards the middle part of this map. Everybody wants a piece of the action.
Okay, look at Keed going straight top. This is the team to watch just to understand what could potentially happen.
Yep.
We follow Keed throughout and see exactly what's going to happen.
Nigma, bro. Galaxy. I do not think this is a smart choice for them because Magic Squad, they are there to sprinkle the pixie dust on them. Nigma Galaxy as well as Magic Squad, both in the exact same compound. Things are going to go south for one of the two. Magic Squad doesn't have a lot to lose, but Nigma Galaxy, under no circumstance whatsoever, can they afford to lose this next gunfight. They are looking for the championship, and in Magic Squad might just be able to help Cade out here.
Yeah, it would be actually huge if they could do that, but he's throwing with a frying pan, wet it down, but he gets shot
Lord.
here. Artemis is like, nay.
I mean, come on, that was just way too cheeky, and I think SES deserved to get taken down in that manner, right? I mean, Ray's there. He could have just tried to run away. He could have tried to go and look for a gun, but instead, no, he wanted to go for the flashy plays of the pan in the face, smacking kind of attack takedown. Yeah, that's not going to check out.
Yeah, sometimes you look foolish doing some things like that, and that's not a great play. That's going to put your team at a disadvantage. And of course, everything matters, right? Again, if you're just watching, if you're tuning in right now, every 2 spots will get you another 10K USD. Every placement point matters.
I may not be able to grab that championship and bring it back to Brazil, but guess who can? My brothers most definitely can, in the name of Cade. And in order to get that done, Nigma Galaxy, I need to take you down. This is going to be a tall order. And Cade, on the other hand, they're going to town on the Mena squad. They shut down Alpha players one after the other. Just a single elimination, though. And SES moving straight in towards them. This might just be a party house for Cade, as they just need to sit down in the same spot, picking on player after player.
Okay, you're calling Cade your brother, right? Because they're the favorite going into round 8, and you're just trying to jump on that bandwagon now?
No. Cade's not my brother. Cade's the brother of Magic Squad.
Okay.
If Magic Squad ruins the party for Nigma Galaxy, it's just so much more easier for Cade to secure that number 1
All right.
spot.
I thought you were trying to be brothers, trying to get in the
still goes back to Brazil, my friend.
Understood. My bad.
I wouldn't mind a couple of Brazilian brothers, though. I surely wouldn't mind. Wine, AV Radicals, they were on fire earlier on, but the run came to a premature close for them this time around. Naguara right in front, but look at Ritu's already pushing up front across with Wine as well. That right-hand side flank is going to be possible for them. Maxi tags one up, but Wine super low on that HP. Needs to be really careful as to how he takes this next approach.
He's going to be super careful right here. Naguara are just on the prowl. They're looking for him. Wine is very low. Maxi is looking to go for the flank right now. He's going to use that windmill to his advantage. He doesn't see him coming around. He gets it, and Wine does go down. Max with a nice play.
Yeah, Maxi, great one. Wine goes out of the equation. And AV Radicals immediately scrambles, right? They know that they can't really take this fight against them. Naguara does have that revival platform as well, which just makes things so much more difficult. This high-tier loot zone just does not belong to AV Radicals. Throughout the whole of this grand finals, they've just been teased, and now finally the fight I've been waiting for. Phil God goes down! This is big! This is huge for Magic Squad!
Oh, it's a big one. It's a good start to this one. They've got 2 eliminations. eliminations. They want to find more, but it looks like they've only found part of the team. This is the hard thing, is that if you can't eliminate everyone else, they come back like a bunch of cockroaches. They're going to come back and they're going to infest your house.
I mean, just imagine, man. Magic Squad takes Nigma Galaxy out of the equation, and they themselves continue to climb up the leaderboard and sneak on into that second or third spot. I mean, Brazil wins big here at the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok. Dew backs away, Stop with the flank, but GU has got his eyes on him, and Stop might be able to distract the players of Magic Squad to allow Dew to get away and res the whole squad up. This is a sacrifice from Stop. Everybody, moment of silence for this guy as he sacrifices himself for the greater good of Nigma Galaxy and Thailand.
A chip in a chair. That's it. Dew is running for his life, trying to res them up. He's going to have to get them back into this game. They need to reset this one. They got to give themselves a chance. Woo. RRQ Razor, on the other hand, does take out Maxi.
Yeah, RRQ dropped by to say hello to Naguara. AB Radicals gets away with the skin still on their back. They weren't really worked down to the bone just yet by the players of Naguara. Naguara does not get aggressive to go in for the chase. SES Alfank, on the other hand, they meet the players of Weevo Kate. Can SES ruin the party for Kate? This is going to be big, but the glue wall melter isn't going to be doing much of a damage. No glue walls there as well, but those are just premature shots. Bara trades one out. General did manage to get one, but this is going to be the advantage to SES as they do have the players to circle around. G'day versus Modestia. That's going to be a big fight as well. Modestia has got the Mac 10. G'day is going to be in trouble.
Okay, look, Cade is actually the #1 team, and my heart is skipping a beat for them, right?
Modestia!
If they get eliminated early, it looks like they're doing that right now. They've only got 2 members of Cade here. SES are turning this on.
You better run, Cade. You better run. Dead God leading them away from Nando 9. Nando 9's going to be the final savior. Pulls out the time turner behind him, but Dead God is good as dead right there. Elimination point to the side.
Nigma is good!
And Nigma's out! This is insane! Nigma's out of the equation, which means Cade now needs to get taken down as well for EVOS Phoenix to stand a chance.
Oh my God, if Nando goes out, this opens up the door. This is the play that you needed so many different things to happen for the 3rd, 4th, 5th place teams to actually have a chance. The fact that it could possibly happen is absolutely insane. Keed, where's he at?
It's happening! It's happening! Yeah, Cole gets taken down and out of the equation. Magic Squad, they sprinkle their pixie dust all around already, all right, but they're just spending way too much of time outside of the circle. They need to circle back in. EVOS Phoenix, they don't know what's happening, man. There's no way they've got any idea as to what's going out there on the battlefield. This team just needs to focus on their own strengths and pick up a lot of points. Massive number of points to bring the championship, or in fact, to hold the championship in Thailand.
They actually have a chance. We were thinking that this is going to be impossible. There's 2 other teams that are above them, but they're going to get points. But the fact that Nigma Galaxy has been already eliminated, Keed is on the last, on his last leg, so to speak. I mean, very difficult situation. I mean, the door is wide open. Ignis Esports, Magic Squad, and maybe even SCS have a chance.
This is a dream Free Fire World Series for me because it's going to go down to the wire. What a fantastic drama we have unfolding before our very eyes. And AB Radicals, the Filipinos, usually wind up late, but I tell you, this is a disappointing wind-up. I want more out of them, but I hope this is not the final time we see the nation within the Free Fire World Series. Them performing great towards the very end of our grand final shows that they've got the quality to take it all the way. They just did not have that self-confidence to get the job done a little bit earlier on. But now, Magic Squad, Pixie Dust Boys coming straight towards the players of AB Radicals. But AB, they are in a pickle now. Outside of the circle, Magic Squad just needs to gatekeep.
Yeah, they need to gatekeep. They just need to play it safe. They have nothing to do. They can play super patiently. They can be all the way in the back. AV Radicals need to make the move outside of them. So it's on them. Who's going to make that first move? I mean, AV Radicals are just kind of tanking it because they realize just how dangerous this is. But let me also talk about Keed. On the back end of this, one thing that did happen was General was revived. They have 2 members left of Keed.
Drex tagged up. Italo, GU as well. Wine rushing on 4th. Can he get this? He manages to drop his health right back up. Grenade being cooked up. Wine does not drop it just yet. Finally gets taken down. A little premature of a rush, and Wine gets punished for that maneuver. And Magic Squad now with the advantage, but they're right below the bridge. They want to play troll against AV Radicals.
Okay, Magic Squad was actually 5 points behind Evo's Phoenix going into this one. Considering that Enigma Galaxy's already been eliminated, this opens up the potential door for top 4 for Magic Squad, assuming they can continue this. They need to secure the rest of AV Radicals. AV Radicals are being very difficult. They don't want to give away any free points. They'll happily tank up the Storm for now, but they're going to stick around there and they're just going to wait this one out.
There's nothing for AV to lose. Magic Squad has got a lot to lose. To the point that you just brought up, Magic Squad still can continue climbing up the leaderboard. They need no points. They don't need a lot of points to get an extra $10,000 right? They literally need 1 point more than Ignis to secure that bonus for themselves. But now getting stuck outside of the circle, RRQ dropping by to say hello, my friends. Maybe with a backstab, Italo goes down. Geo trades out Legolas. That's going to be a good trade back, but he himself gets knocked down by Maybe. Bob trades out Maybe. Bob takes that elimination as well. Razor and Pac-Man for the side of RRQ. But Magic Squad out. Taramo strikes finally, and AV Radicals still stay alive. But Bob's the final survivor, the final hope for Magic Squad.
Oh my gosh, RRQ completely saves AV Radicals and changes things once again. Vivo Keyed back to full strength. This is scary. They had an opportunity, but now that they're all alive, I mean, this is one of those things where you're like, for the other teams, do they actually have a chance?
My God.
That was low.
Yeah, that got way too close, Nando. Don't give me no heart attack like that. Tanamo gets yet another grenade knockdown. Pac-Man's elimination point has been secured by him. AV Radicals is on a roll, although they got stuck in quite the pickle earlier on. Cade, on the other hand, come on. Can we talk about a couple of survivors here?
I mean, this is the way they needed to do it. They've been doing it all day today. They've just been surviving. They've gotten all the eliminations. I mean, they were down to their last member. That was the closest for this one. They had a chance. Now, who can find Keyed? RRQ eliminated 9th.
RRQ's out. And earlier on, we saw Magic Squad do a number on Enigma Galaxy to help their brothers out. Cade needs to buy them dinner, breakfast, lunch for 3 years to say thanks. I mean, this is just going to be a phenomenal run for Cade if this manages to go through as a victory for them. But EVOS Phoenix now, grenade on the delivery, but Get High is the one that secures it with the Max 7. Jonah steps up as well. This is the Thailand squad versus Indonesia. SES are firing. They bite the dust. EVOS Phoenix on fire. They know what's needed. They need massive number of points to hold the trophy in Thailand.
Okay, EVOS Phoenix already a World Series winner. They got second place in the last one, and they're again in a great position to be in the top 3, top 4 at this stage. I mean, it's pretty much on them. Can they find Keyed? Can they eliminate them? Get those points, because Keyed has a huge advantage going into this one. It was about 18 points going into this one.
Carlos with the LMG in hand. Neo has got the grenade launcher. But how can they cut this distance towards Ignis? It's all about how HQ plays this. I mean, they need 15 points to catch up in Naguara, which gets them no bonus. But if they can get 16 points, they catch up with AV Radicals. So that's going to be that's a 10,000 USD bonus. But HQ has been struggling all throughout the grand finals. And to take on Ignis, the LATAM squad that is super pumped up after the previous matchup, is going to be a challenge. But EVOS, though, they meet Ignis on the other side. This could be deadly. EVOS Phoenix moving on in here for the strike. And the double barrel gets it for the squad. And this is just EVOS Phoenix on fire. There's no one's going to be able to stop them. Off screen though, AV Radicals doing a number as well.
Oh, Jason is, I think he's the last load. Oh, Carlos is still alive as well. EVOS is looking to go in this one, trying to draw a bead. The glue walls are there, but...
And Carlos, final player, is alive and standing for the players. It's Jason, and he has got the charge buster. But Jonah, just with the pan maybe this time round. Can we see a smack? Oi! Good ice grenade gets the elimination. Guys bite the dust. Ramiel, on the other hand, manages to take it down Artemis. HQ hanging on for their dear lives as AV Radicals tries to take them down. Goes with the Max 7 return, and Cade surviving. But this is Magic Squad. Can they ruin the chances of 2 big titans and help out EVOS Phoenix?
They have a huge opportunity right here. Magic Squad is going to look to take this one. Vivo Keyed have 4 members. They picked up General. They're going to look to fight this one.
And it looks like AB Radicals bites the dust as well. Nando responds. GU up in the air. Taken out already. Dead God surviving. General's been picked up. Nando, he still survives with a sliver of health. And the whole squad of Cade hanging on for their dear lives. MTS, get the heck out of here, says Cade. They won the championship.
I mean, they've got it, but they've only got 2 kills. Now, Vivo Keen right now, they're going up against Evo Phoenix. Evo Phoenix gets a nice knock on the Nando.
And God Cruz gets the God Nade as well. General goes down. There's Modestia down. This is Evos. This is Evos doing it for Thailand. 13 elimination points already. 4 more teams out there.
He's out.
Bye.
He's out.
Thailand. I think they keep it in their country.
I mean, they've got 14 eliminations. It's all about the placements points. You got HQ Esports. You got Fasta Mundo. Those teams are not in the running. Evo's Phoenix, they can own this one. The destiny is within their hands.
Evo's Phoenix, the cockiest when we started off the play-ins. From the play-ins to the grand finals, can they secure the elimination on HQ, who have been struggling all throughout the competition? Vastamundo, though, might be the ruiner of this party for the squad. They circle around from the left-hand side, but Evo's Phoenix says, you guys deal with the firepower. We want the circle.
We're going to take it. We're going to be in positioning. We're going to make sure that we're there. HQ Esports, Vastamundo. I'll let you two just fight it out. I've got no issues with that. I will go for the third party. I'll make sure I'll take it whatever I can. I have no pressure right now because I'm in the middle of the circle.
This is a victory for Evo's Phoenix on the highest level. Vastamundo says, thank you for coming, HQ. Get out of here. We want to meet Evo's Phoenix. 2 players on the flank. It's going to be the AC-80 in the hands of God Cruz. Grenade as well. Jonah on the other hand. Just a ban, but you know she can cook it up. It's going to be Nunes with a Groza. They attack from afar. Get high. Moshi, he's the secret weapon of the squad.
They're sticking aside. They don't need to do anything. The storm is just wide open. Let the snipers go in on the action. Let's force out where we need to go. The circle has been dropped. It's in favor of Evos, though.
They need more than 18 points. They need 19 points more than Kane to secure the championship. They need all of these eliminations. One goes down. Nunes is out.
Oh, he's dead.
Will he get crushed? One more shot.
Oh, Crusher.
Crusher. Plays the 10 from the back as well. Luca ain't got no luck. This is Evos Phoenix. This is Thailand.
He gets knocked as well.
And Evos Phoenix. I don't know if that was enough, Ola, but that was a phenomenal round from the home ground boys.
Wow, if there's ever a moment you need to step up, that was it. Evo's Phoenix, I think they got a monster. 18 kills plus the booyah. I mean, that was everything. That was perfect for them. Evo's Phoenix completely turned that one on.
I believe they might have gotten it done. I believe that was enough, but we still need to wait for the official stats. But look at this squad, man. Evo's Phoenix, they are your champions. Ridiculous how they got this done. What a final round runner. I cannot believe what we have on our hands, Ola.
Oh, they needed to have done it. They did everything that had to have been done. I mean, the fact that Nigma Galaxy got eliminated early like that really opened the door. That was the only reason they had that opportunity.
And you know who they have to thank? Magic Squad Brazil helped Thailand out in the most unfortunate of ways. And just when Cade was about to strike right back, Evos themselves stepped up to the plate. I cannot believe the kind of drama that it had to boil down to, all the way down to the last match. And Evos Phoenix, the undying Evos Phoenix, the kings of comeback, have gotten the throne and they keep the trophy in Thailand.
Okay, Evos Phoenix don't know how to lose. Let's be honest. At the Free Fire World Series, they've got to the play-ins and they've done really well and they've got it in here, but I mean, it's pretty amazing stuff.
Bam, welcome back. Give the trophy over to the boys. They deserve it.
I am back. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We have the champion of Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok. Give it up for the one and only Evos Phoenix! Let's hear it. Let's hear it. They did it. Wow, representing Thailand, ladies and gentlemen, they finally succeeded in bringing their second world champion title. Bring it. เชิญเลยฮะ มาตรงกลางเลยครับ Front and center right here in front of the trophy. Oh my goodness. This is huge. Their big moment right here, ladies and gentlemen, right here in their homeland. Can you believe it? Right here in the heart of Bangkok. ชนะเป็นที่เรียบร้อยนะฮะเชิญเลยครับตรงกลางตรงนี้เลยฝันเป็นจริงมากๆวันนี้มาถึงเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วนะฮะกับแชมป์อีกหนึ่งรอบเชิญด้านหน้าเลยด้านหน้าเลยโอ้โห teary eyes right now big moment because they've been pushing and pushing oh my goodness this moment right here let's take it in This is not a dream, guys. This is real. You guys are the world champion. And now it is time to announce the MVP. Of course, who contributed the most for the team, has become the most valuable player of the World Series. And the MVP, give it up for Moshe! Whoa! Great job, Moshe. สุดยอดเลยครับโมชิฮะ Here's a medal for you. Turn around. Wear that medal. Wear it with pride and honor. Wow. สุดยอดมากๆครับโมชิครับ MVP ครับของ World Series ในครั้งนี้ Take it in. Take it in. All right. สุดยอดครับน้องๆทุกคนเอาล่ะได้เวลาแล้วนะเชิญด้านหลังโทรฟี่ตรงนี้เลยเดี๋ยวนับถอยหลังเป็นพร้อมกันชูขึ้นสูงชูขึ้นสูงครับ The moment is right here ladies and gentlemen for Evos Phoenix to raise that trophy up high on my count ladies and gentlemen we'll be counting all together all around the world and they'll be raising that trophy up high because they're the world champion on my count on 3 2, 1. Wow! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the champion of Free Fire World Series 2022. Give it up for Evos Phoenix! Wow! What a beautiful, beautiful moment. Congratulations on your incredible, incredible success. Sensational play. Sensational play. You've made Thailand proud. นี่คือช่วงเวลาที่รอคอยมากๆเลยจริงๆครับและยินดีด้วยกับ Evos Phoenix นะฮะที่คว้าแชมป์โลกสมัยที่2ครับและสมัยนี้อยู่ที่ประเทศไทยด้วยครับเจ้าภาพที่ประเทศไทยอย่างนี้โอ้โหภูมิใจแทนคนไทยเลยจริงๆครับเอาล่ะพูดคุยกันหน่อยดีกว่า Alright เชิญด้านหน้ากันหน่อยครับน้องๆโอ้ยทำให้ประเทศไทยแบบว่าสุดๆไปเลยตอนนี้เราอยู่กับล่ามแล้วพูดคุยกันหน่อยเป็นไงไหนพูดไม่รู้เรื่องใช่ไหม One of the players were like oh I cannot do interviews right now so many emotions right now overwhelming okay take it easy take a deep breath หายใจก่อนนะหายใจนะโอเคขอตัวแทน1คนครับรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างตอนนี้ How you feeling right now with the title of world champion
ดีใจมากครับดีใจมากจริงๆเลยครับทุกทีมเก่งมากครับทุกทีมเก่งกันมากเลยครับดีใจอย่างเดียวเลยพูดไม่ออกเลยครับมันจัดขึ้นที่ประเทศไทยด้วยครับผมอยากได้แชมป์มากที่ประเทศไทยอยากชูถ้วยที่ประเทศไทยมากเลยครับ
ทำได้แล้วครับทำได้แล้ว
ใช่ทำได้แล้ว
สุดยอดจริงๆครับ
ทำได้ครับ
โอ้โหสุดๆกันไปเลยนะฮะเชิญเลยฮะ
Okay, he says he's very happy and very excited because this time we have in Thailand every team done the best performance and he was very happy. That's all he said.
Yes, they pulled it off and they really want to hold that trophy up high right here in Bangkok and they did it. Evos Phoenix, guys. All right, so what was the biggest challenge? What was the biggest challenge in the entire tournament? Was it communication, the strategy, anything? มีอะไรที่แบบท้าทายที่สุดเลยในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ครับอะไรที่มันท้าทายสุด
แต่ท้าทาย
ไม่มีเลยง่ายไปหมด
ก็รอบนี้ก็ยากครับท้าทาย
ยากเหรอตรงไหนตรงไหน
มากครับ
จุดไหน
พวกผมแค่ทำให้มันเสียวเฉยๆครับ
จริงๆแล้วเป็นแบบมันง่ายอยู่แล้ว แหมแซวเล่นไหนมีแบบจุดไหนไหม
เกมสุดท้ายครับ ก็เรา
เกมสุดท้ายละยากใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ ต้องตามแต้มครับ
โอเค
ก็อย่างที่ว่าครับนกฟินิกซ์ไม่มีวันตายครับ
โอ้โหอ่ะ
He said the last game was really challenging because the point gap is quite big. But as you can see, Phoenix never die.
Yeah, Phoenix never die and they never die indeed. All right, so which team surprised you the most? ทีมไหนแบบที่ทำให้เราแบบเซอร์ไพรส์สุดเฮ้ยนี่มันแบบว่าท้าทายนะเนี่ยทีมไหนฮะ
ก็ทุกทีมครับเก่งขึ้นมากทุกทีมเลยครับรวมถึงรอบเพย์อินด้วยครับถือว่ายากมากครับ
โอเคเชิญเลยครับ
All the team are very good, including the play-in, because they have make a hard time to come to finals.
Yeah, so no one team in specific, right? Every team was challenging. Every team was a great competition. All right. Any last words you want to say to the fans? So many fans all around the world watching you, supporting you from the very beginning. มีอะไรอยากจะบอกกับแฟนๆไหมฮะที่ดูอยู่ตอนนี้ว่าเราเป็นแชมป์แล้วเชิญเลยครับที่ดูทั่วโลกด้วยนะและด้านนอกคือกรี๊ดแบบกรี๊ดหนักมากอ่ะจริงๆเชิญเลยฮะ
ก็ขอบคุณนะครับที่เป็นกำลังใจให้พวกเรามาโดยตลอดครับทั้งทุกเรื่องเลยครับทีมงานหลังบ้านเลยครับซัพพอร์ตดีมากครับขอบคุณทุกคนครับผมที่เป็นกำลังใจให้พวกผมมาโดยตลอดขอบคุณทีมงานการีน่าด้วยครับขอบคุณพี่มุ้ยด้วยครับครับผม
ขอบคุณครับและนี่เลยครับแชมป์ของโลกครับ congratulations once again give it up all of you guys right here and all around the world give it up for EVOS Phoenix wow it's a wrap ladies and gentlemen thank you all of you wow thank you for watching thank you for supporting thank you the organizers Garena as well thank you and let's check out all the standings back to casters.
At the start of the day, we call them the undying kings of comeback. And what a comeback we have witnessed, Ola.
I mean, a miracle play. I mean, it was from the beginning of the play-ins. The first two matches where they had only 9 points, they had to step it up, and they really did just to make it to the grand finals today. And then that miracle run, what are the chances of that going into that final match? Everything had to have gone perfectly, and it kind of did.
And the universe just didn't want me to run amok, man. I wanted Koshi to get the MVP, and he got the grandest of MVP title. He even has a golden medal to prove that he's the MVP of the competition. I cannot be happier for EVOS Phoenix, and this is what hard work and determination, never-ending self-belief gets you at the end of the day.
It's impressive, right? I mean, it's almost like they manifested destiny in that situation, right?
Absolutely.
Just getting themselves an opportunity. They were saying, oh, we have a chance. Yes, we're only third place. Things need to happen, and they had everything. They killed Keith when they needed to. You know, Enigma Galaxy got eliminated early. I mean, just everything happened. But let's take a look at the match standings of that last game right there.
Yeah, it was a massive round for EVOS Phoenix, picking up 30 points. And we did mention that they needed about 18 points more than the one and only Cade. And I think they checked that box very, very well for themselves. Vasto Mundo, on the other hand, quite a stone's throw away from EVOS Phoenix to secure that booyah with 15 points right behind them. Magic Squad with their pixie dust. These guys were the difference maker as they engaged with Enigma Galaxy. They thought they were helping out their home ground brothers Cade by shutting down Enigma Galaxy, stopping the Thai Giants. But little did they know there was an even bigger monster waiting to grab that title and make sure it remains in Thailand.
If EVOS Phoenix wants to greet any other team, they need to go up to Magic Squad and they need to thank them as soon as possible because they really did help them out. If Enigma Galaxy survives that one into the 7th or 8th position, it might be very different. But let's check out the overall standings, see where all of the teams kind of ended up.
And at the end of the day, it was 3 points and Moshi with that phenomenal play on Purgatory. It was those 2 eliminations, the third one that he got before getting taken down. Those 3 points were your championship points. If that boy does not deserve that golden MVP title, I really do not know exactly what earns it for you. One of the 2 teams to earn a double booyah in the grand finals today. I am officially a fan of EVOS Phoenix. And by the way, 2nd world championship for the squad.
Absolutely crazy. And the fact that they were able to do that. But this is the thing. Every single point matters. Like, go back to that game 7, where that Moshi play, that 1 versus 2, he doesn't do that. They actually lose out on about 5 or so points.
They do.
Keed actually would win then.
Yes.
So every single fight, that clutch will go down in history.
I mean, we don't want to ignore all of the other teams, but come on, bro. How can we stop talking about EVOS Phoenix and how they got the job done at the end of the day? It is a super emotional time for them up there on the stage, and I totally understand why, right? It was not an easy journey from the start. They had to fight through the play-ins. You had Titans there. They lost the 2 matches when the day started. Any other team would have been absolutely crushed. Not the Undying Phoenix.
Okay, it happened with Attack All Around. They went through the play-ins. They ended up winning the World Series. You know, EVOS Phoenix were like, hey, we'll do that route. I think it kind of helps out. They went through the playoffs and they dominated there, and they're here now, and they're the champions because of that. So apparently this is the way to go. You just go to the play-ins, right?
I don't know if or not you guys want to be aiming for that, but EVOS Phoenix clearly showing that even when you are in the toughest spot, you can still get the job done. You need, sure as hell, a lot of skills. You need a Moshi on your squad.
Yeah, you need that, and that's going to be great. And thank you so much to all the viewers that are there. Thank you so much, AJ Husky, for casting with me. And thank you to all the teams. We'll catch you at the next World Series.
Mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top.